Chapter 2202. Can you handle a half-step yin-yang realm level 10 demonic beast if I give you one? Ling Xiao asked. Hey, Ling Xiao, don't underestimate me. Although I'm not as good as you, I'm still a genius disciple of the Lin family. I can handle a demonic beast of the same cultivation level. Lin Yang smiled. Good. You focus on the demonic beast to the east. Leave the other three to me. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed, and he tore through the sky like a shooting star. With just one strike, a ferocious demonic beast was beheaded and fell into a pool of blood. You're so strong. Looks like we've all underestimated you. Lin Yang was shocked. Don't just be envious. Focus on the battle. Ling Xiao scolded. Understood. Unconsciously, Lin Yang began to listen to Ling Xiao. Perhaps it was Ling Xiao's stunning strike that made him realize how powerful Ling Xiao was. People always liked to listen to the words of the strong, and Lin Yang was no exception. When Lin Yang started fighting, the yin-yang realm demonic beast had already caught up to Ling Xiao and started attacking. Ling Xiao could easily suppress a half-step yin-yang realm level 10 demonic beast, but with his current cultivation level, it was still difficult for him to kill a yin-yang realm level 10 demonic beast quickly. Moreover, he was being attacked by two demonic beasts. Well, it's a good opportunity to practice the new half-step meteor steps. I haven't used it many times in actual combat. While Ling Xiao and Lin Yang were fighting, outside the Chaos Energy Diamond Array, Mo Yuan saluted Shenchong and said, "Greetings, Lord Shenchong of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Please get up. Your senior brother Mo's father. Senior brother Mo took care of me a lot in the Eight Immortal Mountain. How could I accept such a great greeting from you?" Shenchong hurriedly helped Mo Yuan up. However, he was a little surprised. Mo Yuan was only the guard of the North Peak town, but his cultivation level was already at the yin-yang realm level 1. He was slightly stronger than Shenchong. This was probably all thanks to Mo Feiyu. Seriously, Feiyu. If he had let this town take action, we could have easily killed Ling Xiao and Lin Yang. There's no need for him to use the Chaos Vajra formation. We won't even be able to watch the show. Mo Yuan seemed a little dissatisfied. The primordial Vajra array could not be seen from the outside, but it could be seen from the inside. This was because this was a defensive array formation to begin with. It was actually beneficial to the cultivators inside. After being remodeled by the Mo clan, it looked more like a cage. Ha ha ha, Defender Mo, why are you so concerned? I believe that senior apprentice brother Mo is doing this because he wants to imitate the Eight Immortal Mountain, sending people to investigate. Of course, no one cared about Ling Xiao's death, but Lin Yang's death was something the Lin family would never let go of. Letting them die in the hands of demonic beasts is the best choice. Shenchong smiled and said, "Now that you mention it, I understand. Let's go, little brother. Don't bother about those two pieces of trash. They'll be dead in half an hour at most. Let's go for a drink." Mo Yuan touched his bald head. He finally understood Mo Feiyu's thoughts and felt much better. At the table, Mo Yuan served Shenchong the best wine in North Feng Town. The two gradually talked about the remaining bandits of the Bloody Cave stronghold. "Guardian Mo, is it true about the bandits?" Shenchong asked. "Sai, to be honest, little brother, the bandit incident is true. Those guys' whereabouts are too strange. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been unable to deal with them." Mo Yuan sighed and said, "Now that little brother is here, we'll definitely be able to catch all the bandits in one fell swoop if we work together." "That's right. They're just bandits. The strongest among them is only at half-step yin-yang realm level 10. As long as we work together well, the credit for this mission will be yours and mine. As for Ling Xiao and Lin Yang, hehe, they can only wait for the good news in hell." Shenchong smiled. Of course, he didn't accept this mission just to kill Ling Xiao. In Shenchong's opinion, killing Ling Xiao was just a piece of cake. He had more important things to do. That was to kill the remaining bandits of the Bloody Cave stronghold. Mo Feiyu told him that the remaining bandits of the Bloody Cave stronghold had a very powerful forbidden technique. They cultivated by sucking human blood. The more human blood they sucked, the faster their cultivation would increase. Sucking the blood of martial artists with high cultivation would increase their cultivation even more. Mo Feiyu meant for Shen Chong to get the manual and give it to him. However, Shen Chong had other thoughts. Why should he give such a good thing to others? It would be great if he could use it himself. He didn't care how terrifying and evil sucking blood was. In the mystic world, there was no distinction between good and evil, only the strong and the weak. No matter what martial arts it was, as long as it could increase a martial artist's cultivation faster, it would be a rare treasure. This was the most direct purpose of Shen Chong's visit to North Feng Town. Guardian Mo, do you have any idea where that group of people is? Shen Chong asked. When he thought about how he could obtain that terrifying secret technique and increase his cultivation, even Mo Feiyu and Lin Ruoxian wouldn't be able to suppress him. The excitement made him lose his basic judgment of danger. Of course, we've investigated for a long time. We can confirm that the bandits are in the barren mountains near North Feng Town. We know their approximate location, but without your help, it'll be difficult to stop them. They're too cunning. Mo Yuan nodded. Good. Since that's the case, let's act immediately. When we return, those two brats will probably be dead. Shen Chong stood up and said excitedly. No problem. When Mo Yuan stood up, an imperceptible sneer flashed across his eyes. However, Shen Chong had been thinking about the forbidden technique and didn't notice it at all. In fact, when Shen Chong and Mo Yuan were talking about the bandits, something strange happened in the Chaos Diamond Array. It was something that Lin Yang would never forget. The 4 giant beasts were eaten by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned into a terrifying infernal demon dragon and circled in the Chaos Diamond Array as if he was absorbing nutrients. Pooh, this taste is really bad. The terrifying infernal demon dragon spat out all the filthy things, as if it wasn't satisfied with the taste of the 4 beasts. Lin Yang. Ah! Lin Yang was shocked when he heard the terrifying giant beast call his name. He was afraid that he would be swallowed by this guy. What's there to be afraid of? With your physique, you're not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Give me all the spiritual stones you have. Ling Xiao felt that after he swallowed the 4 beasts, the power in his body vibrated, and there seemed to be signs of a breakthrough. Originally, Mo Yuan wanted to use these beasts to kill him, but he didn't expect him to eat them directly. Chapter 2203. Okay. At this time, Lin Yang would agree to anything Ling Xiao asked. Not to mention the spirit stones on him, even if it was all of his treasures, he would give them all to Ling Xiao. Because he did not want to die. Ling Xiao's strength left a terrifying impression on him. He did not dare to have any thoughts of resisting. As expected of a disciple of the Lin family. You have quite a lot of spiritual stones. It should be enough. Ling Xiao smiled and swallowed the 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones and 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Breaking through had to be extravagant. It was impossible to not be willing to invest. To put it simply, a breakthrough in one's cultivation was like filling up one lake after another. The thing that filled up the lake was naturally energy. As long as the lake was filled up with energy, with the help of certain opportunities, a larger lake or even an ocean could be opened. This process continued. Energy was always the most important thing. Roar. After swallowing all the spiritual stones, the infernal demon dragon let out a loud dragon roar. Half-step yin-yang realm, level 10 strength. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's breakthrough did not stop. This time, the energy from swallowing the 4 beasts was terrifying. After breaking through, the huge lake was filled up with energy again. Ling Xiao knew that it was time for him to use the yin-yang hell pill. Others only needed 1 yin-yang hell pill to break through to the yin-yang realm. However, a reincarnation realm martial artist needed at least 2. As for Ling Xiao, he needed 10 to have a chance of breaking through. However, after breaking through, his strength also increased tenfold. Compared to other martial artists, he was much stronger. Seeing Ling Xiao casually swallow the precious yin-yang hell pills, and 10 of them at once, Lin Yang was truly envious and shocked. Even in the 3 major families of the 8 immortal city, the yin-yang hell pill was extremely rare. He needed one now, but he could not get it. It was difficult to buy it even if he had money. Do you want it? Ling Xiao's huge dragon head looked down at Lin Yang and asked with a smile. Yes. Lin Yang swallowed his saliva and said. As long as he had the yin-yang hell pill, he believed that he could break through to the yin-yang realm. You are nobody to me. Why should I give it to you? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. I, Lin Yang, owe my life to you. If I can get the yin-yang hell pill from you, I swear that I will be loyal to you and never betray you. Lin Yang raised his hand and swore. All right, I will trust you this time. Ling Xiao gave one yin-yang hell pill to Lin Yang. For him, Lin Yang was a necessary friend. As long as he could gain Lin Yang's loyalty, he would have more power in the 8 Immortals County. Thank you. Lin Yang swallowed the pill and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. At this time, Ling Xiao did not have the time to pay attention to him, because Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the yin-yang hell pill's medicinal effects had already begun. When this kind of pill took effect, there would be a kind of awe-inspiring feeling, as if the water of the underworld river had directly poured into the meridians and there would be injuries to the internal meridians. But these were things that had to be experienced. As the saying goes, one cannot see a rainbow without experiencing a storm. To Ling Xiao, this little bit of pain was nothing. A terrifying gate of hell appeared above his head. It was the gate of hell of the first level, hell of tongue ripping. This gate of hell was 10 times bigger than the one above Lin Yang's head. Not only that, but the terrifying aura was also much stronger. Ling Xiao could feel that everything in hell seemed to have become stronger. It was much stronger than before the first transition. In that case, his 18 hell talismans and hell sword technique would probably be more powerful. This was a really good harvest. With the first experience, it was very easy for Ling Xiao to break through to the yin-yang realm for the second time. The temptation and pain in the gate of hell did not affect him at all. Instead, it strengthened his soul power. Keep. The infernal demon dragon's huge mouth let out a muffled voice. The gate of hell was also sucked in. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and felt his current cultivation base. He was really a little excited. After entering the reincarnation realm, he had cultivated all the way to the yin-yang realm. Although it did not seem long, it was very dangerous. If he was unlucky, he might have died in Yuhua town. The path of entering the reincarnation realm was really not easy. But every time he broke through, he would discover the great benefits of entering the reincarnation realm. He could confirm that at the same cultivation level, a first transition martial artist was at least twice as strong as an ordinary martial artist. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was even stronger, probably around 10 times stronger. Martial artists of the same cultivation level were not even worth mentioning in front of him. Shenchong, you probably didn't expect that after spending so much effort to trap me in this origin Vajra formation, not only did you not kill me, you even helped me break through to the yin-yang realm. And the Mo family. What should I do after what you've done to me? Ling Xiao's huge dragon mouth revealed a cold smile. I might as well exterminate the Mo family. Mo Feiyu will definitely be very surprised. Ling Xiao did not want to provoke anyone, but Mo Feiyu had tried to kill him time and time again. The people of the Mo family had even tried to deal with him and turn him into a delicacy in the belly of a demonic beast. Not only that, but once he and Lin Yang died, the people of Yuhua town would also not be able to escape death. Did they really want Ling Xiao to sympathize with such sinister intentions? Of course, that was impossible. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Yang. That fellow should still have some time before he broke through. He could take advantage of this time to exterminate the Mo family. With that thought, he immediately rushed out of the origin Vajra formation that his master, Yuan Venerate, had broken through. His master, Yuan Venerate, could help him even more now because he had the soul-nurturing gem. When the infernal demon dragon tore through the origin Vajra formation, Mo Yuan and Shenchong had just left and headed to a nearby barren mountain. However, the Mo family still had many experts. These were all Mo Feiyu's family members. Roar! The infernal demon dragon let out a roar and terrifying black flames sprayed on the Mo family's courtyard and the guardian residence. In an instant, there were continuous screams. An absolute doomsday had begun in North Peak Town's Mo family. All of this was because of Mo Feiyu's desire to kill Ling Xiao, as well as the Mo family's desire to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao never killed innocent people. However, if someone wanted to kill him, he naturally would not sympathize with them. As the flames burned, Ling Xiao suddenly saw a few strange fellows escape from the black flames. They should have been in the basement of the Guardian residence. These people actually had blood-red skull marks on their wrists. Demon Shadow Sect. Bloody Cave Stronghold. Chapter 2204. Haha, interesting. Looks like I killed the right person. I didn't expect the Mo family to be in cahoots with the Devil Shadow Sect. This is really an accident. Ling Xiao found it unbelievable that the family of one of the 8 immortals on the 8 Immortals Mountain was from the Devil Shadow Sect. As for whether Mo Feiyu had anything to do with this, Ling Xiao had no idea. However, since he had encountered the Devil Shadow Sect, he naturally had to eliminate them. Seeing those fellows escape from the flames, Ling Xiao knew that their strength was not to be underestimated. The people from the Devil Shadow Sect did have some skills. Lin Yang, before I come back, destroy the Mo family. If I see anyone alive when I come back, you don't need to live anymore. Ling Xiao instructed Lin Yang before he returned to his original form and chased after the people from the Devil Shadow Sect. Those people headed straight for the Barren Mountain. Obviously, there should be another lair in the nearby Barren Mountain. After all, the Defender's mansion was in the town, so there were some shady things that they could not do. Ling Xiao did not take action along the way. Instead, he quietly followed them and let them help him find the lair of the Bloody Cave Stronghold. Then, he killed them one by one. Boy, what are you doing? Just as Ling Xiao was about to destroy the corpses and head into the Bloody Cave Stronghold, a voice suddenly sounded. Ling Xiao looked up and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s. His cultivation was at the early stage of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. In the past, Ling Xiao might have thought that this cultivation was very strong, but now, it was nothing in his eyes. Old Third Mo looked at the boy in front of him and was surprised. The lair of the Bloody Cave Stronghold was very secretive. Usually, only the people from the Bloody Cave Stronghold knew about it. How did this boy find out? Forget it. No matter how he found out, I'll kill him first. Old Third Mo received Mo Yuan's order to kill anyone who came within 1 mile of the Barren Mountain, except for his own people. Boy, you're unlucky to have met me, Old Third Mo. I'll let you die a painful death. He smiled coldly and released his aura. The martial soul phantom behind him was released. It was actually a blood-red sparrow. Although the martial soul was small, the killing intent it released was not weak at all. However, Old Third Mo was still surprised. The moment he released his terrifying aura, the young man in front of him had already moved. In his eyes, the young man turned into an afterimage and rushed over. What? Old Third Mo was shocked. This young man was indeed strange. He didn't expect his body movement to be so good. Could he be the son of some aristocratic family? Thinking of this, Old Third Mo's expression became even more serious. In his opinion, even a disciple of a large clan would not have any advantage against a martial artist at the first level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Let's capture. Right now, the Spectre sect was in need of new members. This kid was so young, but his movement technique was so good. Perhaps he could become a good talent in the Spectre sect. However, he had just formed this thought, and before he had time to do anything about it. However, the afterimage in his eyes had disappeared. The boy disappeared in front of him. Frightened, he turned his head to look around. Nothing. He was nowhere. He was terrified. He finally understood that he might have encountered trouble he could not afford to offend. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw a hand. Her fair but powerful hand grabbed him by the neck. An unknown drug was stuffed into his mouth. Spare me. Young hero, spare me. Old Third Mo shouted in horror. But because his neck was being strangled, his voice was a little distorted and sounded very funny. Ling Xiao threw Old Third Mo to the ground and said with a faint smile, "You wanted to kill me?" No. No. Why would I kill you? I'm Old Third Mo of the Mo clan. I'm here to find the bandits of the Blood Cave Stronghold. Old Third Mo had used the same excuse to deceive many experts who had mistakenly entered this place. He had succeeded almost every time. This time, he planned to use the same trick. He guessed that the young man in front of him was the son of a big force. He was traveling and came here by coincidence. As long as he dealt with it well, he could at least save his life. He did not know that Ling Xiao wanted to kill him the moment he heard that he was from the Mo clan. There was no good in the Mo clan. Not only did they try to kill him, but they were also the pawns of the Devil Shadow sect. He wanted to kill Old Third Mo, but he gave up after thinking about it. Old Third Mo was still useful. Although he had found the lair of the Blood Cave stronghold, he had no idea how to get in. If Old Third Mo led the way, it would be much more convenient. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Ling Xiao sneered at Old Third Mo, but you don't have to act in front of me. The Mo clan and the bandits of the Blood Cave stronghold should be the pawns of the Devil Shadow sect, right? No. Old Third Mo did not dare to admit it. If others knew that the Mo clan was the pawns of the Devil Shadow sect, even if the young man in front of him did not kill him, the Eight Immortals Mountain would not forgive them. You still won't admit it. Let me tell you the truth. My name is Ling Xiao. I am one of the 3 people from the Eight Immortals Mountain on a mission. However, the Mo clan seemed to want my life, but unfortunately, they did not succeed. Ling Xiao sneered. The Mo clan's courtyard has been raided by me, and I have also killed all the bandits of the Blood Cave stronghold. Do you think you can fool me with such lies? What? Old Third Mo's heart was filled with shock. When he was dealing with Ling Xiao, he was not present. Instead, he was here guarding the lair. However, he had heard about Ling Xiao. Mo Yuan had told him when he passed by. What was going on? The Chaos Diamond Array could not trap Ling Xiao? 4 beasts could not kill Ling Xiao? This was not good. Are you thinking of sending a message to Mo Yuan? Ling Xiao sneered. I advise you not to think too much. Do you know what the elixir I just gave you was? What? Old Third Mo shuddered. He had been worried about what the elixir was, and the young man had brought it up. That is called the Soul Extinguishing Elixir. It is a poisonous elixir controlled by soul force. As long as it enters your body, I want you to be in so much pain that you wish you were dead. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Old Third Mo did not seem to believe it. Ling Xiao chuckled. You don't seem to believe it? Then I will let you try the power of the Soul Extinguishing Elixir. After saying that, he moved his mind. Old Third Mo suddenly screamed crazily. It was as if his body was being bitten by countless ants. The pain made him want to die. Stop. I will listen to you. I will listen to everything you say. Chapter 2205. Old Third Mo hated Ling Xiao to the core. If he had the chance to cure himself, he would definitely make Ling Xiao suffer a fate worse than death. But now, he had to endure it. He could not show any dissatisfaction in front of Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would not be Ling Xiao who would be dead, but him. Very good. I can see that you're a tactful guy. Ling Xiao said indifferently. How many Yin-Yang realm experts are there in your Bloody Cave stronghold? What are they doing? Yes, Old Third Mo was about to answer but was interrupted by Ling Xiao. You'd better not lie. Your lies can't escape my eyes. Old Third Mo felt even more uncertain when he saw Ling Xiao's cold smile. He originally wanted to tell a few lies to fool Ling Xiao, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, he did not dare to lie anymore. Lie if you want to die. Ling Xiao's eyes were like those of an eagle as he stared at Old Third Mo. Old Third Mo subconsciously told the truth. For this kind of person, he would betray even the people closest to him for his own life. There are a total of 3 Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Patriarch Mo Yuan is at the early stage of Yin-Yang realm's 2nd level of hell. Second brother Mo is at the peak of Yin-Yang realm's 1st level of hell. The 3rd head of the Bloody Cave stronghold is at the late stage of Yin-Yang realm's 1st level of hell. In addition, that idiot Shen Chong was tricked into the Bloody Cave stronghold. He should have already sworn to join our Demon Shadow sect. So to be exact, there are 4 people. Old Third Mo answered. Very good. You're not lying. Ling Xiao could confirm that Old Third Mo was not lying. His opponents were stronger than he had imagined. But so what? He had already broken through to the yin-yang realm and was many times stronger than before. Even if these people worked together, they would not be his match. It would be great if Shen Chong really joined the Demon Shadow sect. It would give him a reason to get rid of Shen Chong. This way, if the sect asked him, he would be able to answer. Not only was there no crime in killing the Avilders of the Shadow Devil sect, there was even merit. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao looked at Old Third Mo and said, "Let's go. Take me to your Blood Cave Stronghold's lair. If you are obedient, I can give you the antidote. After all, you are a member of the Mo clan. I still want to use you guys to make a deal with Mo Feiyu." When Old Third Mo heard Ling Xiao's words, he naturally did not dare to resist. His thinking was simple. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he would definitely die when faced with Mo Yuan, second brother Mo, the third master of Bloody Cave Stronghold, and Shen Chong's joint attack. As long as Ling Xiao was dead, he would be able to find the antidote from this guy. Moreover, the Spectre sect had many experts and capable people. He believed that as long as he continued to be loyal to the Spectre sect, even if he couldn't obtain the antidote, there wouldn't be any problems. The detoxification was only a matter of time. "Brat, just you wait. Today, I, Mo Laosan, have fallen into your hands, but don't be happy too early. This trip to the Blood Cave Stronghold's lair will be the day of your death." Although it took a long time to describe, in reality, Old Third Mo's brain only worked for a moment. Ling Xiao did not care about what he was thinking at all. Ling Xiao knew very well that Old Third Mo would not be honest. However, it did not matter. Once he found the Blood Cave Stronghold's lair, Old Third Mo's death would come. "Can we go now?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "Of course. My life is now in your hands. What are you worried about?" Old Third Mo stood up. He realized that his body no longer hurt. He reckoned that the soul-destroying corpse pill in his body could really be controlled by Ling Xiao. If possible, it was better to capture this brat alive. Since he dared to poison Old Third Mo, he would definitely not let this brat off easily. Old Third Mo walked in front. Ling Xiao followed behind. The two of them walked in the direction of the Blood Cave Stronghold's lair. To be honest, Ling Xiao was really glad that he caught Old Third Mo, otherwise, it would be really difficult to find the Blood Cave Stronghold's lair. This barren mountain was rugged with strange rocks and dense forests. There were many caves. If no one led the way, it would take at least a few days to find the exact location of the Blood Cave Stronghold's lair. Ling Xiao did not have that much time to waste. "Young hero, we're here. Do you see the waterfall in front? Behind the waterfall is our second lair in Beifeng town. It's specially used to raise blood pigs." Old Third Mo suddenly stopped and pointed at a waterfall not far away. Blood pigs. Ling Xiao was stunned. This term was new. He had never heard of it before. "Oh, it's the people who provide us with blood. Most of these people are quite strong. We raise them for us to suck their blood." Old Third Mo answered. Hearing Old Third Mo's words, Ling Xiao directly opened his Tai Chi eye. Through the waterfall, he saw that there was indeed a cave behind it. The interior had been redesigned. Although it was only a cave, its level of luxury was not inferior to any luxurious mansions. The people of the Shadow Devil sect are really extravagant. Ling Xiao sneered. "Young hero, you must be joking. We're not considered members of the Shadow Devil sect yet. We're only in the periphery." Old Third Mo shook his head and said, "So young hero, please spare my life. At most, we'll sever our relationship with the Shadow Devil sect." "Periphery? What do you mean?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Let me put it this way. The Shadow Devil sect actually has very few people. There's only a sect master and 10 elders. They don't have a fixed sect at all. I even suspect that their sect master is a big shot from another force. The sect master directly controls the 10 elders, and the 10 elders will develop their own subordinates. In the process of developing their subordinates, they will use various reasons to do so. For example, they will take in disciples, or let them become deacons in the Shadow Devil sect. Or money, or status. They will also use these people's weaknesses to threaten them. In short, there are many reasons, but they're all fake. Other than the sect master and the 10 elders, the rest of the Shadow Devil sect are chess pieces that can be abandoned at any time. You know so clearly, and you're still willing to be their periphery? Ling Xiao asked coldly. It's still driven by benefits. The Shadow Devil sect has built the best future for everyone, capturing the desire in everyone's heart. Moreover, the way to rise is very clear. As long as we do well, we can be promoted all the way from the periphery to the town deacon, county deacon, provincial deacon, chief deacon of a country, and so on. In the end, we can even become an elder and replace the other elders. Old Third Mo explained. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Shadow Devil sect is really powerful. They have such a wide range and so much harm. Ling Xiao originally thought that they were only operating in the 8 Immortals County. He didn't expect that the entire Black Tortoise continent could be the Shadow Devil sect's nest. They continued to develop their subordinates, spreading like a virus. And the sect master and elders basically never showed up personally. They were extremely cunning. Have you heard of someone called Mo Fengzi? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Chapter 2206. Mo Fengzi. Oh, the deacon of Yuhua town, right? Of course I know him, we've even met before. Old Third Mo thought for a while and said, but this guy has disappeared for a long time. The Devil Shadow sect felt that something might have happened to him, so they cut off all contact with him. That's good. Ling Xiao suddenly let out a sigh of relief. If Deacon Mo Fengzi was an insignificant deacon of the Devil Shadow sect, then the Devil Shadow sect might not avenge him. Immediately, he became nervous again. The Devil Shadow sect was so powerful that there might be people from the Devil Shadow sect in the 8 Immortal Mountain. He had to be more careful in the future. Just as he was thinking, Old Third Mo suddenly ran towards the waterfall. Ling Xiao knew what he was going to do, but he did not stop him. This Old Third Mo was now under his control. If he wanted him to die, then he wouldn't live to see the end of the night. I once said that as long as you listen to me obediently, you won't die. But what a pity, it seems like you really like to court death. With a thought, the 3-corpse soul extinguishing pill suddenly exploded in Old Third Mo's body. Old Third Mo died on the spot, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Before he died, he really regretted not being obedient. If he had been obedient, he wouldn't have been so unlucky. Unfortunately, it was useless for him to regret. Ling Xiao extracted the demonic seed from Old Third Mo's body and burned it. Then, he passed through the waterfall and stepped into the lair of the Bloody Cave Stronghold's bandits. Perhaps it was because this place was very hidden, but he didn't see a single guard. Looking inside, he could only see some bandits gulping down wine and eating large chunks of meat. They were having a good time. However, the people that Old Third Mo mentioned were nowhere to be seen. He stood there thinking for a while and felt that something was wrong. But since he was already here, even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he had to give it a try. As the saying goes, the strong are bold. He, who had just broken through, really wanted to test how much damage he could cause with his current cultivation. Old Third Mo was too weak and was simply not enough. That Mo Yuan, on the other hand, was interesting. He could be a sparring partner for him to hone his martial skills and strengthen his cultivation foundation. When Ling Xiao stepped into the cave, he suddenly discovered that the people who were originally drinking and eating meat were all looking at him with ferocious expressions. The sharp blades in their hands showed that they had been waiting here for a long time. It's impossible for Mo Yuan to know that I'm still alive, so there are only 2 possibilities. First, Old Third Mo must have sent a message to Mo Yuan. But that was unlikely. I was very confident in my Tai Chi eye. The second possibility is closer to the answer. That is, there is something strange about the waterfall. The moment he crossed the waterfall, the people inside knew that there was an intruder. As he thought of this, Ling Xiao saw Mo Yuan, second brother Mo, the third head of Bloody Cave Stockade, and Shen Chong walking out together. Brat, you're still alive. Seeing Ling Xiao, Shen Chong was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he was very surprised. Perhaps the waterfall's effect was only to know that there was an intruder, but not who it was. Who is he? Mo Yuan asked. His Ling Xiao. Shen Chong replied, "Didn't you say that the origin Vajra formation was absolutely indestructible? How come he still came out alive?" Mo Yuan was also very surprised. When he trapped Ling Xiao and Lin Yang, he didn't pay much attention to them. It was just a brat. If he was trapped, so be it. He didn't even bother to know what they looked like. But now, he had to face Ling Xiao seriously. 3 demonic beasts at half-step yin-yang realm, level 10, and an early-stage demonic beast at level 1 hell were all killed by you? No, that's impossible. You must have just escaped. You know formations, don't you? Mo Yuan stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao didn't look at him. Instead, he looked at Shen Chong and said, "The genius of the Shen family, a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain, has fallen so low that you're willing to join a shameful organization like the Devil Shadow Sect." "Shut up. A wise man submits to circumstances." Shen Chong shouted angrily at Ling Xiao, "What do you know? As soon as I joined the Devil Shadow Sect, I received the support of Deacon Mo Yuan. Now, my cultivation has broken through to the late stage of level 1 hell. Do you know how big of an improvement this is for me? You don't understand at all, you insignificant ant." After hearing Shen Chong's words, Ling Xiao roughly understood why the Devil Shadow Sect could brainwash these martial artists. Most martial artists cultivated for nothing more than cultivation, money, and status. The Devil Shadow Sect could give them all. For example, Shen Chong wanted to improve his cultivation wholeheartedly. However, in recent years, his cultivation had been stagnant at the early stage of level 1 hell, unable to improve. When he was anxious, someone would come to help him and let him taste the benefits of improving his cultivation. How could he not be brainwashed? People like Shen Chong were originally people with weak willpower. You can't even resist a little temptation. You're really a piece of trash. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Shen Chong and said, "I wonder what you'll do if I capture you alive and send you back to the sect." "Ha ha ha ha, kid, you're about to die, but you're still so arrogant. How strong can your cultivation be? We have hundreds of people here. Why don't you just join the Devil Shadow Sect? Anyway, there's no point in you joining the 8 Immortal Mountain. Someone will be scheming behind your back, so you won't be able to concentrate on cultivating. If you join the Devil Shadow Sect, we can greatly improve your cultivation. We can also guarantee that no one will dare to bully you. We have brothers and sisters all over the Black Tortoise continent." Mo Yuan's brainwashing soon began. Ling Xiao had to admit that some of what he said was true. If Ling Xiao joined the Devil Shadow Sect now, his cultivation speed would definitely be faster than in the 8 Immortal Mountain. However, Ling Xiao knew very well that this was just a small benefit on the surface. Ling Xiao believed that the Devil Shadow Sect's way of operating was to exploit each level. In the end, the one who benefited the most would be the sect master of the Devil Shadow Sect, the big shot behind him. The lowest level members of the Devil Shadow Sect would probably only be exploited. "Alright, put away your boring words. Since I dared to come here alone, I'm not afraid of you guys joining hands." Ling Xiao looked coldly at Mo Yuan and said, "Guard Mo, this kid is a stone in a latrine pit. He's smelly and hard. It's impossible to win him over. Just kill him." Shen Chong shouted from the side. "That's true. This is Fei Yu's order. It's not appropriate to not kill him." "Oh right, Shen Chong, you just joined the Devil Shadow Sect. Let's make a declaration first. I'll leave this Ling Xiao to you, okay?" Mo Yuan looked at Shen Chong and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Chapter 2207. You're finally showing your true colors. Fine, I'll get rid of a traitor like you on behalf of the sect today. Looking at Shen Chong's ferocious face, Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Shen Chong wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao wanted to kill Shen Chong too. Now that he had a better reason to kill Shen Chong, he wasn't afraid even if the Shen family blamed him. "You guys can cheer for young hero Shen. Second brother, third leader, let's continue drinking and discuss what to do next." Mo Yuan didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao had killed the 4 beasts. He only thought that Ling Xiao was an array expert, so he broke the origin diamond array and found this place. As for third brother Mo, Mo Yuan didn't expect that Ling Xiao had already killed him and destroyed his corpse. Ling Xiao, when you killed my brother, I couldn't do anything to you with the Lin Ruoxian protecting you. But today, who can save you? Shen Chong looked at Ling Xiao, and his storm martial soul started to howl behind him. After killing Ling Xiao, he naturally wouldn't let Lin Yang go. He just needed to make up a story. Anyway, he had Mo Yuan to testify. At that time, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the ocean. The Lin family would only think that Ling Xiao had killed Lin Yang and would wipe Yuhua town off the map. Thinking of this, Shen Chong felt excited and his body couldn't help but tremble. He hated Ling Xiao to the core, so much so that he could betray his sect and work with the Devil Shadow sect. Ling Xiao looked at Shen Chong indifferently, the corner of his mouth raised into a contemptuous sneer. He didn't know what Shen Chong was thinking, but he was probably planning how to kill him in his heart. What a pitiful guy. He didn't know how powerful he was now. Ling Xiao's aura was slowly released from his body, but it was only released to the half-step yin-yang realm level 10. With this cultivation, it was more than enough to kill Shen Chong. Firstly, he did this to hone his own combat skills. Secondly, he did this to make Mo Yuan and the others underestimate him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they all swarmed him. Level 10? No wonder you're so confident and dare to come with me on a mission. It's because your cultivation has increased. But do you really think you can defeat me with this cultivation? Shen Chong was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. The speed at which Ling Xiao's cultivation rose had indeed surprised him, but it was also because of this that he had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to deal with him in the future. I will tell you. No matter how strong a half-step yin-yang realm cultivator is, it is only the power of the Grotto Heaven realm. It cannot be compared to a true yin-yang realm martial artist. The storm behind Shen Chong became even more ferocious, and had already completely enveloped his body. You talk a lot of nonsense. Are you going to kill me or not? Ling Xiao rubbed his ears and said impatiently, I know you're powerful. You're the best in the world and no one can defeat you. But you don't have to show off. You want to die? Fine. Shen Chong was completely enraged by Ling Xiao's indifferent attitude. He was much stronger than Ling Xiao in the past. Now that he had broken through, he was much stronger than Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dared to ignore him. How could he tolerate that? Tempest Eagle. Shen Chong's first move was the strongest martial skill he could execute at the moment. His body was wrapped in the wind, like a huge eagle descending from the sky and grabbing at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was like a weak rabbit in front of the huge eagle. He had no strength to resist. As I expected, although this blood-sucking secret skill can quickly increase one's cultivation, it will cause one's true qi to become chaotic and impure. The foundation will be very unstable. Even if one's cultivation has broken through, they will be far weaker than warriors of the same realm. Seeing Shen Chong's attack, Ling Xiao did not have any intention of attacking. He was very interested in the Spectre sect and had some ideas about the secret skill of the Spectre sect. If there were no side effects or negative effects, it was not impossible to get the secret skill. However, Shen Chong's first battle made him realize the huge flaw of the secret skill. He did not care what kind of sorcery it was, but the flaw was too serious. It might be very good in the short term, but in the long run, it would be harmful. However, he still needed to observe it. Shen Chong should have just learned this secret skill. There would be many flaws in the process of using it. It would be good for him to take this opportunity to study it. Perhaps with a little modification, he could create a new set of martial arts cultivation method. He did not move at all, as if he was scared silly. Mo Yuan and the others who were drinking on the other side laughed. The disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain are indeed disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain. Shen Chong's talent is better than ours. Fortunately, he joined the Spectre sect. Otherwise, he would be a difficult opponent. Mo Laro took a bite of meat and said with a smile, "That's right. With this Tempest Eagle, that kid called Ling Xiao should be dead for sure. After killing him, this mission will be considered completed. Next, what we need to do is to continue expanding and let the light of the Spectre sect shine on the entire Black Tortoise continent." Mo Yuan also laughed excitedly. He was fantasizing about a future full of hope. As long as he could develop enough subordinates, he would be able to obtain more benefits from the hands of the higher-ups. Not only money and power, but also the continuous improvement of his cultivation. He was not willing to stay as the guard of this small North Peak town. He wanted to be a higher official and earn more money. He also wanted the Mo family to become one of the top families in the Black Tortoise continent. No one else could help him achieve this ambition. Only the Spectre sect could do it. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao looked coldly at Shen Chong. When Shen Chong's attack was less than a foot away from him, his figure suddenly retreated like a shooting star across the night sky. In an instant, the distance between them was more than 10 meters. In fact, Shen Chong's speed was not slow. Especially after activating the Tempest Martial Soul, his speed was much faster than ordinary martial artists of the same cultivation. However, it was a pity that he met Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was the absolute nemesis of almost all speed-type martial artists. Even if he did not use the movement techniques that he was good at, he could still easily dodge his opponent's attack with the Moonlight Meteor steps that he had just mastered. Shen Chong's attack landed heavily on the ground, causing the cave to shake and a deep hole to appear in the ground. He looked at Ling Xiao, who was 10 meters away, in shock. He could not believe his eyes. He was full of confidence in his attack just now, but in the end, he actually hit empty air. How was this possible? Your aim doesn't seem to be good. Ling Xiao looked at Shen Chong with contempt and laughed. Moonlight Meteor Step. You've only joined the sect for 3 days. How could you have learned the Moonlight Meteor Steps? How did you learn it? Chapter 2208. Shen Chong could not understand. This moon-treading meteor steps was one of the most difficult low-level Jade-grade martial skills in the sect. Even Mo Feiyu had to spend a whole year to reach the Great Perfection stage. But Ling Xiao had mastered it so well in just 3 days. Was he still human? Shen Chong's heart was filled with terror. No, this must be a joke. Why would I be afraid of a useless martial artist from a small town? His movement technique was good, but this was a cave with limited space. With so many bandits helping him, it was easy to shrink the space. Ling Xiao must have relied on his movement technique because his attack was not as good as his. That way, he would still have the upper hand. It seems that the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain are not bad. Ling Xiao has just joined the sect and he already knows such a powerful movement technique. I wonder if there are any disciples from the 8 Immortal Mountain in the Spectre sect who can get us some good martial arts. Mo Yuan was unhappy when he saw that Ling Xiao had dodged Shen Chong's attack. He stood up and shouted, "Surround him. Don't give him any space to dodge. I don't believe that this rat can escape." "Ha ha ha, big brother, your description is really accurate. That kid is really like a rat. He only knows how to dodge." Mo Larua laughed loudly. But soon, he could not laugh anymore. Ling Xiao began to kill. Although the moon-stepping meteor steps was a pure movement technique, when used by Ling Xiao, coupled with his terrifying mystic world physique, none of the bandits who came into contact with him could survive. After all, these bandits' cultivation was relatively low. None of them had reached the yin-yang realm. To Ling Xiao, they were easy targets to kill. Starlight flashed and the cold moon shone. There were hundreds of bandits in the cave, and dozens of them died in an instant. Every time he killed someone, Ling Xiao still had the time to extract the demon seed from their bodies. Shen Chong was about to hit him every time, but he realized that Ling Xiao had already disappeared. "Shen Chong, are you doing this on purpose? That kid is killing our people. Why aren't you killing him?" Mo Yuan was furious. He roared madly. In his opinion, it wasn't that Ling Xiao was too powerful, but that Shen Chong was deliberately creating opportunities for Ling Xiao. This thought infuriated him to no end. "Second brother, third head, the 2 of you, go and kill that brat Shen Chong for me." This guy said that he wanted to join the Devil Shadow sect and even got some benefits. But now, he's flirting with that Ling Xiao. This is really pissing me off. Mo Yuan ordered. Yes. Mo Larua and the 3rd master of the Bloody Cave stronghold rushed towards Shen Chong. Mo Yuan charged towards Ling Xiao. He believed that as long as he personally took action, Ling Xiao would have no chance of escaping. This brat must die. In midair, Mo Yuan saw Ling Xiao suddenly smile at him. Guardian Mo, do you know what's the situation in the Mo clan's courtyard? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. While he was asking, Mo Laroa and the third master of the Bloody Cave stronghold had already surrounded Shen Chong and started fighting. What? Mo Yuan was stunned for a moment. He suddenly had a very bad premonition. Unfortunately, it was this momentary daze that caused Ling Xiao to disappear from his sight. He hurriedly prepared his defense, afraid that Ling Xiao would sneak over and attack. But at this moment, 3 screams were heard almost at the same time. When Mo Yuan opened his eyes, he only saw a dazzling starlight. Then, 3 corpses fell to the ground at the same time. Shen Chong, Mo Laroa, and the third master of the Bloody Cave stronghold had their throats pierced by a sword at the same time. All 3 of them had been killed. Ling Xiao held the iron sword in his hand and released the aura of a yin-yang realm warrior. At this moment, Mo Yuan finally understood. Ling Xiao had been pretending to be weak all this time. The reason why this brat pretended to have a low cultivation level was so that he could kill those 3 people in one go. With such a cunning mind, was he really just a young man? Mo Yuan glared at Ling Xiao fiercely and could not believe his eyes. Everything had happened so suddenly that he still couldn't wrap his head around it. The remaining bandits of the Bloody Cave stronghold, who had been slaughtered, were all trembling madly. Only now did they understand that this youth who seemed to be suppressed by Shen Chong was actually such a terrifying person. Run! No one knew who shouted, but the bandits all started to flee outside. But how could Ling Xiao let them escape? He could not let anyone know that he had killed Shen Chong here. So these people had to die. As for the matter of Shen Chong joining the Demon Shadow sect, he did not need to find any witnesses to prove it. Shen Chong already had a demon seed in his body. This was the best evidence and no one could deny it. 1 sword, 3 lives. Brat, we really underestimated you. Mo Yuan looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Anger, shock, confusion, all kinds of complicated emotions were brewing in his body. He wanted to attack and kill Ling Xiao immediately. But when he thought of how Ling Xiao had killed Shen Chong, Mo Laroa, and the third head of the Bloody Cave stronghold, he did not dare to be so impulsive. This brat is not easy to deal with. I have to be careful. He secretly warned himself. It's okay. I'm used to being underestimated. Ling Xiao said calmly, after killing them, it's your turn. But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. To prevent Mo Feiyu from attacking Yuhua town, I have to capture you alive until I kill Mo Feiyu. Brat, don't be too proud. You might have a chance of winning if we fight to the death, but you want to capture me alive. Then you're dead meat. Mo Yuan was overjoyed. Ling Xiao, this idiot, actually wanted to capture him alive. This meant that he could not attack with all his strength. But he could attack with all his strength without any scruples. This way, he would have the advantage. Is that so? You were also so confident when you trapped me in the Origin Vajra formation. Unfortunately, I didn't die, but your Mo clan was destroyed by me. Ling Xiao said contemptuously, you and your son Mo Feiyu have made an unforgivable mistake, which is to offend me. I'm a cruel and merciless person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. You really killed the people of the Mo clan? Previously, Mo Yuan did not believe what Ling Xiao said. He thought that Ling Xiao deliberately made up a lie to distract him. But at this moment, Ling Xiao did not have to do that, but he still said that. Could it be true? Of course it's true. A cold voice came from outside the cave. It was Lin Yang. Boss Xiao, it's all settled. This is really shocking. The Mo clan, from the adults to the children, are all members of the Devil Shadow sect. They all have devil seeds in their bodies, and each of them has at least 1 life. This is a filthy clan. I was a little soft-hearted at first, but after seeing this, I have no sympathy at all. Chapter 2209. Lin Yang glanced casually at Shen Chong's corpse on the ground and was secretly surprised. Boss is indeed powerful. It seems that the 3 corpses on the ground were killed by the same sword. He killed 3 yin-yang realm martial artists with 1 strike. This strength is probably at the top of the 8 lower immortals. It shouldn't be wrong to follow him. Lin Yang already had no other way out. He had killed the remaining members of the Mo clan, which meant that he had become Ling Xiao's accomplice. The two of them were now in the same boat. Neither of them could stay out of this. Now that Lin Yang had discovered Ling Xiao's strength, his decision to follow Ling Xiao became even more firm. Bastard! Bastard! I'll kill you all! Kill you all! Mo Yuan suddenly went berserk. Perhaps the death of his family had stimulated him, causing his original calmness to vanish. The trace of fear he had for Ling Xiao also disappeared instantly. He only had one thought now, and that was to kill Ling Xiao, kill Lin Yang. His aura began to rise crazily, and he became extremely powerful. At this moment, he had no intention of holding back. He only wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his life. This is more interesting. Otherwise, you really don't deserve to be my opponent. Seeing Mo Yuan's performance, Ling Xiao was excited. Whether it was Shen Chong, second brother Mo, or the third head of the Bloody Cave stronghold, none of them could make him use his full strength. He didn't even use 60% of his strength. This Mo Yuan could probably make him use 80% of his strength. In this world, no one could make him use 100% of his strength. Even before reincarnating, when he had turned into a demon, he had kept his secret and retained 10% of his strength. He hoped that he would be able to meet such an opponent in the future. That would raise his fighting spirit and make him more excited. Ling Xiao, I've never hated a person so much. You killed my brother and destroyed my family. I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left. Mo Yuan roared. The armor on his body shattered. His meridians seemed to be bleeding because he had used too much strength. Looks like this guy really wants to go all out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Die, Ling Xiao. Jade intermediate grade martial skill, Bloodfang. In that instant, Mo Yuan seemed to have transformed into a ferocious beast. The blood-red sparrow martial soul behind him also became extremely strange. It clearly had the body of a bird, but its mouth had sharp fangs. It was the roar of a wild beast. Inside the cave, sand and stones were flying everywhere. It was extremely chaotic. Under Mo Yuan's violent killing intent, the air in the cave seemed to be filled with the smell of blood. In the air, Mo Yuan's hands were as sharp as the fangs of a monster. This attack is not bad. It's really strong. It's a pity that your aptitude is too poor. You've only cultivated it to the small success stage. Ling Xiao stood there with a cold smile on his face. Mo Yuan's battle skills were truly very strong. However, it was a pity that his mastery was too poor. Therefore, the power that he could unleash was also very poor. Moonlight Meteor Step. This time, Ling Xiao executed the Moonlight Meteor Step. However, he didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward. In that instant, his speed increased to the extreme. Without using any martial skills, he only used the Moonlight Meteor Step speed to punch Mo Yuan's blood-red fangs. After a loud explosion, Ling Xiao stood there motionless, like a god descending from the heavens. Lin Yang's eyes were filled with excitement. Is this Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao's true strength. No wonder Sister Ruoxian personally invited him to join the 8 Immortal Mountain. This person is really too terrifying. Clang. On the other hand, Mo Yuan's huge body was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the cave wall, creating a deep hole. However, Mo Yuan wasn't seriously injured. At this moment, he had already entered a berserk state. In this state, his combat strength had increased tremendously. Moreover, he wouldn't feel pain, let alone think. He didn't know what it meant to be sent flying by Ling Xiao's ordinary punch. He jumped up once again. His eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao, as if he was preparing for an even stronger move. I said before that I will capture you alive. I won't let you die. Ling Xiao beckoned Mo Yuan with his finger and said, Come, let me see what kind of stronger moves you, Devil Shadow Sect, have. He wanted to know more about the Devil Shadow Sect. If he only killed Mo Fengzi, perhaps the Devil Shadow Sect wouldn't have noticed him. However, from today onwards, the Devil Shadow Sect would definitely not ignore his existence. 2 city guards were killed by him. The Devil Shadow sect would definitely treat him as a thorn in their side. Thus, he needed to know more about the Devil Shadow sect. Know yourself and know your enemy. Only then can you win 100 battles. This Mo Yuan was just a mere city guard, yet he knew a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill. It seemed that the Devil Shadow sect was really generous. The opponents he would encounter in the future would probably be even stronger. The possibility of them using the same martial skill would also be greater. If he knew more now, it would be easier to deal with them in the future. Lin Yang looked at this scene in a daze. He simply couldn't use words to describe his shock. One had to know that Mo Yuan was an early-stage yin-yang realm 2nd level hell. What was going on? Ling Xiao could actually suppress him so easily. That's right. Big Sister Ruoxian said that Ling Xiao was a reincarnation realm martial artist. Every time a reincarnated martial artist's cultivation level increased by 1 level, the increase would be twice that of an ordinary martial artist. However, this wasn't right. Even if it was twice as much. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the early stage yin-yang realm 1st level hell. He still couldn't be Mo Yuan's match. What was going on? Of course, Lin Yang didn't know. Ling Xiao's increase in cultivation by 1 level was 10 times that of a normal martial artist. Moreover, Mo Yuan was far weaker than most yin-yang realm martial artists at the 2nd level of the hell. Because his cultivation method was rather strange, his foundation was unstable, and his essence force wasn't pure enough. In fact, it was already not bad for him to be able to display the strength of a yin-yang realm 1st level hell. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao was able to crush him so easily. To Ling Xiao, an opponent like Mo Yuan could only be a sparring partner. Do you know the true power of a mid-jade martial skill? I'll let you see it today. Sensing Mo Yuan's increasing strength, Ling Xiao knew that this might be Mo Yuan's last attack. Since he had obtained all the information he wanted, it was time to defeat this person. He said that he wanted to capture Mo Yuan alive, so he had to defeat Mo Yuan quickly to prevent him from committing suicide. This was a very good hostage. Even if Mo Feiyu was a lunatic, he couldn't possibly not care about his father's life, right? The blood-red glow on Mo Yuan's body became denser and denser. He had almost turned into a strange blood-red bird. He was completely possessed by the martial soul and became extremely ferocious. However, the power of this attack had also reached its peak. Chapter 22:10. On Ling Xiao's side, the metal sword was wrapped in a thick layer of earth element as if it had turned into a heavy rod. The rod was so heavy that it could shatter the ground just by gently placing it on the ground. This was Ling Xiao's 2nd time using the meteor sword technique, but he was obviously more adept at it than the 1st time. Ling Xiao could feel that when he was using the meteor sword technique, the power of earth in his body was circulating as well. From the ground, energy continued to flow into his strange sword. The shadow in the jade bracelet is made up of earth element. It seems like it's good at earth element attacks. That's why the meteor sword technique is the same. In this way, my meteor sword technique is much more powerful than the average mid-jade martial arts technique. With the power of earth and the power of earth, it's definitely a force to be reckoned with among the mid-jade martial arts techniques. As he thought about it, his hands did not stop moving. The yellow light covered his entire body as if he had become one with the earth. At this moment, Ling Xiao's aura had reached a terrifying level. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have transformed into the real Hutu god. Other than his appearance, his aura made people respect and fear him. Lin Yang even knelt on one knee as he looked up at Ling Xiao with eyes full of worship and madness. This was a true genius, and this was the person he should follow. Mo Feiyu. Lin Ruoxian? He was not worthy. On the other hand, Mo Yuan could feel the terrifying aura coming from Ling Xiao. But he had lost the ability to think calmly. In his frenzied state, he only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he did not mind dying. Mo Yuan had turned into a blood-red sparrow. But the sparrow was too big, and there were blood-red fangs in its mouth. Kill! He roared as he charged at Ling Xiao. His entire body was filled with a ferocious aura. Die, 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 you bastard! Soaring blood sparrow. Even now, You still can't tell who's stronger and who's weaker. That's all you've got. Ling Xiao looked at Mo Yuan coldly. The strange sword that was placed vertically on the ground was slowly lifted up, pointing at Mo Yuan. The first style of meteor sword art, fall. Do you know what a true mid-grade jade martial skill is? That's more like it. It was like the roar of the earth. Ling Xiao thrusted out the huge yellow sword in his hand with a loud rumble. He neither dodged nor retreated, and directly collided with Mo Yuan's attack. If he wanted to kill Mo Yuan, Ling Xiao wouldn't do it this way. He would use a more energy-efficient method. However, if he wanted to capture Mo Yuan alive and prevent him from committing suicide, he would have to beat him until he lost the ability to move on his own. Originally, Ling Xiao's meteor sword art had already been cultivated to the great perfection stage, which was much better than his opponent's mid-grade jade-grade martial skill. Coupled with the combination of the power of earth and the power of the earth, not to mention a mere Mo Yuan, even an existence stronger than Mo Yuan would not be willing to take this attack head-on. Poor Mo Yuan. His powerful attack couldn't block Ling Xiao's sword light at all. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It was easily torn apart. Ling Xiao's sword light hit Mo Yuan's body accurately and sent him flying. At this moment, Mo Yuan finally came to his senses. He looked at the attack that he had risked his life to release in dismay and despair. It was actually so easily broken by his opponent. He couldn't believe it was real. The strength of the young man in front of him was already beyond his imagination. Impossible. Impossible. This is the powerful mid-grade jade-grade martial skill that the Spectre sect gave me. Even if it's also a mid-grade jade-grade martial skill, he can't beat me so easily. Why? Why? This was Mo Yuan's last thought before he fainted. His body was heavily slammed into the wall of the cave. His limbs were hanging there, and his head was also hanging down. Although he didn't die, he had completely lost his ability to move. Ling Xiao used a seal to trap Mo Yuan and threw him into his beast ring. It was originally used to store demonic beasts. He wouldn't die if he was thrown into it. Mo Yuan was an important bargaining chip, so he couldn't die for now. Relying on this bargaining chip, he could negotiate with Mo Feiyu. Mo Feiyu wasn't someone he could deal with now, but that might not be the case in the future. In this battle, Ling Xiao captured Mo Yuan alive without any injuries. Even though Mo Yuan used all his strength and even entered a berserk state, he still couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Lin Yang, who was standing at the side, could feel the despair. Unbelievable. Too unbelievable. I'm afraid even Sister Ruoxian didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such terrifying potential when she recruited Ling Xiao into the Eight Immortals Mountain. I really want to show her. Lin Yang stood at the side in shock. Seeing Ling Xiao capture Mo Yuan alive, he was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Lin Yang, go and release those people who are trapped. Our mission this time is complete. We can go back and report. Ling Xiao suddenly turned around and said, Yes, boss. Lin Yang subconsciously treated Ling Xiao as his boss, just like what Chen He did back then. In the beginning, they all looked down on Ling Xiao. Out of helplessness, they pretended to be polite to Ling Xiao. But after seeing Ling Xiao's terrifying strength and generosity, they were finally willing to be his underlings. After Lin Yang left, Ling Xiao began to clean up the battlefield. Mo Yuan, Shen Chong, second brother Mo, third brother Mo, and third brother Mo all had storage rings on them. In total, there were nearly 2 million low-grade spirit stones and 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones in their storage rings. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't have many spirit stones on him, so he put them in the storage rings to use. In addition to the spirit stones, he also found a handwritten book in Mo Yuan's storage ring. On it was written vampiric demonic art. He looked at it briefly and burned it. This was obviously the so-called mid-grade jade martial art that the Spectre sect used to bewitch martial artists. But in fact, Ling Xiao found that this so-called vampiric demonic art was extremely crude. It should be a crude version of some martial art that evolved from some kind of martial art. It didn't have much meaning. He didn't need it. Ling Xiao was not very satisfied with this matter, but he found a heavy sword in the storage ring of the Blood Cave Stronghold's third boss, which made him very happy. The sword was completely black and probably weighed more than 10,000 pounds. There was no attribute requirement. It was a fine-grade spirit weapon. A weapon of this grade was naturally much better than the iron sword he used before. Chapter 22:11. No matter what, this iron sword had been with Ling Xiao for some time. Now that they were going to part ways, he had to give it a good home. The scenery here was beautiful. It might be a good idea to let it rest here forever. In addition, he also found many low-quality yin-yang elemental energy pills in Shenchong's storage ring. He looked down on this kind of yin-yang elemental energy pill. But to most of the warriors in the 8 Immortal City, this was still an extremely precious item. There were a total of about 20 pills. Ling Xiao planned to give them to others. Lin Yang, Chen He, and Feng Ayu should also give some to them. Lin Yang and Chen He were both his underlings. As the boss, he couldn't possibly want the horse to run and not feed the horse. This kind of medicinal pill that he looked down on as a gift was more than suitable. That was about all the things in the storage ring. Of course, Ling Xiao's gains this time were more than that. Not only did he kill Shenchong, who had always wanted to harm him, but he also obtained hundreds of demonic seeds, which were very beneficial to his cultivation. Also, he took in Lin Yang as a subordinate and found out some things about the Phantom Sect. What is this? Just as Ling Xiao was about to burn these corpses and leave the cave, he suddenly found a piece of paper in second brother Mo's underwear. He took out the paper and began to read what was written on it. It did not matter if he did not read it, but when he read it, he was shocked. There was a lot of content on the paper, but there was only one general meaning, which was that the Phantom Sect would hold a terrifying blood-sucking sacrifice in the 8 Immortal City. At that time, the entire 8 Immortal City would become hell. Although Ling Xiao did not have any feelings for the 8 Immortal City. In his opinion, every blade of grass and every tree in the Black Tortoise mainland would belong to him, Ling Xiao, in the future. If his heavenly empire wanted to occupy the Black Tortoise mainland, he would definitely not allow the Phantom Sect to exist. And the horror of the blood-sucking sacrifice could be seen from the cruelty of the Blood Cave village bandits. Unfortunately, there was no time limit. However, it wouldn't be too early. After all, with the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Heavenly Wind Group, it wouldn't be easy for the Ghost Shadow Sect to sacrifice the 8 Immortals City. Even so, he had to work even harder in his cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be of any help and might even be sucked dry by the Shadow Devil Sect. After all, he had already killed 2 of the Demon Shadow Sect's city guards. The Demon Shadow Sect wouldn't leave him alone. No matter what the reason was, the enmity between him and the Devil Shadow Sect was irreconcilable. Therefore, if the Shadow Devil Sect didn't die, then he would die. Of course, he didn't want to die, so he could only desperately raise his cultivation and destroy the Shadow Devil Sect. While he was thinking about this, Lin Yang had already rescued all the captured cultivators. Most of these martial artists were quite strong, and there were even martial artists at the first level of the yin-yang realm. Most of them were unaffiliated martial artists without any background. After they were captured by the Demon Shadow Sect, no one came to find them. Ling Xiao rejoiced in his heart. The Ling family of Yuhua Town was relatively weak now. If he could hand these people over to Ling Jiaojiao, the Ling family's strength would increase greatly. They wouldn't even have to fear yin-yang realm martial artists. Of course, he couldn't guarantee the loyalty of these people for now, so Ling Xiao controlled them with the life and death illusion powder. He first returned to Yuhua Town and handed these people over to Ling Jiaojiao. Ling Xiao also checked on the current situation of Yuhua Town. Yuhua Town's current situation could be said to be thriving. In the past, because the 2 families opposed each other, there was always internal strife, resulting in all kinds of conflicts. No one focused on the development of the town. Now, it was different. The Ling family was the dominant family, and the town was developing very well. The martial artists' cultivation improved very quickly. The Ling family now had 3 yin-yang realm martial artists. They were Ling Yuhua, Old Hei, and the Elder on duty. Ling Yuhua's cultivation was the strongest, and he was already at the peak of the first level of the hell. Ling Jiajiao's cultivation had also reached the half-step yin-yang realm. The only person that Ling Xiao was worried about was Ling Yang. He heard from Ling Jiaojiao that one day, Ling Yang suddenly left a letter and then disappeared. The letter didn't mention what happened, but it shouldn't be a small matter. However, Ling Yang didn't say anything. Even if Ling Xiao wanted to help, he couldn't. He could only pray for Ling Yang in his heart for now. After settling the hundreds of people he brought, Ling Xiao checked the Ling family's defensive formation and used the recently obtained materials to strengthen it. Then, he set up a formation outside the entire Yuhua town. It was also a defensive formation, and it had the effect of confusing the enemy. Once someone tried to harm Yuhua town, the formation would be activated, forming a maze-like place within a 100-mile radius of Yuhua town to delay the enemy. This way, Ling Xiao would be able to know in time and come back to help. No matter what, he had offended Mo Feiyu, so he had to be careful. If that guy didn't even care about his father's life for revenge, he would definitely come to destroy Yuhua town. This was also a precaution. After doing all this, Ling Xiao and Lin Yang embarked on the journey back to 8 Immortal Mountain. Of course, they rode the Imperial Wind Eagle back. Although the Imperial Wind Eagle belonged to the Shen family, Ling Xiao had no problem taming such a small bird. The Imperial Wind Eagle didn't enter the 8 Immortal County. Instead, it went directly to the foot of 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao used the teleportation formation that he set up previously to return to the foot of Black Immortal Mountain. Then, he parted ways with Lin Yang and returned to their own mountains. When Ling Xiao returned to Black Immortal Mountain, Feng Aryu was already burning with anxiety. Ling Xiao, how dare you come back? Why wouldn't I dare to come back? Ling Xiao asked in return. Feng Aryu sighed and said, what you did in Beifeng town has already been reported back by spies. The entire sect knows about it. You actually destroyed the Mo family. Not to mention what the sect will do to you, even Mo Feiyu won't let you go. Looking at Feng Aryu's anxious look, Ling Xiao laughed instead. It was really good to have such a sister who cared about him and worried about him. You're still laughing? Feng Aryu stomped her feet. She was about to die from anxiety. All these years, it wasn't easy to have a junior brother that she could talk to. She didn't expect him to die so soon. How could she not be anxious? Senior sister, actually, you don't have to worry. It's true that I destroyed the Mo family, but didn't the spy say why I did that? Ling Xiao asked. No, the spy only said that the Mo family was destroyed by you. He didn't mention anything else. Feng Aryu shook her head and said, then he really deserves to die. I'm afraid this person is also a spy of the Devil Shadow sect. Ling Xiao was very sure that this so-called spy had probably been tamed by the Devil Shadow sect. What Devil Shadow sect? What spy? Chapter 22:12. Feng Aryu had no idea what the Devil Shadow sect was. Ling Xiao was about to answer her when suddenly, a strong murderous aura came from outside the mountain. Haha, Mo Feiyu is really fast. This guy really doesn't care about the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao smiled and looked indifferent. But to be honest, he was still quite nervous. Although he had a hostage in his hands and believed that Mo Feiyu could not do anything to him, he would not dare to do anything to him. But Mo Feiyu's crazy personality was not easy to predict. Just as Ling Xiao was hesitating whether to hide first, another aura also arrived. It was Lin Ruoxian. With Lin Ruoxian around, Mo Feiyu should not be able to do anything. Besides Mo Feiyu and Lin Ruoxian, there was a third aura. If he guessed correctly, it should be the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master. He had never seen this Mountain Master ever since he joined the 8 Immortal Mountain. But he was sure that his cultivation was definitely stronger than Mo Feiyu and Lin Ruoxian. Because according to the 8 Immortal Mountain's rules, to become the Mountain Master, one must first be a disciple of the upper 8 Immortals. Greetings, Mountain Master. Sure enough, when she saw the third person, Feng Aryu hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Mountain Master. Ling Xiao also bowed. After all, he had joined the Black Immortal Mountain and would be working under someone else in the future. This was the basic etiquette. The Mountain Master of the Black Immortal Mountain did not look old. He was probably in his 30s. He was dressed in black and always wore a black mask. Only his black eyes could be seen. He had a mysterious aura that made people not dare to underestimate him. Ling Xiao, you destroyed my Mo family. I'll make you pay with your blood. When Mo Feiyu saw Ling Xiao, his eyes were scarlet red and he attacked in anger. Today, the three of them came together under the orders of the sect. Their main purpose was to investigate what happened in Beifeng town. Why did Ling Xiao destroy the entire Mo clan? However, Mo Feiyu did not care about the investigation. He knew very well that it was Ling Xiao who destroyed the Mo family. He only needed to kill Ling Xiao. However, the moment he made a move, he was stopped by Lin Ruoxian. Mo Feiyu, I know how you feel about your Mo clan being destroyed. But if you want to kill him, you have to clarify things first before making a decision. I won't agree to such a muddle-headed decision. The reason why Lin Ruoxian helped Ling Xiao so much was because of Lin Yang. In fact, after Lin Yang parted ways with Ling Xiao, he went to look for Lin Ruoxian and briefly explained the situation. That was why Lin Ruoxian volunteered to join the investigation. She and Mo Feiyu were both geniuses at the same level, and the sect was a little lenient towards them. Therefore, the sect would naturally agree to her request. Ch. Ling Xiao, tell me, did you kill my entire Mo clan? Mo Feiyu asked fiercely. If you're a man, you have to admit what you've done. Ling Xiao chuckled softly. Your Mo family was indeed destroyed by me. However, it's not necessarily true that your entire Mo family is dead. What do you mean? Mo Feiyu was stunned. Although he was crazy, he was not stupid. Ling Xiao was obviously implying something. Senior brother Mo should know very well what I mean. There's no need to explain. Ling Xiao smiled, then looked at Lin Ruoxian and the Black Fairy Mountain's mountain master. It's good that you're all here. This time, I went out to carry out a mission and discovered something incredible. I was just about to report it to the sect. What is it? The Black Fairy Mountain's mountain master and Lin Ruoxian asked almost simultaneously. Mo Feiyu was still thinking about the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words. I went to North Peak Town to carry out a mission to exterminate the remaining bandits of the Bloody Cave stronghold. Unexpectedly, I discovered that the Bloody Cave stronghold was only a small force under the Demon Shadow sect. The entire Mo clan had been absorbed by the Demon Shadow sect. The most terrifying thing was that even senior brother Shen Chong had joined the Demon Shadow sect after meeting Mo Yuan. He even tried to kill me and Lin Yang. However, we were lucky and benefited from the disaster. We had a breakthrough in our cultivation and killed him instead. Not only did we exterminate the pests of the Demon Shadow sect, but we also killed the traitor Shen Chong. Slandering. Slandering. There's no evidence. You can say whatever you want now. And what kind of force is the Demon Shadow sect? Why have we never heard of it? Before Ling Xiao could finish, Mo Feiyu roared. He felt that Ling Xiao was smearing the faces of his dead Mo clan members. I know about the Demon Shadow sect. The Black Immortal Mountain's mountain lord sighed and said, it was originally just a scab. I didn't expect it to spread to the 8 Immortals County. The higher-ups have all heard of the Demon Shadow sect, but they didn't mention it because they didn't want the disciples to be in chaos. This sect's goal is to bewitch martial artists. They've done many outrageous things in other places. They've long been blacklisted by the Chen country's sects. There really is an organization like the Demon Shadow sect. Lin Ruoxian was stunned. As a disciple of the 8 Immortals, he didn't know about it. It seemed that the 8 Immortals Mountain didn't pay much attention to the Demon Shadow sect. Even if there is such a sect, where's the evidence? Mo Feiyu was still fixated on evidence. Ling Xiao sighed and said, this is such a big matter. Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. Of course, there's evidence. And there's more than one. First, this is a piece of memory metal. This piece of memory metal faithfully recorded everything I encountered in North Peak Town. Although he said this, he knew very well that the contents of this piece of memory metal had been deleted. The information about his breakthrough in cultivation and the method to break through the Chaos Diamond Array were all kept secret. There was no way to tamper with it. It could only be deleted. The reason why memory metal was considered the most faithful evidence to restore the truth was because it couldn't be tampered with. It could only be deleted, not tampered with. However, the content that he deleted was unimportant and would not affect the truth of the matter. The memory metal released a golden energy and began to play images and sounds in the sky. After seeing this, Mo Feiyu fell silent. He was even a little shocked. It seemed that he didn't know anything about the Mo family joining the Demon Shadow sect. This time, he had been tricked by the Mo family. Ling Xiao, you've done very well. With this, not only are you not guilty, but you've also made a great contribution. I think you've successfully completed the mission of this entrance examination. Lin Ruoxian said with a smile. In his opinion, those people from the Mo family deserved to die. Although Ling Xiao was a little cruel, no one would be merciful after being schemed against like that. Moreover, the Mo family had actually raised martial artists like pigs. This kind of behavior was completely against martial ethics and could not be tolerated in the entire mystic world. Chapter 22:13. Mo Feiyu stood there and did not speak for a long time. He was not thinking about how to kill Ling Xiao to avenge his family, but how to clear his ties with his family. The 8 Immortal Mountain could tolerate his mistakes, but they could not tolerate his betrayal, even if he was a genius. What about the other evidence you mentioned? The Black Immortal Mountain Master asked. It's Shen Chong's corpse. The Devil Shadow sect's martial artists will produce demonic seeds during their cultivation. Although Shen Chong has not been in the Devil Shadow sect for long, he should have a demonic seed as well. However, the possibility is not high. You will know once you investigate. Ling Xiao took out Shen Chong's corpse from the beast ring and handed it to the Black Immortal Mountain Master. Alright, Ling Xiao, you can rest assured about this. The sect will not let a traitor go, but they will not be willing to let a good person go either. Mo Feiyu, don't you have something to explain to the sect? Lin Ruoxian comforted Ling Xiao and then looked at Mo Feiyu. Chimph, I will explain clearly. Mo Feiyu snorted, glanced at Ling Xiao, and then flew away. Obviously, he would not let Ling Xiao go so easily. However, before dealing with Ling Xiao, he had to solve his own problems first. Lin Ruoxian also prepared to leave with Ling Xiao's evidence. However, he was stopped by Ling Xiao. Lord Deacon, here is a letter that I found on Mo Laroas' body. I am not sure if it is true, but I hope the sect can take it seriously. Ling Xiao was afraid that he would not be able to do the vampiric sacrifice alone, so he needed the help of the 8 Immortal Mountain's higher-ups. As long as the higher-ups of the 8 Immortal Mountain were willing to help, the 8 Immortal City would not be infiltrated by the Devil Shadow sect so quickly. It would be of some help. This information is too important. Ling Xiao, you did well. Keep up the good work in the future. Lin Ruoxian smiled and left. Feng are you? Take good care of Ling Xiao. I need to make a statement to the higher-ups about this matter, so I'll take my leave first. The Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord warned Feng Are You before leaving as well. This mountain chieftain had always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Who knew when the next time they would meet would be? Not long after the three of them left, Ling Xiao's identity card lit up, and he automatically received some information in his mind. This information told him that he had passed the entrance assessment mission and received a reward of 100 contribution points from the sect. 100 contribution points. How can there be so many points? Logically speaking, even if you complete the entrance examination, getting 50 points is already a record, but you actually got 100 points. Feng Are You, who was standing at the side, exclaimed when she saw the contribution points displayed on the identity card. Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. However, thinking about it carefully, he had discovered the Shadow Devil Sect scheme and destroyed the Shadow Devil Sect's lair in North Peak Town. It was normal for him to receive these contribution points. Thinking about it, it wasn't that strange. That's right, Senior Sister Feng, where's Chen He? Wasn't he also on a mission? Why isn't he back yet? His matter had come to an end for the time being. Ling Xiao began to care about his underling, Chen He. He didn't expect Feng Are You's expression to suddenly turn ugly at the mention of Chen He. Something happened to Chen He? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. Yes. Feng Are You nodded and said. What's going on? With Chen He's cultivation, It shouldn't be possible for something to happen to him when he's just on an assessment mission, right? Ling Xiao guessed that there must be something wrong. It's better that you don't know. You've already offended Mo Feiyu. Don't offend anyone else. Feng Aryu opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. If you don't want to tell me, then I'll investigate it myself. Anyway, I'll find out eventually. Although Chen He and I haven't known each other for long, he called me boss. I can't let him die without knowing why. Ling Xiao said coldly. He's not necessarily dead. Feng Aryu shook her head and said, forget it, I don't want you to get into trouble again. I'll tell you. Other than Ju Tong from the Black Immortal Mountain, Sho Hai from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain was also on the mission with Chen He. I heard from senior brother Ju Tong that Sho Hai and Chen He had a disagreement during the mission. In the end, the two of them fought and Chen He was knocked off the cliff by Sho Hai. I don't know if he's dead. However, senior brother Ju Tong didn't find Chen He's body and came back to report. Sho Hai from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain? Who is this Sho Hai? He's even stronger than Chen He? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. Previously, I only told you about the situation at the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. I didn't tell you about the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. The three major clans of the 8 Immortal County control the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. The disciples of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain can only reach the peak of the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. The upper 8 Immortal Mountain is much more powerful. The 8 mountains represent the 8 ancient clans. They all have powerful martial souls passed down from their clans. They are the true masters of the 8 Immortal County. Even the imperial court of the Chen nation can't do anything to them. This Sho Hai is related to the Sho clan of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. The noble blood of the Sho clan flows in his body. He also has the Sho clan's martial soul. That's why he was assigned to the strongest of the lower 8 Immortal Mountains, the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, to cultivate. Moreover, this Sho Hai is a reincarnation realm martial artist like you. I see. I don't care if he's Sho Hai or a Sho dog. However, since he killed my little brother, I'll make him pay with his blood. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. I advise you not to think about it. Feng Aryu shook her head and said, Sho Hai is different from Mo Feiyu. Although Mo Feiyu is a disciple of the upper 8 immortals, he's just an outsider. Although Sho Hai is a disciple of the lower 8 immortals, he's a noble of the 8 Immortal Mountain. To put it bluntly, outsiders like us are actually working for the 8 ancient clans. We're their servants, and hired thugs. Have you ever seen a servant of a clan who beats up their master? Therefore, there won't be any problem for Sho Hai to kill Chen He because he's the master. However, if you hurt Sho Hai, you'll be committing treason. What kind of *T argument is that? They're just a clan behind the scenes of the 8 Immortal Mountain. They really think they're something. I've seen clans that are older than them, but they didn't dare to be so arrogant. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Page, you're really boasting shamelessly. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. This voice was actually from Feng Yu. The last time he drugged this guy's wine, did it not take effect? No, it had been a few days. It was impossible for it not to take effect. It seemed like it had been cured by someone else. However, it didn't matter. He wasn't afraid of Feng Yu at all. With his current cultivation, it would be easy for him to kill Feng Yu. Are you surprised that I'm still alive and kicking? Why wasn't he killed by your poison? Chapter 22:14. Lord Sanxi. Ling Xiao said with a smile, a dignified disciple of Black Immortal Mountain actually dares to call a disciple of Scarlet Immortal Mountain as Lord. You really have low self-esteem. Idiot, what do you know? Lord Sanxi's cultivation is about to reach Yin-Yang realm's second layer of hell, and the time he entered reincarnation was only 1 year earlier than you. Of course, this doesn't mean anything. The key point is that Lord Sanxi has the ancient and noble blood of the Sand race. His martial spirit is powerful and mysterious. Not only is his potential much stronger than yours, his martial spirit is much stronger than yours, and his cultivation is also much stronger than yours. Don't think that just because you killed that trash Shen Chong, you are very powerful. There are many people in 8 Immortal Mountain who are more powerful than Shen Chong. Feng Yu looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, as if he was looking at an insignificant insect. That kind of sarcasm and indifference is too obvious. Although junior brother Feng Yu's words are a bit excessive, there is one thing he is right about. In this world, diligent cultivation will never be able to compare to having a noble bloodline and a powerful martial spirit. You might not know, but even if you enter reincarnation, there are rules to follow. The nobler the origin and the nobler the bloodline of a martial artist, the better their fate after entering reincarnation. And you were actually thrown to a small place like Yuhua Town and were almost abandoned by your family. This shows that your bloodline is really trash. Just based on this, you can't compare to Lord Sand-Si. Let me give you a piece of advice: don't think about revenge. Otherwise, you will die very miserably. The one who suddenly appeared and said these infuriating words is Ju Tong. Origin? Bloodline? What a joke. When the human king established the world, what kind of bloodline does he have? What kind of origin? He is just an ordinary martial artist. Ling Xiao said with disdain, the so-called noble bloodline, noble origin, is just a joke of the later generations. The truly powerful ones are the first generation. You said that my origin is lowly? You said that I don't have a noble bloodline? Then let's wait and see. One day, I will let my bloodline become the noblest bloodline in the profound world and let my descendants enjoy this noble origin. Oh, I almost forgot, you might not live to see that day. Ling Xiao looked at Ju Tong and Feng Yu. His emotions were stirred, but his eyes were cold. He had never believed in any *T bloodline theory. Even an ordinary beggar could obtain a powerful martial spirit and become stronger. Man's fate was not fixed in stone. Although having a noble bloodline would indeed make things more convenient, it was definitely not the deciding factor. The decisive conditions were still hard work, tenacity, and one's talent. No matter how noble your bloodline is, if you're a useless deacon, then what's the point? Everyone knows how to boast. I almost forgot, you've already completed the entrance exam, so the next step is the entrance trial. This trial ground was the first level of the ghost prison of the 8 Immortal Mountain. That's the safest place in the ghost prison, but to rookies like you, it's still a nightmare, Ju Tong said with a smile. Looking at Ju Tong's smile, Ling Xiao suspected that Chen He's fall off the cliff had an inseparable relationship with this guy. Otherwise, with Ju Tong's strength, wanting to stop the Sand-Si was still relatively easy. However, he was more concerned about the entrance trial that Ju Tong was talking about. Just as he was about to ask, Ju Tong explained with a smile, the entrance trial is prepared for those talented disciples. You're really very proud to be chosen. But to put it bluntly, you're just a foil to Lord Sand-Si. The ghost prison is a small world, and the first level of the ghost prison imprisons the fiercest prisoners and demon beasts in the first level of the yin-yang realm of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Entering the trial is not only a test for you, but also a great benefit to your cultivation. Of course, you're just going to accompany the Crown Prince to study. Don't die in there. Otherwise, Lord Sand-Si will lose a fun toy. Why is that guy in the desert ocean targeting me and Chen He? Ling Xiao asked. You're wrong. You're not worthy of being targeted by Lord Sand-Si. He's just bored and wants to play with you. It's the same for Chen He. I didn't expect Chen He to be so useless and be played to death so easily, Ju Tong said with a smile. Hearing Ju Tong's words, Ling Xiao's face suddenly turned extremely cold. It wasn't because of hatred, but because he thought it was fun to kill Chen He and play him to death. This Sand-Si was even more disgusting than Shen Chong. Fine. In the entrance trial's ghost prison, I'll let this Sand-Si have a taste of being played to death. What Ling Xiao liked to do the most was to give someone a taste of their own medicine. Since Sand-Si wanted to play with him, then he'll play with Sand-Si to death. Haha, looks like you really plan on participating in the entrance trial. There really are a lot of reckless people. Fine, I hope you don't die in there. Ju Tong laughed loudly and turned to leave. In fact, the reason he came here was because of Sand-Si's orders. If Ling Xiao refused to participate in the entrance trial, Ju Tong would think of a way to deal with Ling Xiao and give Sand-Si some entertainment. If Ling Xiao was willing to participate in the entrance trial, then there would naturally be no need. After Ju Tong left, Feng Yu also said sarcastically, TSK, to dare offend Lord Sanxi, I've never seen such a stupid person. Senior brother, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't jump around like that in the future. After saying that, he suddenly attacked, wanting to ruthlessly slap Ling Xiao's face to take revenge on Ling Xiao for poisoning his wine. Ling Xiao, be careful. Feng Yu became anxious when she saw this scene and shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Her cultivation is really not much. It's impossible to block Feng Yu's attack. However, his weak body continued to resist with all its might. Senior brother, don't. In Feng Yu's innocent heart, Ling Xiao was recruited by her into Black Immortal Mountain, so she was responsible for Ling Xiao's life and safety. Now that his life and death were unknown, she didn't want Ling Xiao to walk on the same path. However, Feng Yu's speed is much faster than her. Her body was even blown away by the terrifying force, and she crashed heavily into a rock at the side. Bullying a woman, you scum are really hopeless. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Yu. The poison last time didn't work, so he was angry in his heart. He didn't expect that this guy would actually send himself to his door. Alright, then I'll give him a little punishment. Slap. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a slap rang out from the mountain peak. Before Feng Yu could understand what was going on, she was already sent flying and crashed even more miserably than Feng Yu. For a long time, she couldn't get up. When Feng Yu saw this scene, she was so surprised that her small mouth opened wide, as if a goose egg was stuffed in it. Chapter 22:15. Senior sister, are you okay? Just when Feng Yu was shocked, her body was gently helped up by Ling Xiao. His gentle words sounded in her ear, making Feng Yu's cheeks blush. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Feng Yu shook her head and said, but what happened just now? I seem to have an illusion. Senior brother Feng Yu was sent flying by you? That's not an illusion, it's real. Ling Xiao said with a smile, from today onwards, I will be your backer, senior sister. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me and I will help you deal with him. Although she had received a positive answer from Ling Xiao, Feng Yu still couldn't believe that it was a fact. The dignified Feng Yu was sent flying by Ling Xiao, who had just entered the sect for a few days. No one would believe it. Don't talk about him. Feng Yu himself didn't believe it. At this moment, he thought that someone had helped Ling Xiao to hit him. He was so scared that his eyes rolled around. No need to look, you are not my opponent at all. The last time I poisoned you, I didn't poison you, but this slap can be regarded as a lesson for you. Seeing that we are still fellow disciples, I won't kill you. Hurry up and get out of here. Remember, don't provoke me in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you off so easily like this time. I will definitely make you die very ugly. Ling Xiao stepped forward and patted Feng Yu's face. Feng Yu jumped up in fright and scrambled away. Why do people like to ask for trouble these days? Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Feng Yu, who ran away and couldn't help but shake his head. He joined the Eight Immortals Mountain just to use it as a springboard to restore his strength as soon as possible. He never thought of making enemies, but after coming to the Eight Immortals City, trouble kept coming. It seems that in this mysterious world, even if you don't want to cause trouble, trouble may keep coming to you. This is the reality, the inevitable reality. Ling Xiao, do you really want to participate in the entrance trial? Actually, this trial isn't necessary. At this time, Feng Yu had recovered from the shock of Ling Xiao's attack on Feng Yu, and said worriedly, what do you mean? Could it be that senior sister Feng doesn't want me to participate? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Let me make it clear first. It's not that senior sister is looking down on you, nor is it that senior sister doesn't want you to participate. It's just that the Sea of Sand is too powerful. Among the disciples of the lower Eight Immortals, he was the strongest in the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. In this time's entrance trial, he was basically guaranteed to get first place. It's not that I don't think you're capable, but that guy is just too strong. Even if you're really stronger than him, don't forget that Shohai isn't alone. 7 out of 10 disciples participating in the entrance trial are his lackeys. He has the advantage in numbers, and you're alone. It's very dangerous. Although Feng Aryu also didn't want Ling Xiao to participate in the entrance trial, the emotions she showed were completely different. Ju Tong and Feng Yu were full of disdain and ridicule. Feng Aryu, on the other hand, was full of concern for him. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him. He naturally wouldn't object to this kind of concern. He casually took out a yin-yang hell pill and 10 yin-yang origin force pills and handed them to Feng Aryu. Senior sister, I, Ling Xiao, will remember your concern for me. These are for you. Right now, I'm actually not worried about myself. What I'm most worried about is that something will happen to senior sister. Your cultivation is really too weak. However, with these 2 pills I'm giving you, it'll quickly improve. However, senior sister, you'd better find a martial skill that can hide your cultivation. Keep a low profile for the time being. Perhaps Chen he was too high profile, and that's why he was targeted by Shohai. This won't do. This is too precious. How can I accept it? Feng Aryu looked at the pills in Ling Xiao's hand. To be honest, she really needed these pills. However, she didn't dare to accept them. In the past, there were people who treated her so well. However, that was just an act. They coveted her body. In the end, senior sister still doesn't believe me. Ling Xiao casually placed the things in Feng Aryu's hand and said, "Don't worry. I won't ask you to do anything for me. Distance tests a horse's strength. Time reveals a person's heart. Senior sister will soon know what kind of person I am." In fact, Feng Aryu was on guard against Ling Xiao. How could Ling Xiao not be on guard against Feng Aryu? If not for his return this time letting him feel Feng Aryu's true concern for him, he wouldn't have given the yin-yang hell pill to Feng Aryu. One had to know that he had only used 10 of these yin-yang hell pills. One of them was given to Lin Yang. The remaining 9 pills had always been on him. The reason why he didn't give them to Feng Aryu earlier was to test Feng Aryu's feelings. Now, Ling Xiao could basically confirm that Feng Aryu didn't have any other intentions towards him. She was just a pure and good girl. Ling Xiao had seen such a girl before. The profound world was very big. There really were all kinds of people. Some people were detestable, while some people were always lovable. After giving the things to Feng Aryu, Ling Xiao didn't wait for Feng Aryu to refuse and left. He had completed the entrance examination this time and received 100 contribution points. To be honest, he didn't know how much these 100 contribution points were worth. Therefore, he planned to go to the Good Reward and Evil Hall to see what these contribution points could be exchanged for. The Good Reward and Evil Hall was very big. It was divided into the outer hall, the middle hall, and the inner hall. The disciples of the lower 8 immortals were generally only qualified to enter the outer hall and the middle hall. The inner hall was exclusive to the disciples of the upper 8 immortals. Even the entrance was exclusive. Perhaps in the eyes of those so-called nobles, walking together with the disciples of the lower 8 immortals and even breathing the same air would make them feel uncomfortable. As usual, Ling Xiao still hid his cultivation level. He only showed the power of a half-step yin-yang realm 10th level. He didn't deliberately hide it too low. If it was too low, it would be easier to attract attention. And the lower he hid it, the harder it would be and the easier it would be to be exposed. His current cultivation level was the early stage of the yin-yang realm 1st level of hell. Hiding his half-step yin-yang realm cultivation level, the 10th level power was just right. There was an endless stream of people near the Good Reward and Evil Hall. Although the number of people here couldn't be compared to the 8 Immortals County City, it wasn't inferior. The 8 Immortals Mountain had been established for so many years. The number of disciples had reached a terrifying level. Perhaps it was because of this that the number of disciples they recruited was decreasing. Among the disciples of the lower 8 immortals, there were quite a few yin-yang realm 1st level of hell. Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to it when he was on the Black Immortal Mountain. But when he really came to the Good Reward and Evil Hall, he realized that it was almost impossible to see 1 or 2 yin-yang realm 1st level of hell in a place like Ascension Town. Anyone you met here could be a yin-yang realm 1st level cultivator. Chapter 22:16. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao saw many yin-yang realm martial artists on the first level of hell along the way, so it was not strange. After all, other than the Black Immortal Mountain, every mountain in the 8 Immortal Mountains had more than 2,000 disciples. There were at least one yin-yang realm martial artist on the first level of hell. However, yin-yang realm martial artists on the second level of hell were rare. Since Ling Xiao joined the 8 Immortal Mountain, he had only seen Hu Renfeng and Zhu Tong. Of course, the Black Immortal Mountain Master did not count. Ling Xiao could not see how terrifying that guy's cultivation was. Even with the Taikai eye, he could not see clearly. It was probably because the gap was too big. In addition, such experts were usually good at hiding their cultivation. It was not impossible for them to hide their cultivation. Soon, Ling Xiao arrived at the outer hall of the Reward and Punish Evil Hall. This was the only place he could enter at the moment. With his current status and cultivation, he could not even enter the middle hall, let alone the inner hall. Moreover, it was said that the Reward and Punish Evil Hall had a core hall. Only the outstanding disciples of the upper 8 immortals were qualified to enter. In other words, only the top 10 disciples of the upper 8 immortals were qualified to enter. Ling Xiao did not even want to go to such a place. He only cared about the things in the outer hall. If he could not find what he wanted, he could just save his contribution points. After all, they would be useful in the future. However, there were many good things in the outer hall of the 8 Immortal Mountain. He could find all the herbs he bought at the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. This way, he could compare the true value of contribution points. A hell fruit used to refine the yin-yang hell pill would cost 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. But here, it only required a mere 20 contribution points. In that case, 100 contribution points was equivalent to 500,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Moreover, some things could not be bought with spirit stones but could be exchanged for with contribution points. This hell fruit was not inferior to the 4 hell fruits outside Yuhua town. Back then, they fought to the death for the hell fruit. However, in the 8 Immortals city, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones could buy one. In the 8 Immortals mountain, 20 contribution points could buy one. This was the difference between them. As expected, people still had to climb higher. The higher they climbed, the more good things they would get. If they were always stuck in a small place, then their life would be over. It was no wonder that those hidden experts would find themselves behind the times after a few decades when they reappeared in the Jianghu. This was what they meant by if you don't advance, you'll fall behind. If you stagnate while others continue to improve, the gap between you and them will naturally appear. However, he was not in a hurry to obtain the hell fruit. He only bought one and planned to refine it into a yin-yang hell pill. Not only could the yin-yang hell pill help a half-step yin-yang realm warrior break through to the yin-yang realm, but it was also more effective than the yin-yang essence force pill. In terms of replenishing elemental energy and stamina, it was a two-pronged approach. It was unlike the yin-yang elemental energy pill, which could only replenish elemental energy and not physical strength. Therefore, it was better to keep some of it with him. He spent 20 contribution points to exchange for a hell fruit. After that, Ling Xiao spent another 30 contribution points to exchange for soul gems for his master and Shendian. When Yuan Venerate and Shendian helped him, they would consume their soul power. If they did not have anything to nourish their soul, they would dissipate sooner or later. Although he had already purchased some soul gems from Lin Fengyuan at the Sky Dragon trading firm, he would never complain about having too many of them. Disciple, don't waste your contribution points on us. The most important thing now is to improve your cultivation. Let's see what good things we can exchange for. Yuan Venerate reminded him. That's right, Master. We will only feel safe if you are strong. Shendian agreed. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't think there is anything good in the outer hall worth exchanging for. The Moonlight Meteor Step and the Falling Star Sword Art are already enough for me. Although the Moonlight Meteor Step only has one move, it will still take a lot of time to cultivate it to the perfection stage. As for the Falling Star Sword Art, I have only cultivated the first move to the perfection stage so far. I have only just comprehended the second move. Therefore, I really don't need to learn so many martial arts. They are all miscellaneous and not proficient. Ling Xiao wanted to take a look at the martial arts of the inner hall, but he really wasn't interested in the outer hall. That might not be the case. Don't forget that your immortality seal was obtained in the martial arts hall of the Ling family. Who would have thought that the Ling family would actually possess such a formidable martial art? Therefore, let's take a look first. Given your foresight, you will definitely be able to discover treasures that others can't. Yuan Venerate reminded him. That's true. Let me take a look. Ling Xiao, who felt that Yuan Venerate's words made sense, started to wander around the outer hall carefully. It wasn't just the martial district. He lingered for a while in almost every district so that he wouldn't miss out on any good things. Just as Yuan Venerate had said, his Taiji eye wasn't just for show. Unfortunately, he didn't discover any treasures in the martial district that were worth exchanging for now. There was nothing in the spirit medicine district either. There was nothing in the magic weapon district either. There was nothing in the materials district either. This was a special area that included materials for refining weapons and arrays. There were also some supplementary materials for alchemy. Ling Xiao spent another 10 contribution points to purchase a large amount of supplementary materials. Others might not need them, but he could use them for alchemy. These supplementary materials could greatly enhance the effects of elixirs. Furthermore, they were very affordable. In the end, he got a little bored and wanted to return to alchemy. However, under the urging of Yuan Venerate, he finally went to the last district, the miscellaneous district. The so-called miscellaneous district was filled with things that martialists had brought back from the outside. However, nobody knew what these things were used for. Some of them were very cheap and only cost 1 contribution point, while others were worth hundreds of contribution points. The price difference was huge. What's that? Why do I feel like there's a special aura? Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks as his gaze landed on a strange stone sculpture. On the surface, there was nothing strange about this stone sculpture. It looked like an ordinary mouse, but its eyes gave people a sense of soul-stirring power. Furthermore, what Ling Xiao saw with his Taiji eye wasn't a mouse. Instead, it was a projection of a martialist wearing strange armor. A powerful aura was attracting him. How much is this? For some reason, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and asked. 30 contribution points if you want it. The person looked up at Ling Xiao and replied casually. 30 contribution points. That's daylight robbery. Master, let's not buy it. Chapter 22:17. Shun Dian said angrily, it's just a broken sculpture. How could it be worth so much? 30 contribution points is equivalent to 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. I've never seen a sculpture worth so much. Besides, aren't there other sculptures beside it? Any one of them is prettier than that shifty-eyed rat. Shun Dian was a little unhappy when she heard the price, so she kept chattering. In fact, she wasn't the only one who wasn't satisfied. Ling Xiao also felt that the price was a little high. He only had 40 contribution points left. If he exchanged for this rat sculpture, he might not be able to buy any other good things. Unfortunately, the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil never haggled with you. Even if you didn't sell, you wouldn't reduce the price. This was because contribution points were used to exchange. Even if you didn't buy this, you would still have to exchange for other things. The sect wasn't worried at all that your contribution points would be spent. This was actually the same as the VIP points that the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company provided to VIPs. They could only buy things from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, and they could be used as spirit stones. It was just that you were tied up. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao felt that the Tai Chi eye wouldn't lie to him. Moreover, the second cauldron of the Human King, the exotic beast cauldron, seemed to have some special connection with this rat sculpture. This made Ling Xiao even more certain of his thoughts. It was only 30 contribution points. Even if he spent them all this time, the sect still had other missions to assign. At worst, he could just get more in the future. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, "Pack this up for me. Are you sure?" This time, it was the deacon's turn to be stunned. Ever since this rat sculpture was placed here, although many people had asked about it, No one was willing to spend 30 contribution points to buy it. Did he really meet such an idiot today? Yes, I'm sure. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Let me say this first. I'm not forcing you to buy this. If you want to buy this sculpture, I can sell it to you at a cheaper price. You can buy it with just a few contribution points." The deacon seemed to be worried that if he sold this thing to Ling Xiao would sue him for forcing him to sell it. Then he would be in a bit of trouble. "Don't worry, I only want this one. This is my own choice. You can deduct the contribution points." Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. It's over. Master has gone crazy. He spent 30 contribution points to buy that broken thing. Sigh. Shen Dian couldn't understand why Ling Xiao was doing this. However, the Yuan Venerate did not say anything. He had always believed that his disciple would not do anything without any basis. Since Ling Xiao chose to buy this thing, then there must be a reason. It was not a random decision. All right, here you go. After deducting the contribution points, the deacon looked at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at an idiot. A few servant disciples whispered to each other. They felt that although this disciple of the 8 immortals was strong, his brain didn't seem to work well. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with these servant disciples. He had obtained this rat sculpture and intended to go back and study it properly. Even if there were no secrets, he wouldn't regret it. To put it bluntly, it was just 30 contribution points. It wasn't as if he was throwing his life away. Just as he was about to step out of the junk area, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Ling Xiao looked up and saw a very unfamiliar fellow. In any case, he had never seen him since he had joined the 8 Immortals Mountain. This fellow was only at the 8th level of the half-step yin-yang boundary, yet he had actually dared to block Luo Yunyang's path. Luo Yunyang knew that he was a disciple of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain when he saw his fiery red clothes. Just as he was about to speak, a gentle voice was suddenly heard. "Big brother Shohai, I heard that Chen He from the Black Immortal Mountain provoked you and was sent flying off the cliff with a single punch. It is still unknown whether he is still alive or not. Is this true?" Ling Xiao's attention was completely attracted when he heard this voice. It wasn't the woman's voice that attracted him, but the name Shohai in the woman's voice. It was because of this Shohai that his little brother, Chen He, was still missing. Since he had become someone's boss, it was impossible for him not to take revenge for his little brother. He actually encountered Shohai here today. He wanted to see what Shohai looked like and what kind of strength he had. The fellow blocking the path was obviously from Shohai. When he heard the voice behind him, he hurriedly dodged to the side and bowed to welcome Shohai's arrival. Actually, it wasn't just him. When they heard Shohai's arrival, some of the disciples and attendants in the junk area directly knelt on the ground, while others bowed. They were completely like servants welcoming their master. As a result, Ling Xiao, who was originally a very insignificant person, became especially conspicuous. Originally, he wasn't considered eye-catching in the crowd. However, at this moment, he was the only one standing there and looking ahead indifferently. It was impossible for him not to attract the attention of others. The rumors are wrong. Chen He sneakily attacked me, so I sent him flying with a single punch. Shohai answered indifferently and then noticed Ling Xiao standing in the middle of the road. A spurious smile appeared on his originally indifferent face. There was a trace of ridicule, and disdain in it. Perhaps because he saw Ling Xiao, he deliberately added that Chen He said that he has a boss called Ling Xiao. He also said that if I kill him, his boss will definitely avenge him. Yang do you think this is funny? Hihi, it's too funny. Isn't his boss just a new disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain? Revenge? Even a disciple of the 8 Immortals may not dare to touch brother Shohai. Why are people nowadays so idiotic? Yang laughed hysterically. It was as if death was a joke to her. There was nothing to be sad about. There was nothing to care about. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold as he looked indifferently at Shohai. If it weren't for the fact that he usually didn't fall for provocation, he would definitely kill Shohai in front of these people today. Go ahead and be arrogant. The trial of the ghost prison is the time of your death, Shohai. If I, Ling Xiao, want to kill someone, I will definitely not let him live. He took a deep breath and lifted his foot to walk forward. At this moment, he didn't want to waste time with Shohai. It was not a good thing to have a conflict with Shohai in this place. No matter what, he was a disciple of the Sand Clan, one of the 8 great ancient clans. He was just a small disciple of the 8 immortals. If he caused trouble, the people here would probably help Shohai. He wasn't stupid and didn't want to be passive. What's there to be proud of? In terms of appearance, you're not as good as my master. In terms of talent, you're not as good as my master. In terms of strength, you may not be as good as my master. You just entered the reincarnation cycle a year earlier. Chapter 22:18. Shun Dian was very indignant for Ling Xiao. On the surface, except for the gorgeous clothes, Shohai's temperament and appearance were far from Ling Xiao's. Although it was said that clothes made the man, in the mysterious world, because of the existence of martial arts, a person's figure and appearance could be linked to their strength. The girl called Yang Er looked at Ling Xiao and was stunned for a moment. She said, "Oh, this little guy is not bad, but no matter how good-looking he is just a lowly person. Why did you come to the 8 Immortals Mountain to learn martial arts? You might as well go to the Immortal Flower House in the 8 Immortals City to accompany the rich girls and those powerful female warriors. It would be better than what you are doing now." These words were really vicious. If it was an ordinary person, they would have slapped her directly. Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. He was crazier than the average person. He could endure Shohai's words, but this woman's vicious words were simply unbearable. If a man could endure such words, then he really did not deserve to be a man. Stupid mouth. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared from the place. The moon-treading meteor step was instantly displayed. Yang Er was shocked and did not react at all. She could only shout, "Brother Shohai, save me." Shohai was also shocked. He did not expect that Ling Xiao would dare to directly attack here. When he wanted to help, Ling Xiao's foot had already kicked Yang Er's mouth. Her small, cherry-like mouth was now bleeding profusely from the kick, and many of her teeth had been destroyed. "Brother Shohai, even your mother, Mount Kaixian, is useless. If you talk again, I will kill you directly." Ling Xiao had returned to his original position in an instant. He coldly looked at Yang Er, who was lying on the ground with a mouth like a hippopotamus. He finally vented his anger. This kind of woman should not be given face. If he did not teach her a lesson, she would not know how powerful he was. She would think that no one dared to teach her a lesson. The reason why Ling Xiao knew that this woman's mother was Mountain Lord Kaixian was because this woman looked too similar to the portrait of Mountain Lord Kaixian that was hung at the bottom of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Yang Er could no longer speak. Her mouth, which had been kicked like a hippopotamus, was cracked in many places. Fortunately, Yang Er was also a Yin-Yang realm warrior at the first level of hell. Otherwise, she would never be able to recover. He scolded Yang Er in front of the desert sea. This was not only a slap to Yang Er's face, but also a slap to Shohai's face. Shohai's indifferent face suddenly revealed a cold killing intent. His original disdain and mockery disappeared, replaced by coldness and killing intent. The crowd was also shocked by what Ling Xiao had done. They lowered their voices and started discussing. "Hey, isn't that Kai Yang Er, the daughter of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord, Kai Lian? That brat actually dared to hit her. Where did he come from?" "That's right. Kai Yang Er is very close to Lord Desert Sea. Isn't slapping Lord Desert Sea's face the same as slapping him? Does that brat want to die? Who knows what kind of courage this brat ate? He's probably a young man who just joined the sect and doesn't know the rules." "That's possible. However, he's probably done for today. Does he think he can escape unscathed after hitting Lord Desert Sea's woman?" The crowd lowered their heads and looked at Ling Xiao. They all felt that Ling Xiao was simply courting death. Not only did he not bow to Lord Desert Sea, but he even dared to hit his woman. He really didn't know how to spell the word death. Shohai looked at Ling Xiao and gradually clenched his fists. He was obviously very angry. How could he not be angry? Someone had slapped his face in front of him. If he wasn't angry, how could he show his face? Ling Xiao looked at Shohai indifferently. He had to admit that Shohai, who was at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm first level of Hell, was indeed very strong. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would be difficult for him to win if he didn't use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. However, he didn't need to be afraid. Shohai was stronger than him, but it definitely wouldn't be easy to defeat him. As Reincarnation Realm warriors, they each had their own hidden advantages. "What's your name?" Shohai suddenly asked coldly. This was an obvious question. Shohai obviously knew Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have angered Ling Xiao just now. It was probably Feng Yu who told Shohai about Ling Xiao's appearance. However, Shohai still asked in order to show that he was superior and didn't know a lowly person like Ling Xiao. "Hey, brat, did you hear that? Lord Desert Sea is asking for your name. Hurry up and answer." The warrior who blocked Ling Xiao's way just now pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and shouted, "You hit Miss Yang. Don't think that you'll be kind today. Obediently tell us your identity." Ling Xiao didn't answer. He just looked at the warrior coldly. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to instantly pierce into the warrior's mind. The man suddenly held his head and screamed. He ran out without caring about anyone. "Useless lackey," Ling Xiao scolded. Then, he looked at Shohai again and asked, "What's your name?" How dare he ask Lord Desert Sea a question? I think this guy is really crazy. The warriors in the crowd were more and more surprised. That's not necessarily crazy. I know this person. He should be the new disciple of Black Immortal Mountain. His name is Ling Xiao. Oh, his Ling Xiao. These days, rumors have been spreading that he killed Shen Chong, and that he killed senior brother Mo Feiyu's whole family. Yes, it's him. However, I think the rumors are mostly false. How can this brat be so strong? That's right. His cultivation is only at half-step Yin-Yang Realm level 10. How can he defeat Shen Chong? That's not necessarily true. Didn't he just kick Miss Yang away? Miss Yang cultivation is higher than Shen Chong's. Sneak attack. That's a sneak attack. Miss Yang didn't notice it at all. That's true. I guess this brat killed Shen Chong by sneak attack. How despicable. Everyone was talking about it, but most of them didn't believe that Ling Xiao could kill Shen Chong with his real strength. Even though Ling Xiao kicked Kai Yang away in front of them, they still thought it was a sneak attack. These people were just like dogs looking down on others. Humph, a group of snobs. Master, do you want to teach them a lesson? Ling Xiao didn't care much about the dogs barking, but Shen Dian couldn't help it. Why should I be angry with a group of people who are willing to be dogs? Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice to Shen Dian through soul. Ling Xiao, do you know you're courting death? Although the sect has a rule against fighting in public, you're just a nobody, and I'm a disciple of the Sand Clan, one of the 8 great ancient clans. Killing you is like killing a dog. Even if there's a punishment from the higher-ups, they'll only deduct a little bit of my monthly allowance. However, you'll lose your life. Chapter 22:19. You can try. I'll kill you like killing a dog. I've always thought that the sect is a fair place. If you attack me and the sect doesn't care, then I don't want to stay in the sect. I'll let the world know what a filthy place the 8 Immortal Mountain is. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Shohai at all. If it was Mo Feiyu, he wouldn't be so provocative. However, he really wanted to fight Shohai. Although he wasn't sure if he could win, he was sure that he wouldn't lose. Therefore, he didn't need to be afraid. Once he used all his strength, Ling Xiao was absolutely confident that he could defeat or even kill Shohai. However, he would probably have to leave by then. You're such a sharp-tongued thing. If I don't teach you a lesson today, it seems that you don't know what's good for you. Shohai was a very tolerant person, but he really couldn't hold it in when facing Ling Xiao. He needed to vent, he needed to explode, he needed to let Ling Xiao know what fear was. Stop, all of you. Don't you know where you are? This is the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishment. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Outside the door, an old man in a long robe with a cold expression shouted, "Greetings, Outer Hall Master." Seeing this old man, everyone bowed and greeted him. Ling Xiao was no exception. He couldn't bow to Shohai, but it was necessary to bow to an elder. Moreover, The outer hall master of the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishments had unfathomable strength. Shohai glared at Ling Xiao fiercely before hurriedly retracting the elemental force that was circulating in his hands. He was so angry that he almost forgot that this was a very special place. The Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishments wouldn't care if he was a disciple of the 8 great ancient clans. This was the place where the 8 immortal mountain ruled. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't show favoritism, at least not on the surface. Otherwise, the sect would really collapse. Go do what you're supposed to do. Why are you all gathered here? The old man shouted again. Everyone responded. It was obvious that this outer hall master was usually very impartial. After most of the people left, the old man looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Did you slap Kai Yang-er's face?" "That's right, I did it." Ling Xiao admitted it directly. This surprised the old man. "Do you know the consequences of hitting someone in the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishments?" "I don't know, but she humiliated me," Ling Xiao said. "Even if that's the case, you shouldn't have fought here. According to the rules, you'll be punished to do 1 month's free chores in the Hall of Good and Evil. In addition, you'll be fined 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." The old man said. What kind of joke was this? Ling Xiao still had to prepare for the ghost prison trial, so how could he have the time to come here and do some odd jobs? It wasn't just the old man who was stunned, even Shohai and Kai Yang-er who hadn't left were stunned. "Do you think punishment is a business? But according to the rules of the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishments, you can do some things to avoid punishment, but I don't think you can." The old man felt that this kid was really bold, but he was also a little interested in him. In fact, it was not the first time he had paid attention to Ling Xiao. In fact, when Ling Xiao killed Shen Chong, destroyed the Mo family, and found out the conspiracy of the Devil Shadow sect, the old man had already become interested in Ling Xiao. Half of the reason why he came out just now was to help Ling Xiao, because even he thought that Ling Xiao was no match for Shohai. If Shohai really killed Ling Xiao, he would be punished, but the Sand Clan would definitely find ways to reduce the punishment. In the end, it would just be nothing. That was the reality. Because the 8 Immortals Mountain was actually the joint property of the 8 ancient clans. How could the ancient clans tolerate their disciples being killed? "Hallmaster, just tell me. Maybe I can do it. Do you know about formations?" "Yes, of course I do. Although I'm not particularly proficient, it's okay," Ling Xiao said modestly. "Okay, if you can repair the formation of the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishments, the punishment will be waived." The old man nodded, then turned his head and gave Kai Yang-er an elixir, saying, "Yang-er, this elixir is for you. Take it and you'll be fine. But remember, no matter how low a person's status is, he still has dignity. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a warrior." His way of dealing with things was a little too easy for Ling Xiao, but it did not violate the rules. Of course, he also gave Kai Yang-er some benefits. After taking the elixir, Kai Yang-er's face recovered in an instant. She was so happy that she forgot to be angry in an instant. "Ling Xiao, if you're a man, I'll see you in the life and death arena tomorrow. Both sides will sign a life and death contract and fight it out." Shohai suddenly said these words, then turned and left with Kai Yang-er. He could see that Hallmaster Lin of the Outer Hall was obviously biased towards Ling Xiao, and Hallmaster Lin was related to Lin Ruoxian. They were both members of the Lin family. He wouldn't be able to gain anything by staying here. Rather than that, he might as well just leave. He also said these harsh words without waiting for Ling Xiao to respond. If Ling Xiao went tomorrow, he could naturally kill Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao did not go tomorrow, then he could naturally announce that Ling Xiao was not a man and did not deserve to be a man. Anyway, there was still the ghost prison trial, so he still had a chance to kill Ling Xiao. "Alas, you've offended Kai Yang-er and Shohai. Kid, I'm afraid you won't have a good life in the future." Hallmaster Lin sighed, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "If it weren't for your potential, I wouldn't want to offend the Sand family. Hihi, since Hallmaster Lin has helped me today, I will definitely repay you handsomely in the future. This reward the good and punish the evil Hall's Outer Hall array should be the simplest origin Vajra array, right? I was trapped by this array when I was at North Peak Town. Don't worry, leave it to me. I guarantee that I'll finish repairing this array within 2 hours. Ling Xiao smiled. He certainly knew that offending Kai Yanga was equivalent to offending Kai Lian, the mountain master of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Kai Lian was the strongest among the 8 mountain masters of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. He would definitely not have a good time. But so what? Could it be that he was afraid of offending that woman, so he had to endure Kai Yanga's anger today? He, Ling Xiao, was not so cowardly. Are you going to the Life and Death Arena tomorrow? Hall Master Lin asked again. I'm not Shohai's dog. Why should I go to the Life and Death Arena just because he says so? Do I have nothing better to do? Ling Xiao curled his lips and said. His goal was to kill Shohai in the ghost prison trial, so he would not change his plan. Because in the arena, even if he signed a life and death contract, others would still know that he killed Shohai and would still find trouble with him. Chapter 2220. Just as Ling Xiao had said, he was not Shohai's dog. Why should he go to the arena of life and death just because Shohai asked him to? Therefore, he could not go to the arena of life and death. Whoever wanted to go could go. He had other things to do. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to say that. That's good. You can go. Fix the array first and then go back. Hall Master Lin was stunned. He really felt that Ling Xiao was getting more and more interesting. Yes. Fixing the Origin Diamond Array was a piece of cake for Ling Xiao. In fact, it did not need 2 hours. He could finish it in an hour. He only delayed it for a while because he wanted to figure out the array structure of the Hall of Good and Evil Rewards. He did this to find a way out for himself. Mother**K, if the 8 Immortals Mountain didn't follow the rules and insisted on targeting him, then he would directly destroy all the painstaking efforts that the 8 Immortals Mountain had painstakingly accumulated. He hoped that the people of the 8 Immortals Mountain would not do anything stupid. Otherwise, the consequences would be the same as the Tianhai Empire of the White Tiger Continent. They could not avoid the fate of destruction. If he took over the Black Tortoise Continent in the future, he could still keep everything of the 8 Immortals Mountain. After fixing the array and bidding farewell to Hall Master Lin, Ling Xiao returned to his thatched cottage in the Black Immortals Mountain. He set up the array again and prepared to comprehend the mouse sculpture. The attraction of that thing to him was now greater than the arena of life and death or the ghost prison trial. He wanted to know what kind of secret was hidden in this magical thing. What kind of power was calling out to him, telling him to buy this thing no matter what? A sculpture worth 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Master, you have to put in some effort. Otherwise, you will really make a loss this time. Shen Dian complained. Okay, stop complaining. Guard me. If anyone wants to destroy the array I set up, don't be polite. Use the method I taught you to teach him a lesson. My thatched cottage's array is much more powerful than the Origin Diamond Array of the Hall of Good and Evil Rewards. This is a city-protecting array. It has both defensive and offensive effects. Ling Xiao reminded Shen Dian. Yes, Master. Shen Dian was also very excited. It was said that this array could allow her to directly release secret techniques without consuming her soul power. Right now, she couldn't wait for someone to come and cause trouble. She wanted to test the terrifying power of this formation and give the enemy a crazy shock. After spending a full hour, Ling Xiao still couldn't find any secrets on the sculpture. He was truly disappointed. Looks like I really wasted 30 contribution points for nothing. But forget it, there's no point in regretting what I've done. Ling Xiao was a free and easy person. Since it was his own choice, there was nothing he could do even if he made the wrong choice. He wouldn't feel conflicted because of this. In any case, this thing was definitely not ordinary. Perhaps it was because he was not capable enough that he could not figure out the secret of this sculpture. Thinking of this, he directly placed the sculpture into the mountain river world. He planned to wait until his cultivation became stronger before he figured out the secret behind it. However, what he did not expect was that after the sculpture was thrown into the mountain river world, the exotic beast cauldron actually sucked it in. In the next moment, the entire thatched cottage was plunged into darkness. It was as if a special space had devoured the Ling Xiao and the divine grimoire. When Ling Xiao could see things clearly again, he discovered that he was in a huge dark lair. At the moment, he still hadn't recovered from the shock he had just experienced. Shen Dian was also trembling with fear at the side. "Master!" Ling Xiao called out to the Yuan Venerate but discovered that there was no response from him. Shaking his head helplessly, Ling Xiao stood up, grabbed Shen Dian, and walked forward. In this dark lair, there was only one path that led outside. He had inexplicably entered this unknown space, so he definitely wanted to get out. However, he didn't know the way out at all, so he could only try his luck. Strange plants grew on both sides of this path, as well as the skeletons of many demonic beasts. The bodies of these demonic beasts were all very large. Ling Xiao felt as if he had become a small person as he walked. He was very puzzled, but he still walked forward. Ling Xiao didn't want to be trapped in this godforsaken place without knowing what was going on. "Master, there seems to be a light ahead," Shen Dian suddenly shouted excitedly. Upon hearing Shen Dian's voice, Ling Xiao quickened his pace, thinking that he might have been trapped in some spatial fragment because of that special sculpture. Perhaps the light ahead was the exit. However, at that moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had heard a frightening roar that sounded like muffled thunder. "Despicable, shameless sun deity, where else can you hide? You filthy rat, what right do you have to be hailed as the strongest beast deity in the Black Tortoise continent? What right do you have?" This voice seemed to have come from the mouth of some kind of wild beast. It sounded very strange. There seems to be something ahead. It's not a person, right? Ling Xiao wondered. "It's definitely not a person," Shen Dian said with certainty. "I've heard of the name Sun Deity before. Rumor has it that before the mystic world split into 13 continents, the Black Tortoise continent was known as the 12 Beasts region. The warriors here worship the 12 beast deities. The number 1 is Sun Deity, also known as Sun Rat, Rat Deity. The warriors of the 12 Beasts region are also known as Beast Warriors. It's said that many beast clans are descendants of beast warriors. Unfortunately, they don't have the original cultivation method. The strongest beast warriors are those who possess the beast souls of the 12 beast deities, also known as beast god warriors. Could it be that we've been transported to the past? Shen Dian had learned about this from ancient records. Although there were still some records in the current books, they were already vague and unclear. The people of the Black Tortoise continent only knew that beast warriors were incomparably strong, much stronger than ordinary warriors. However, they didn't know how strong they were. As for Ling Xiao, he didn't know anything about this at all. He hadn't been in the Black Tortoise continent for long, so his understanding of the continent's history was still very vague. However, since Shen Dian said so, it confirmed his speculation. The one who spoke just now was probably not a human. Could it be a beast god warrior? Or could it be the beast deity of the 12 Beasts region? He didn't care whether or not he had been transported to the past. He quietly used Shadow Step and put on the shadow armor before continuing to walk forward. After turning a corner, he finally got a clear view of the shocking scene. That place was also a nest, and it was even bigger than the one he was in before. Chapter 22-21. At this moment, a gigantic black bull appeared in the middle of this huge space. This black bull stepped on the ground with its 4 hooves. It was 5 to 6 meters tall and almost 10 meters long. Its manner was like steel needles, and a terrifying aura was constantly emitted from its body. On its head, there was a pair of terrifying horns that could be used to make a catapult. In fact, the most eye-catching part of this bull was that there were many special patterns on its body. They looked like ancient holy scriptures, symbolizing its extraordinary identity. It's the ugly god. Also known as the ugly bull, the bull god. I think it's more like the bull demon king, Ling Xiao thought to himself. This fellow's size was too terrifying. Just standing there was already very frightening. It was estimated that many warriors would not even have the courage to fight if they encountered it, let alone fight with this fellow. However, this thing that resembled a demonic beast was actually speaking human language, and Ling Xiao could hear it clearly. "What kind of demonic beast is this guy?" Ling Xiao secretly asked Shen Dian. "I don't know, but it said that the 12 beast gods' true cultivation should be at the first transformation god level. Shen Dian replied. First transformation god? Why have I never heard of such a cultivation level? Ling Xiao was confused. That's why you don't understand the rebirth state at all. In fact, you martial artists who have not reached the rebirth state have always misunderstood. The 10 reincarnations of the rebirth state are not 10 realms. To be exact, it's 10 reincarnations. After each reincarnation, only when you cultivate back to your original cultivation level will you unlock the true cultivation realm. This first transformation god is also known as the first transformation supreme. To put it bluntly, it's the strongest person in each reincarnation, Shen Dian explained. It's so complicated. Actually, it's not complicated. When your cultivation returns to the realm before you reincarnated, you'll be able to enter a new cultivation realm. After you become a rank 1 supreme, you can choose to enter a second reincarnation, or retain your strength and become the strongest person on this mainland. Shen Dian replied, actually, the Palace Master of the Eternal Life Palace is a first transformation supreme. I know you have a grudge against him, but you still have a long way to go to reach his level. In the eyes of a first transformation supreme, those level 2 and level 3 rebirth realm martial artists that you saw before are not even worth mentioning. Those people don't know what reincarnation is because they have never experienced reincarnation. They don't know the true power of the rebirth state. The more you come into contact with the core of the Black Tortoise continent, the more you will know that the true experts will choose to reincarnate. Those rebirth realm warriors who don't choose to reincarnate are all idiots who have taken the wrong path. Alright, let's not explain this for now. Anyway, I understand now. The 12 beast gods are very strong, right? At least in the Black Tortoise continent, there is no existence stronger than them. It turned out that the rat sculpture might have some kind of special relationship with this deity. But Ling Xiao didn't know what the relationship was. He could only quietly hide in the dark and observe the shocking scene before his eyes. Master, if you look closely, you'll see that the bull's horn was broken before and it grew back. Legend has it that it was broken by the sun god and it needs hundreds of years to grow back. Shen Dian said. Ling Xiao observed with his Tai Chi eye and found some clues. Damned rat, during the battle of the 12 beast gods, you did take the initiative and broke my horn to obtain the title of the first beast god. But so what? You can only hide here and recuperate, while I've become even stronger than before. The ugly god continued to blame the sun god. Oh right, where is the sun god? Ling Xiao suddenly realized a problem. The bull couldn't be talking to itself. It must be talking to someone else. He turned his head to look, and sure enough, he saw a rat the size of a small mountain. But this rat was different from ordinary rats. It was worthy of being called a child god. Its body was covered in strange scales, and it had scary barbs. Its sharp claws were like terrifying blades that shone with a cold light. Its eyes were a cold dark gold color, as if nothing was worth mentioning in front of it. Is this still a rat? Ling Xiao felt that this guy was very different from the rats he usually saw. Of course the sun god is scary. It's the beast king of the 12 beast gods. Only it obtained the black tortoise's soul and evolved its ability. Only its strength surpassed rank 1 supreme. Shen Dian said with a trembling voice, the sun god is the combination of the gold-swallowing rat and the black tortoise. It's not an ordinary rat. I see. No wonder I felt that it was very fierce. It's really scary. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shiver. He knew about the gold-swallowing rat. It was a small but terrifying beast. There was almost nothing in this world that it couldn't eat. There was no need to explain the black tortoise. It was one of the 13 divine beasts in the mystic world. The combination of these two terrifying things was indeed terrifying. No wonder the ugly god wasn't its opponent. Whether it was attack or defense, the sun god had reached the pinnacle. It was the epitome of a beast warrior. Old bull, don't be stubborn. The battle of the 12 beast gods in the past was because the 12 of us were teased. That was why it was a tragic battle. The reason why I cheated was because I wanted the battle to end early. If it wasn't for me, none of the 12 of us would have survived. We would have all died in that battle. Moreover, We would have been toyed with like puppets. You came to find me today and I'll explain it to you. But if you don't listen to me, I'll have to kill you. I've carefully maintained this space. I can't let it collapse before I find a successor. The sun god let out a cold voice. This guy's character was very similar to an expert. Ha ha ha, damned rat, are you afraid? You actually said so many ridiculous reasons. Someone else's scheme? So what? I'm going to kill you for revenge. The ox god let out an earth-shattering roar. It seemed that this guy was definitely a bad-tempered beast god. It was impossible for him to listen to other people's explanations. If that's the case, then do it. In order to protect this space, I'll kill you in the shortest time possible. The sun god still emphasized coldly. You're too infuriating. I'll definitely kill you. The ox god suddenly left the ground and stood up with only his 2 legs. As a strange voice sounded, his body began to undergo a huge change. Chapter 22:22. The ox god's hind legs became thicker, while his front legs gradually turned into hands that looked like human hands. There was a huge axe in his hand. The ox god was about 15 meters tall when he stood up. If he swung the axe in his hand, he could probably cut a mountain in half. Go to hell, rat. It's time for you to give up your title as the #1 beast god. With a roar, the ox god's body pounced on the sun god like a small mountain. The most terrifying thing was that this terrifying mountain was so fast that its body turned into a phantom. In an instant, the huge axe was above the sun god's head. However, the sun god's reaction wasn't slow either. His body was so huge, but the moment the axe came down, his body suddenly moved back dozens of meters. It looked like he had teleported. Those 2 thick and powerful legs retreated. Their strength was truly terrifying. The 10-meter-long axe landed heavily where the sun god had been standing. Boom! After a terrifying explosion, several cracks appeared on the ground with the axe as the center. In the end, it turned into dust and sank deep into the ground. That terrifying crack extended dozens of meters forward, right in front of Zishan. It was a ghastly sight. This is called power. It's too powerful. Ling Xiao felt that his throat was a little dry. He was frightened. The ox god didn't continue attacking. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the sun god in the distance with his scarlet eyes. A touch of contempt and indifference appeared on his face. The sun god just stood there with his dark golden eyes looking at the ox god indifferently. He didn't have any intention of attacking. Damn rat, when did you become such a coward? You don't even dare to fight me head-on. The ox god roared. The strange holy text on his body released a strange light. Then, he stomped on the ground and flew up. He raised the axe and swung it at the sun god's head again. Obviously, he felt that the sun god was afraid of him, so he wanted to take this opportunity to destroy the sun god. I advised you out of kindness, but you didn't listen. In that case, I'm sorry, the sun god said coldly. His eyes were fixed on the ox deity. When the ox god was about 3 to 5 meters away from him, he suddenly swung his tail. At this moment, Ling Xiao almost cried out in surprise. The sun god's tail was actually a giant snake like the black tortoise. The giant snake stuck out its tongue and bit at the ox god's wrist. See, master, the sun god is no longer an ordinary rat. He's the combination of a gold-swallowing rat and a black tortoise. There's no mistake. That tail is the best example. Shun Dian also shouted in surprise from the storage ring. When Ox God realized that the tail was about to bite his hands, he didn't dodge. This was because he felt that if he chopped down with his axe, he would definitely be able to take Sun Deity's life. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a very serious error in his judgment. When the Sun God's head, the Sun God's mouth. At the same time, the giant snake's God's arm. Crack. Two sounds were heard almost at the same time. One was the sound of the Sun God crushing the giant axe, and the other was the sound of the giant snake biting off the Ox God's arms. Boom. The Ox God fell to the ground. Logically speaking, with his arms bitten off, he should have turned around and fled. But this guy was indeed one of the 12 beast gods. He didn't retreat. Instead, he used his horns to hit the Sun God's neck. The sun god had no way to dodge. The black tortoise scale armor on his body glowed, and his defense reached its peak. The sun god not only had a terrifying attack, but also a terrifying defense. This was why he could become the leader of the 12 beast gods. Damn rat, you're regretting it. I'm no longer the ox god of the past. Now, I'm just like you. I've reached the initial stage of the second transition. Go to hell. The ox god's scarlet eyes were cold and cruel. His sharp horns pierced the sun god's scales. Boom. The sun god was sent flying hundreds of meters away by the terrifying force. He slammed heavily into the cave wall. Not only was blood spurting out of his mouth, but his neck was also dented by the ox god's attack. Although it wasn't completely shattered, there were already cracks. It was obvious that the ox god's strength was terrifying. At least in terms of strength, the sun god clearly lost to him. But now, both sides were not in a good situation. The moment the sun god was sent flying, the snake mouth on his tail bit the ox god's neck. Although it didn't bite through, it tore off a piece of flesh. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to die together with you in the end. The ox god knelt on the ground, and his life began to flow away rapidly. Although the battle between the two sides was very simple, and it was only a collision of bodies, don't forget their cultivation. Even a light collision could cause a great deal of damage. The ox god's neck was almost broken. Blood flowed from his arms. He was not far from death. On the other side, the sun god was also vomiting blood. The scales on his neck finally shattered, revealing 2 bloody holes. Blood was spurting out. You're indeed stronger than before, but I still have to tell you that you've been played. The 12 of us were once good brothers, but because of a boring battle, we ended up in such a miserable state. I hate it. The sun god was not angry because of the ox god's attack. Instead, he felt sad. The dignified black tortoise continent's 12 beast gods were played in the palm of someone else's hand. It was simply sad. Unfortunately, the ox god could no longer hear his voice. The ox god knelt there, his life finally completely flowing away. The sun god struggled to get up, carried the ox god's corpse on his back, and walked towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was shocked, afraid that he would be discovered. But when the sun god approached him, he was shocked to find that this was not a physical body. The sun god could pass through his body. This should be a memory kept in the sculpture. After Ling Xiao understood this, he was no longer afraid. He followed the sun god back to the dark nest that appeared before. The sun god placed the ox god's corpse in one of the tombs, and he lay down in another tomb. At this moment, Ling Xiao realized that this was the tomb of the 12 beast gods' souls. Their bodies were gone, they were dead. But the sun god buried the souls of the 12 beast gods here. After the ox god and the sun god were buried, Ling Xiao saw a tall tombstone erected in the center. A line of words was clearly written on it: warriors who are fated to enter here, find the inheritance of the 12 beast gods scattered in the Black Tortoise continent. You will obtain unimaginable power. Chapter 22-23. There was another paragraph of text on the tablet: we will give you power, and you only need to do one thing for us. After you gather all the inheritance relics of the 12 beast gods, you will know what to do. Now choose, give up, or accept the power of my sun god. Ling Xiao knew that the rat sculpture he had obtained was probably the inheritance relic of the sun god. Was Ling Xiao going to give up the most powerful inheritance on the Black Tortoise continent? Of course not. After watching that battle, Ling Xiao could roughly guess that what the sun god wanted him to do was definitely revenge. This was very fair. He would obtain the power of the 12 beast gods and then take revenge for them. This was a deal. Accept. Ling Xiao pressed his hand on the accept option. At that moment, Ling Xiao returned to the thatched cottage, but his body suddenly felt the same pain as when he opened the strange beast cauldron. Kai Kai, the tearing pain spread from Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and did not cry out. He had experienced too many similar things in the past, and the pain he had experienced was not just this little bit. So he could endure it. Immediately after, he found that dark golden scales were strangely appearing on the surface of his skin. These scales were like barbs, directly piercing through his clothes and exposing him. He clearly recognized that these scales were the scales of Sun God's body. They had both terrifying defensive abilities and powerful offensive abilities. Not only that, but the same dark golden scales appeared on his arms and legs. They looked extremely ferocious. And the moment the scales appeared, the piercing pain made him want to pass out. Then, an even more terrifying stabbing pain came from his mouth. A mouthful of sharp teeth grew out of his mouth, which was completely different from his own teeth. He even felt that these teeth could easily crush spiritual weapons. These should be the teeth of the gold-swallowing rat. Although they were very similar to human teeth and their structure was also very similar, their sharpness and hardness were much stronger. The most terrifying thing was that a tail grew out of Ling Xiao's back. This tail was like a 3-meter-long poisonous snake. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that his vision and consciousness were completely shared with this tail. In other words, whatever the eyes on the tail could see, his mind could accept. Although this seemed very powerful. But why did he feel like he had suddenly turned into a monster? Ling Xiao found it hard to accept. When it came to daily activities, he naturally preferred his original body. Hey, Shendian. Aren't you very knowledgeable? Tell me, what do you think my current appearance is? Ling Xiao was not particularly shocked. After all, he had the experience of dragonization. Although there were some differences between beast transformation and dragonization, it was still acceptable. He would not faint from fright. Master, you don't have to worry. You should have had the experience of dragonization before. It's the same principle. I have to say, Master, you're really talented. You've comprehended 4 transformations on your own. Shendian explained with a smile, the so-called 4 transformations. The first one is your normal human form. This is the form you use in daily life and ordinary battles. The second one is the half-beast form. I believe you know that when part of your body is turned into a beast, your strength will be stronger than normal, but weaker than the third one. The third one is the complete beast form. In this form, your fighting power will be extremely strong. You can also use all the martial arts in your human form. The fourth one is the beast form. You will completely lose your human appearance. Only your consciousness will remain. Your wild fighting power will soar to the extreme, but you won't be able to use human martial arts. After hearing Shendian's words, Ling Xiao realized that this was indeed very similar to the dragonization he had created before. The only difference was that when he was in dragonization, he did not have the corresponding inheritance to use. But it was different now. The 12 beast gods all had their own inheritance relics. After Ling Xiao transformed, he could totally use their fighting style. This was more comprehensive and systematic than the dragonization in the past. At this moment, a terrifying energy was constantly rushing through Ling Xiao's body. It was constantly being absorbed by his meridians and muscles. His physical fitness and cultivation were also increasing at a crazy rate. He, who had just advanced to the early stage of Yin-Yang Realm's first level of hell, was showing signs of breaking through to the middle stage. He was sure that when he completely absorbed all the energy, it would be the time for him to break through. Crack. At this moment, a sharp pain came from his hands again. Ling Xiao realized that his hands were actually developing into claws. Sharp claws were gradually forming. This might be the sign of complete beast transformation. However, Ling Xiao did not like this. He only needed one hand to grow claws. The other hand could still wield a sword. This was the best. It would be more convenient for him to use martial arts. When he had this thought, the transformation actually happened at the same time. At this moment, he could not help but be overjoyed. It turned out that he could control this transformation with his soul power. This was great. In the future, he could transform wherever he wanted to. This was obviously more convenient. After knowing this, Ling Xiao gradually relaxed. He heaved a sigh of relief and began to focus on guiding the energy in his body to strengthen his body and cultivation. After 2 days and 2 nights, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. At this moment, his body had completely returned to human form. He had also changed his clothes. I can really change back. This is not bad. Ling Xiao was in a very good mood. This time, he had casually spent 30 contribution points to buy a sculpture. He did not expect it to be the long-lost inheritance relic of the sun god. Master, I seem to feel that your aura is stronger than before. The original scars on your body have all disappeared. Shen Dian could not help but ask. It was only when she said this that Ling Xiao suddenly realized that his body had been transformed once again after going through this beast transformation. Of course, it was not a complete transformation. It was just a strengthening of his original mystic world body. His cultivation had indeed broken through to the middle stage of the first level of hell. Not only that, he could feel that his strength was at least 10 times stronger than before. His strength was not small to begin with. If it increased by 10 times, martial artists of the same cultivation level would not be his match. Even in their normal form, the quality of a beast god's martial artist was much stronger than ordinary martial artists. In other words, even if his cultivation level did not break through, Ling Xiao's current strength was stronger than before. Previously, he did not have the confidence to defeat that idiot Shuohai. However, if he encountered Shuohai now, he had a 70% chance of winning. Moreover, it was under the condition that he did not use his tyrannical martial spirit. Chapter 22-24. Compared to ordinary warriors, beast warriors had a greater advantage, which was that they could convert demonic beasts' crystal cores more efficiently. Moreover, they could cultivate with the help of the essence of the sun and moon. Although Ling Xiao could transform into a dragon in the past, it was just a way of fighting after all. But now, he was a real beast god warrior. With these advantages, his cultivation speed would only be faster in the future, and it would be easier for him to break through than others. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Xiao was looking inside himself when suddenly there was a knock on the door. "It's your senior sister Feng Are You?" Shen Dian said. Hearing that it was Feng Are You, Ling Xiao stood up, walked over, and opened the door. If it was someone else, he would be too lazy to move. Seeing Ling Xiao, Feng Are You seemed to be relieved. "Why didn't you show up for 2 days and 2 nights? I almost thought something had happened to you." "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I'm fine." Ling Xiao smiled, and a warm current flowed through his heart. It was good that someone cared about him. "It's good that you're fine. I came to find you because of Kai Yang. Feng Are You sighed and said, 2 days ago, you injured Kai Yang. Although she recovered with Hall Master Lin's elixir, Kai Yang still hasn't recovered. But this matter still angered the Mountain Master of Scarlet Fairy Mountain, Kai Lian. She actually came to ask for you. If the Mountain Master hadn't stopped her, I'm afraid the consequences would have been unimaginable. Then I have to thank the Mountain Master. The Mountain Master that Feng Are You mentioned was naturally the Mountain Master of Black Fairy Mountain. Of course, but as the Mountain Master of Black Fairy Mountain, he should protect you. After all, Hall Master Lin has already punished you. There's no reason for Kai Lian to come here. Feng Are You said with a smile. But at this point, she suddenly frowned. "Senior sister, if you have something to say, just say it. I, Ling Xiao, have always been responsible for my own actions. There's no need to hide it." Ling Xiao could see that Feng Are You seemed to have something to say but didn't know whether to say it or not. She looked very conflicted. So he asked. "It's like this. In order to appease Mountain Lord Kai Lian, our Mountain Lord gave half of the Black Immortal Mountain's Thunder Origin Jades to Mountain Lord Kai Lian." Feng Are You sighed and said, "The 8 Immortal Mountain didn't get a lot of Thunder Origin Jade. Our Black Immortal Mountain only got 20 pieces. Losing 10 pieces all of a sudden is a huge loss. The Mountain Chieftain forbade me from telling you about this matter, but I still feel that I should tell you." "What exactly is the Thunder Yuan Jade?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "Don't you know? Primordial Jade was a special gem that could directly fuse with the body. After the fusion, not only would it increase the warrior's resistance in a certain aspect, but it would also give the warrior's attacks additional attributes. For example, the Thunder Elemental Jade had lightning attributes and lightning resistance. There were also Fire Elemental Jades, Wind Elemental Jades, and so on. This item was very precious. Although an ordinary Yin-Yang Realm first-level Hell Warrior could only fuse with 1 piece of Origin Jade at most, as long as his cultivation increased by 1 realm, he could fuse with another piece of Origin Jade. Origin jade was very beneficial to a warrior's body, cultivation, and attack. You'll know once you use it. Feng Yu explained. Such a good item, but I can't get a share. Ling Xiao was very unhappy, but the Black Immortal Mountain chieftain had given half of the Thunder Yuan jade to the Scarlet Immortal Mountain because of him. He suddenly had a bold idea, and that was to steal all of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain's Thunder Yuan jade. He had obtained the Sun God's inheritance. Coupled with the Shadow Step, he was definitely a master thief. Although the Sun God was a beast god and had fused with the Black Tortoise, he still grew up as a rat. Rats were best at stealing. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. If you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you either. But since you want to steal my things, I'm sorry. I can only give you a taste of your own medicine. Junior brother, what are you laughing at? Feng Yu asked worriedly when she saw the sneer on Ling Xiao's face. Nothing, I'm laughing at myself. I offended the Scarlet Immortal Mountain and can't even get this little benefit. Ling Xiao sighed. The mountain chieftain doesn't blame you, but Ju Tong is very unhappy. He said that because of you, he got less Thunder Yuan jade. Feng Yu said. I haven't settled the score with that guy yet, and he dares to blame me. His disappearance must be because he helped Shohai. Ling Xiao knew this, but because Ju Tong's cultivation was stronger, he was not a match for him with his current strength, so he did not pursue the matter. However, this was only temporary. He did not provoke Ju Tong now, but it did not mean that he would not do so in the future. After killing Shohai, Ju Tong would be the next unlucky guy. At the very least, he had to teach this guy a lesson. Whether he killed him or not, it would depend on what role he played in his disappearance. I think you'd better not care about this. A day ago, Shohai waited for you in the life and death arena for a day and a night, but you didn't show up. He has already started to spread the word that you're not a man because you're afraid of death. Feng Yu said again. Ling Xiao smiled. He did not go out for 2 days and 2 nights, and a lot of things had happened. However, he did not care about Shohai's matter at all. Let him say whatever he wants. Anyway, there are not many people in the 8 Immortal Mountain who look up to me. Even if they say that I'm afraid of death, their mouths grow on their faces. I don't care what they say. Ling Xiao sneered. He had already decided to keep a low profile before the ghost prison trial began, so that Shohai would not be able to see that his cultivation had improved greatly. This way, he would not be able to kill that guy in the ghost prison. You're really open-minded. Feng Yu felt indignant on Ling Xiao's behalf. However, when she saw Ling Xiao's nonchalant expression, she didn't quite understand. Ling Xiao said, Senior sister, that kind of life and death arena is meaningless. If the life and death arena is to save senior sister's life, then it's a different story. Hearing this, Feng Yu's cheeks flushed red, and her eyes were filled with gentleness and admiration. The only person who had said the same thing to her before was her brother, but her brother was killed by bandits during the entrance exam. Now, perhaps only Ling Xiao truly cared about her. As for the real cause of Feng Yu's brother's death, Ling Xiao did not say, and the others naturally did not dare to say anything. Ling Xiao was mainly worried that Feng Yu would not be able to accept it and insist on seeking revenge from Mo Feiyu. That would be troublesome. Even he was not a match for Mo Feiyu, so it was even more impossible for Feng Yu. Therefore, this matter should be kept a secret for as long as possible. Oh right, senior sister, has the exact date of the ghost prison trial been set? Ling Xiao changed the topic. He did not want to waste time on that boring life and death arena. Anyway, it would be fine as long as he destroyed Shohai in the ghost prison trial. In Ling Xiao's eyes, the so-called mockery and slander were nothing more than child's play. He did not mind at all. Chapter 22-25. Well, this is one of the reasons why I came here this time. The exact date of the ghost prison trial test has been set. It will be held in 5 days. I will inform you at that time, so you can rest assured and do other things. But try not to cultivate in seclusion, or it will be over in the blink of an eye. Feng Yu reminded him. 5 more days, huh? Very well, Sandy C. Oh Sandy C., I'll let you live for another 5 days. During these few days, you can be as savage as you want, But when the day comes, I'll kill you at midnight. Don't even think about living past midnight. Ling Xiao's killing intent was brewing in his heart. Thank you, senior sister. Is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Ling Xiao asked. Well, the lower 8 Immortal Mountain will hold the trial at the same time, so Shohai and Kai Yanga will definitely participate. Because this trial test includes all the disciples at Yin-Yang Realm Level 1 of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. 2 people from our Black Immortal Mountain will participate. One is you, and the other is Feng Yu. Feng Yu will lead the team. You may have to listen to her arrangement. Feng Yu sighed and said, unfortunately, if Chen He had not disappeared, he would have been one of them. I am afraid that I will never reach the Yin-Yang realm. That's impossible, senior sister. Didn't I give you a Yin-Yang Hell pill and 10 Yin-Yang Essence Force pills? Can't you break through with those pills? Feng Yu lowered her head and stammered, unable to speak. Senior sister, if you really treat me as a friend, just say it. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly became cold. Unless in your eyes, I, Ling Xiao, am not worthy of being your friend. No, no, no. How can that be? Of course I want you to be my friend. In fact, I gave the Yin-Yang Hell pill and the 10 Yin-Yang Essence Force pills to Kai Yanga. She gave them to her subordinate, a warrior named Ju Yang, who is about to break through. Feng Yu said helplessly. At that time, Kai Lian was very fierce. I gave her half of the Thunder Jade, but she was still not satisfied. So I gave those things to Kai Yanga, which made them stop temporarily. Bastard! Ling Xiao suddenly roared angrily. Oh, senior sister, don't be afraid. I'm not talking about you, but this Ju Yang is really bold. He actually dared to use the medicinal pill I gave you. I'll definitely make him spit it out. That's not right. Wasn't Ju Yang eliminated? How could he still join the Scarlet Immortal Mountain? Ling Xiao suddenly realized that this was not a coincidence. In the 8 Immortals County, even if there were people with similar names, those without status would change their names as soon as possible. They would not dare to have the same name as the Ju family's young master. Junior brother, have you forgotten? This is the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, which is controlled by the 3 great clans. Ju Yang's aptitude is not bad. It's normal for Kai Lian to accept him. Feng Yu sighed. Ju Yang. Ju Yun. You hired people to deal with me during the exam. Last time in the 8 Immortals County, you tricked me again. This time, you actually dared to steal my senior sister's things. If I don't kill you, I'll be letting myself down. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He had already thought of a plan to kill Ju Yang without causing any trouble. What are you thinking about? Nothing. I'm just thinking that there should be rewards in the trial, right? Otherwise, I would have worked for nothing. Of course, Ling Xiao would not tell her that he was going to kill Ju Yang. Feng Yu did not think in that direction and only replied, of course there are rewards. In the ghost prison, every time you kill a Yin-Yang realm prisoner or demon beast in the first level of hell, you will get 1 contribution point. And killing the chief will also give you a set of martial arts as a reward, as well as a matching spiritual weapon. Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately lost interest. He had very little interest in martial arts and weapons now. However, Feng Yu's next words reignited his interest. The chief of the ghost prison is the famous bandit leader of the 8 Immortals County, Yuan Neng. It is said that he is an all-round martial artist. He is good at all kinds of weapon attacks and has the corresponding martial arts. This Yuan Neng will use claw techniques. Ling Xiao realized that if he completely transformed, sword techniques would be inconvenient, but claw techniques would be convenient. Since he had become a beast god martial artist, he should learn some similar techniques. Yes, and it is said that it is a middle jade grade claw technique, Nether Ghost Claw. Feng Yu replied, this claw technique is very outstanding among the middle jade grade martial arts. It is a pity that beast warriors are extinct now. Otherwise, beast warriors would be very powerful if they learned this claw technique. Ling Xiao smiled secretly. Beast warriors were indeed extinct in the past, but from today onwards, they would be revived. Also, I heard that Yuan Neng is a martial artist in the early stage of the 2nd level of hell. And he is a rank 1 martial artist, so he is much stronger than ordinary martial artists in the second level of hell. Feng Yu continued, so it is best that you don't face him alone. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. It is best to work with others. Okay, I understand. Ling Xiao casually agreed. Although he might not be able to defeat a martial artist in the early stage of the second level of hell, the gap between them wouldn't be too big. He still had a 20 to 30% chance of winning. Escaping was not a problem. Therefore, after entering the ghost prison, it seemed that he would have to use some strategy. He would let others exhaust Yuan Neng first, then he would attack. Although there were more than one person with this idea, Ling Xiao believed that when it came to taking advantage of others, no one could compare to him. Then I'll be leaving. Be careful. Before the ghost prison trial begins, don't get into any conflicts with others. Feng Yu was really worried about Ling Xiao. She was just like a mother. After she left, Ling Xiao left the thatched cottage. Of course, in order to hide, he left his Gemini martial spirits in the thatched cottage to cultivate. As long as he didn't leave the 8 Immortal Mountain, his Gemini martial spirits would not disappear. In this way, he could do what he wanted to do. Looking at Feng Yu's departing figure, Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Senior Sister Feng, I am sorry. I must kill this Ju Yang. I can't allow this guy to continue living in this world. Today, he dared to steal your elixir. Tomorrow, he will dare to kill you. I have already lost a little brother. I don't want to lose another senior sister." After saying that, his figure disappeared from the thatched cottage. A terrifying hole appeared in the thatched cottage. It was said that rats could dig holes. This was not wrong at all. After Ling Xiao entered the complete beast state, the speed of digging holes was comparable to his running speed on the ground. The place he was going to this time was the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. He believed that Ju Yang, Kai Yang Shohai, and the other goods were there. The Thunder Yuan Jades were also there. With the Tai Chi Eye and the technique of digging holes, he planned to directly connect this rat hole to the warehouse of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Of course, he had to make a few more exits along the way. This way, if something happened, it would be easy to escape. Chapter 22-26. Besides connecting Black Immortal Mountain and Scarlet Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao had also made several other exits. The exits weren't big. However, this didn't matter. Among the inherited abilities of the Sun God, there was also the ability to shrink one's body to at least half of one's original size. He could definitely enter such an exit and come and go as he pleased. Others might not be able to do so. However, because the Scarlet Immortal Mountain's warehouse was protected by an array formation, Ling Xiao didn't directly break through. However, this didn't matter. After all, he could still make a few more holes in the Scarlet Immortal Mountain and set up a bewitching array. This way, even if the mouse holes were discovered, they wouldn't be able to find the correct passage. He was prepared to set up more traps in the other mouse holes. Whoever entered would be in for a bad time. "Master, help me break the array formation. I will set up the bewitching array. Shendian, you keep watch. Let's split up." After making the arrangements, the three of them split up. After another 15 minutes, the bewitching array was set up and the Yuan Venerate had also broken the array formation of the warehouse. Although this array formation was brilliant, it was just a piece of cake for a Yuan Venerate. After the array formation was broken, Ling Xiao made another hole and went inside. There was no one guarding the warehouse, as the guards were all outside. Damn, there are so many good things. There are so many precious herbs, weapons, elixirs, and spirit stones. Scarlet Immortal Mountain is really rich. Ling Xiao sneered. He might as well go all the way and empty the warehouse. In any case, he had a lot of storage rings. After refining them many times, the space was very big. There was no problem putting these things down. That must be the Thunder Yuan Jade. In the process of throwing a large number of things into the storage rings, they discovered a box locked by an array formation that contained a total of 60 beautiful stones. These stones emitted a beautiful glow of thunder and lightning. There were also electric sparks flickering on them. They were all standard diamond-shaped and very dazzling. That's right, that's the Thunder Yuan Jade. I heard that the Scarlet Immortal Mountain obtained a total of 70 pieces of Thunder Yuan Jade this time. In addition to the 10 pieces given by the Black Immortal Mountain, there are 80 pieces. If we steal 60 pieces in one go, won't that old witch Scarlet Immortal Mountain vomit blood? Shen Dian chuckled. Hehe, it's better to make her vomit blood from anger. Do you think she can take advantage of me? Ling Xiao sneered and put away the Thunder Yuan Jade. Then, he jumped into the rat hole and left. Of course, on the way out, he sealed off the passageway leading to the Black Immortal Mountain. The rest of the rat holes were all traps, enough to make the people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain suffer. Ling Xiao, who was moving forward in the cave, suddenly saw a familiar figure on the surface. For safety's sake, he kept his Tai Chi eye open. Therefore, they could clearly see the situation on the surface through the thick layer of soil. This person was none other than Zhu Yang. At this moment, Zhu Yang was boasting about his deeds to 2 disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. You two know, right? For me, Miss Yang got a yin-yang hell pill and 10 yin-yang elemental force pills from Ling Xiao's senior sister, Feng Yu. This was especially true for the yin-yang hell pill, which was a perfect grade pill that wasn't even sold on the market. He appeared to be very smug and proud of himself. Junior brother Zhu, you seem to have a grudge against Ling Xiao? One of them asked. Yes, I have a grudge against him. That guy played a lot of tricks during the assessment and caused me to fail the assessment. Fortunately, the Scarlet Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master had good eyes and recruited me into the Scarlet Immortal Mountain alone. Otherwise, it would be really depressing. Zhu Yang nodded and said, that's why I hate Ling Xiao to the bone. After I break through to the Yin-Yang realm, I'll definitely settle the score with him. I'll help Miss Yang vent her anger. But we heard that Ling Xiao killed Shen Chong. Is junior brother Zhu a match for that guy? Another person said. Don't listen to the rumors outside. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the half-step Yin-Yang realm during the entrance assessment, and his strength was only at the 6th level. Do you really think he can reach the Yin-Yang realm so quickly? Rumors can't be taken seriously. Zhu Yang waved his hand and said, although I'm not a match for him now, with those pills, I'll definitely be able to reach the Yin-Yang realm and make it in time for the ghost prison trial. I'll kill him in the ghost prison. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. I have to hurry up and cultivate. There are only 5 days left until the ghost prison trial. I have to break through as soon as possible. After saying that, Zhu Chao returned to his room alone. However, just as he closed the door, a figure suddenly rushed in, pressed him to the ground, and choked him. Zhu Yang was terrified to the extreme at that moment. He didn't know who was dealing with him, so he was extremely afraid. When he saw the person in front of him clearly, he was even more desperate. No, how could it be you? Zhu Yang looked at the person choking him in shock. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao? But the problem was, how did Ling Xiao sneak into the Scarlet Immortal Mountain without anyone noticing? Zhu Yang, I didn't want to kill you at first, but you're really walking on the path of death step by step. When you go to hell, remember, don't provoke people like me in the future. Otherwise, you won't have a good time in hell. No, don't kill me, don't. Crack. With the sound of his cervical vertebrae breaking, Zhu Yang felt his vitality rapidly drain away. A black flame burned in Ling Xiao's palm and instantly spread to Zhu Yang's body. In a moment, Zhu Yang's body turned to ashes and completely disappeared. Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest reluctance as he turned and left. Zhu Yang had already been extinguished, and he had also obtained Zhu Yang's storage ring. The pills that he had snatched were still in the storage ring. This annoying fellow could finally be put to rest. Ling Xiao, of course, could begin to cultivate in peace. When he returned to the thatched cottage, Ling Xiao found that Zhu Tong was about a few hundred meters away from the thatched cottage, observing him as if to confirm whether he was in the thatched cottage. Fortunately, he was smart enough to leave the Gemini martial spirits here. In this way, even if Zhu Yang's death and the theft of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain were exposed, he would have a perfect alibi. And this alibi was Zhu Tong. Of course, there was also Feng Yu. He believed that Feng Yu had also come over during this period. This girl loved to worry about nothing. She was probably afraid that he would slip away and would definitely come back to see him. After seeing Ju Tong leave, Ling Xiao closed the window of the thatched cottage and then took out the Thunder Jade. Shun Dian looked at the Thunder Jade and said excitedly, "On the path of physical body cultivation, you can condense all kinds of battle bodies. The most famous are the elemental battle bodies, Thunder Battle Body, Flame Battle Body, Raging Wind Battle Body, Earth Battle Body, Ice Battle Body, and so on. After the Thunder Jade fuses with the physical body, it can let the physical body obtain Thunder attribute antibodies and additional attributes." Chapter 22-27. Shun Dian continued, "If a warrior's body has fused with 10 pieces of Thunder Elemental Jade, then he can have the Thunder Battle Body. The rest is similar. Battle Body combined with martial soul and bloodline can form an incomparably terrifying combat power. The Black Tortoise continent attaches great importance to the cultivation of the physical body because of the existence of elemental jade." Oh, so convenient. When Ling Xiao was in the Heavenly Dragon continent, he had obtained similar gems that could also increase the body's resistance. Unfortunately, the increase was negligible. Moreover, the increase seemed to be unable to be retained after reincarnation. However, once the battle body was condensed, it would be different. Even after reincarnation, it would still not disappear. Indeed, this Black Tortoise mainland was different from the rest. It's convenient in theory but not in reality. The process of fusion is very difficult. Everyone's physique is different, so the number of elemental jades they can fuse with is also different. Anyway, as far as I know, there are very few people who can fuse with 10 pieces of elemental jade. It can be described as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. However, I can be sure that after fusing with 10 pieces of Thunder Elemental Jade, you can definitely forge the Thunder Battle Body. From then on, in battle, you can attach the power of thunder and lightning to your attacks. Not only will your attack power increase, but your resistance will also be greatly enhanced. Interesting, it's really interesting. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "As long as it can increase my strength, I am willing to try it." As he spoke, he was about to try fusing with the elemental jades. However, he suddenly thought about it and realized that he did not know the method at all. "Master, don't be anxious. Let me finish first. I have just said that fusing with elemental jades is a very dangerous process. Especially the Thunder Elemental Jade, this element is very violent. If you are not careful, it may cause your entire body to explode and die. All your previous cultivation will be wasted." Hihi, although I believe what you said, Shun Dian, you have to know that I have always done dangerous things. On the path of martial arts, if you want to follow the prescribed order, it is impossible to reach the highest level. Those who do not dare to take risks will not be able to walk the path of martial arts. Just like when I chose to accept the Sun God's inheritance, it was also extremely dangerous, but I still persevered. Don't worry. My physical body is extremely strong. A mere Thunder Yuan Jade will not be able to destroy me. Ling Xiao was not blindly confident. One had to know that not only did he possess a profound world physique, but he had also just obtained the Sun God's inheritance, which had strengthened his physical body in all aspects. In a sense, his body was incomparably strong. If he couldn't even withstand 1 or 2 Thunder Essence Jades, then he would be too useless. During this period of time, he had only focused on improving his cultivation and did not focus on improving his physical body. Now that he had such an opportunity, he naturally would not give it up. "All right, Master. Then you can begin the fusion." Actually, the fusion method is very simple. He could hold the Thunder Origin Jade in his hand and feel the power of lightning within it before slowly absorbing it. This method was relatively slow and could probably fuse about 1 piece a day. The other method is more violent. He could just eat it directly and probably fuse 1 piece in an hour. Shun Dian sighed and said, "But Master, you must know what to do. If you feel that something is wrong, quickly give up. It won't be too late to try it again in the future when your physical body becomes stronger." Understood. Ling Xiao could feel Shun Dian's concern for him. His relationship with Shun Dian was no longer as strange as it was in the beginning. The two of them could be said to have become good friends who could talk about anything. Although Shen Dian still habitually called him master, he had never treated Shen Dian as a slave. No more nonsense. Ling Xiao picked up a piece of Thunder Yuan jade and threw it into his mouth. His sharp teeth crushed the Thunder Yuan jade in 2 bites. Then, the crazy lightning energy seemed to have escaped from its shackles and crazily poured into his body. This lightning power was indeed quite terrifying. In addition, Ling Xiao had directly crushed the Thunder Yuan jade with his teeth. The energy began to impact in an instant. The burning and painful feeling bloomed in his body. He felt as if his limbs, bones, and internal organs were about to be destroyed by this lightning. If an ordinary cultivator did this, they would probably be a corpse by now. However, Ling Xiao smiled slightly at Deacon. This Thunder Yuan jade was indeed terrifying. However, although it was terrifying, it did not pose any threat to his mystic world body. A moment later, this terrifying lightning energy was enveloped by 2 types of energy. Of these 2 types of energy, one was the earthy yellow power of Empress Earth. The other was the green power of Emperor Heaven. The power of lightning was completely suppressed. It seems that the Thunder Yuan jade is not completely bragging. Deacon, because my physical body is too strong, the power of this Thunder Yuan jade does not seem to be that great. If it was anyone else who did this, they probably wouldn't be able to live for long. A moment later, well, in less than a minute, the energy of the Thunder Yuan jade was completely absorbed by his physical body. In his cells, in addition to the green and yellow colors, there was an additional trace of lightning. It was just that this lightning was too little. It was like a small electric spark between heaven and earth. Not enough, not enough. 1 piece of Thunder Yuan jade is simply not enough. Ling Xiao shook his head and directly grabbed 2 pieces of Thunder Yuan jade and was about to throw it into his mouth. Master, what are you doing? Seeing Ling Xiao's crazy actions, Shen Dian was shocked and hurriedly shouted. I'm going to continue fusing with the Thunder Yuan jade. 1 piece of Thunder Yuan jade is not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Master, what kind of monster's body is this? I've never seen anyone who can fuse with Thunder Yuan jade like this. If that's the case, Master's lightning battle body is probably not just at the elementary level. Shen Dian said in surprise. Elementary level? What? There are grades for the lightning battle body? Of course there are. Almost every battle body has a grade. It's just that some have fewer and some have more. The Thunder battle body was divided into 4 levels: Elementary Thunder battle body, Intermediate Thunder battle body, Advanced Thunder battle body, and Ultimate Thunder battle body. Elementary Lightning battle body requires 10 pieces of Thunder Yuan jade. It will require more in the future. If Master's physical body can withstand it, I think you can probably reach the elementary level. That will be even more ferocious. Shen Dian was a little excited. This master of hers seemed to bring her incomparably huge surprises every single time. She increasingly felt that her choice back then was really, really right. Now, let me try and see how many pieces of Thunder Yuan jade my body can fuse with. Ling Xiao smiled and threw 2 pieces of Thunder Yuan jade into his mouth at the same time. Although the impact this time was more terrifying. Chapter 22-28. Continue. This time, Ling Xiao ate 3 Thunder Elemental Jades in one go. Master, are you alright? Shen Dian asked worriedly. I'm fine. I can continue. So far, Ling Xiao had merged 6 Thunder Elemental Jades. However, he didn't feel anything from them. This time, Ling Xiao planned to try eating 4 Thunder Elemental Jades. If he succeeded, he would be able to form the Lightning Combat Body. With the Lightning Combat Body and the inheritance of the Sun God, even if Ling Xiao didn't use his previous fighting techniques, he would definitely be one of the best among martial artists of the same level. Master, you have to take it easy. Using 4 Thunder Elemental Jades at once isn't a joke. Shen Dian was really nervous. Merging 4 Thunder Elemental Jades in one go would be equivalent to merging 10 Thunder Elemental Jades. If he succeeded, he would be able to form the Lightning Combat Body. However, if he failed, he would be in danger of exploding and dying. Shen Dian, have some confidence in me, okay? Ling Xiao smiled. He had already put the 4 thunder elemental jades into his mouth and chewed. He wasn't being impulsive, nor was he pretending to be calm. He wasn't crazy either. There was a reason why he merged 4 thunder elemental jades in one go. Because his physical body was too strong. If he merged them one by one, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to form the lightning combat body even if he used 10. This wasn't something that someone told him. It was something that he felt. His feelings had always been very accurate. Therefore, he needed to stimulate his physical body. 3 thunder elemental jades wouldn't do, but it would be enough to have a certain impact on his physical body. 4 thunder elemental jades would definitely do it. To give a bad example, it would be like deep-fried meatballs. A normal meatball would be cooked with a normal amount of oil. However, what if the meatball was very big? In that case, he would have to add more oil to cook it. Shundian, you should know that the danger I'm facing now is the ghost prison trial. I don't know who else besides Shohai would want to harm me. However, I knew very well that Mo Feiyu would never let go of the fact that his entire family was killed. Therefore, I have to increase my strength, the stronger the better. Because I really don't know if there are any lackeys bribed by Mo Feiyu among the 8 immortals participating in the ghost prison trial. Ling Xiao felt that he could withstand 4 pieces of lightning essence jades. Another reason was that the lightning battle body was the most direct way to increase his combat power. If he didn't become stronger, he could only die. When Ling Xiao closed his eyes and chewed the 4 pieces of Thunder Yuan jades, the terrifying purplish-blue energy instantly wreaked havoc in his body like a majestic lightning. Shundian was extremely nervous. Don't worry, little girl. If something really happens to him, as his master, I won't sit by and do nothing. The Yuan Venerate's voice echoed in the soul of the Divine Codex. The two of them had already been introduced to each other by Ling Xiao, so they were naturally not surprised. I can help too. The Divine Codex nodded heavily. Although she didn't feel that she was related to Ling Xiao's life and death were closely related to her future. If something happened to Ling Xiao, her future would also be gloomy. Ling Xiao could no longer hear the conversation between the two of them. The energy of the 4 pieces of lightning essence jades had actually fused with the lightning power of the previous 6 pieces of lightning essence jades, forming an extremely terrifying and violent lightning. This lightning actually wanted to seize control of Ling Xiao's body and take it for itself. This is actually an energy body with consciousness. It is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. However, that powerful energy was really too terrifying. Waves of intense pain kept coming from his body. It actually wanted to destroy his mystic world body. The power of the Heavenly Earth Empress resisted with all its might. Ling Xiao's idea was very simple. He could only fuse with this energy, but he couldn't let this energy become the master of his body. Even though this kind of pain made him wish he was dead. However, he had already experienced the feeling of living a life worse than death, so it would be much better now. He really wanted to faint and end this once and for all. That way, he wouldn't have to continue enduring this terrifying pain. However, he knew that he couldn't do that. If he fainted and woke up again, he might no longer be himself. The Divine Codex was floating near Ling Xiao's body. She could clearly see that black blood was flowing out of Ling Xiao's 7 orifices. After that, black blood flowed out from almost every pore. She was scared out of her wits. She didn't know what had happened to Ling Xiao. Why was this happening? This was simply the prelude to his body exploding. What should we do, Yuan Venerate? What should we do now? Master seems to be dying. The Divine Codex was anxious. However, she, who had always been knowledgeable, couldn't think of a way to deal with this situation. She didn't know what to do. Don't worry. This is because his body is being tempered by the power of lightning. It's the same principle as human immortals and perfected immortals being tempered by lightning tribulations. It's just that it's not as powerful, the Yuan Venerate explained. Your master is much more formidable than you think. Don't forget that he hasn't entered beast form yet, the Yuan Venerate explained. Yes, that's right. If master feels that he can't take it anymore, he can enter his sun god beast form. That way, his body's endurance will definitely increase greatly. The divine codex was finally relieved. However, to be honest, she was still very nervous when she saw the black blood flowing out of Ling Xiao's body. This state lasted for an entire day. Ling Xiao's body looked a lot thinner. Perhaps it was because a lot of the black blood was actually impurities that had been tempered by Ling Xiao's body. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to survive if so much blood was released, even if he was a yin-yang realm martialist. When the sky gradually darkened, Ling Xiao finally began to enter his beast form. He transformed into the human form of a sun god. This was the third form of a beast god. Although his entire body was in beast form, he still had the general appearance of a human and wasn't in the form of a beast. After entering his sun god form, Ling Xiao clearly felt that the pressure on him had decreased a lot. Although he could still feel that his body was still in pain due to the continuous tempering, this kind of pain was basically just an itch compared to the pain he had felt before. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that his body was starting to move in the direction of the lightning battle body. He maintained his sun god form and started to guide the terrifying lightning in his body to temper his body. He was no longer being tempered passively. The divine codex finally heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Ling Xiao was no longer bleeding and screaming. Master is really too valiant. His foresight is too good and his luck is even better. If he hadn't found the sun god statue and unraveled its secret, he would have been in trouble. I'm afraid Master would really be in trouble today. Chapter 22-29. Yes, this kid's luck has always been pretty good. Of course, this also has to do with his ability to discover things. The statue of the sun god was placed there, and no one else noticed it, but he did. This is where he is stronger than others. Yuan venerates, who had already experienced this more than once, weren't surprised by this sort of thing. However, it didn't seem like he could relax yet. The Yuan venerate had actually heard of the lightning battle body before. The most crucial moment was when the lightning battle body was condensed after 10 pieces of thunder origin jade were fused. If Ling Xiao didn't have any special methods to deal with it, his body would be turned into charcoal in an instant. Even his sacred sun form wouldn't be able to withstand it. He carefully observed everything that was happening in Ling Xiao's body. If there was any danger, he would deal with it in a timely manner. Just like that, another day passed. The energy of the 4 pieces of thunder origin jade had completely fused with Ling Xiao's body and fused with the other 6 pieces of thunder origin jade. Inside Ling Xiao's cells, an obvious bolt of lightning was formed. A terrifying thundercloud had also formed in the mountain river realm. This meant that the thunder origin jade wasn't just tempering Ling Xiao's physical body. It was also tempering Ling Xiao's soul. This should be the effect of the thunder origin jade itself. It was just that other people didn't pay attention to it. Compared to the cultivation of the physical body, the cultivation of the soul was severely underestimated. However, Ling Xiao wasn't the same. He had always insisted on improving his physical body, soul, and cultivation at the same time. Therefore, he could sense this. Finally, the most crucial moment had arrived. At the final juncture of condensing the lightning battle body, just as the Yuan venerate had expected, Ling Xiao's body seemed to have turned into a world of thunder and lightning. The terrifying thunder and lightning started its final rampage in his body. Perhaps they weren't willing to be completely devoured and absorbed by Ling Xiao's body, so they wanted to make a final desperate struggle. This way, Ling Xiao would be in trouble. His meridians were constantly bombarded and burned by the thunder and lightning. Even the core of his body, hell, was constantly bombarded. Yin-yang realm martial artists could form 18 levels of hell spirit veins in their bodies. This was not only the core of yin-yang realm martial artists, but it was also the center of yin-yang realm martial artists' yin and yang energy. Once the hell spirit vein was destroyed, the martial artist would be crippled. Ling Xiao was only at the middle stage of the first level of the yin-yang realm. There was only one layer of hell in his body to resist the lightning. The gates of hell were on the verge of collapsing under the lightning. Ch, it's already come to this, and you're still trying to put up a futile resistance. Do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, am a fledgling cultivator? Facing the final counterattack of these crazy lightning bolts, Ling Xiao appeared very calm. Inside the thatched cottage, The divine grimoire once again saw the terrifying and mysterious universe. She saw that behind Ling Xiao, there was a huge black curtain that enveloped the entire space. In the universe, there were stars twinkling and wild beasts roaring. Is this master's martial spirit? How terrifying. Just as the divine codex said, this was the scene of Ling Xiao's martial spirit, the Tyrant martial spirit, being released. Of course, it wasn't completely released. If the Tyrant martial spirit was completely released, the entire 8 Immortal Mountain would probably be enveloped in the boundless universe. This was only a small part of the Tyrant martial spirit. However, when this terrifying power was released, the pitiful lightning bolts in Ling Xiao's body suddenly stopped moving. They were actually trembling and wailing. Final fusion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the royal heaven-earth power in Ling Xiao's body finally completely fused these lightning bolts into his cells. A purplish-blue lightning pattern appeared in every cell in Ling Xiao's body. He could release these lightning bolts at any time to add to his attacks. Moreover, these lightning bolts wouldn't affect his other attacks. Everything was under his control. Just like the royal heaven-earth power. Another day passed. Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes and changed into a new set of clothes. However, there was an excited smile on his face. Lightning battle body, elementary stage. If the royal heaven power gave Ling Xiao terrifying strength, then the royal earth power gave Ling Xiao terrifying defense. As for the power of thunder and lightning, it gave Ling Xiao the power of thunder and lightning. In his cells, these 3 types of energy fused together and coexisted perfectly. The elementary lightning battle body's power was basically equivalent to a jade grade intermediate body tempering technique. However, it was slightly stronger. To the current Ling Xiao, this was simply a treasure. Although his sealed world body was strong, his strength hadn't recovered. It was impossible for him to unleash the power of the past. However, the lightning battle body was different. Because it was condensed now, it could be used without any hindrance. Jade grade intermediate sword skill, meteor sword art. After being modified, it was a jade grade intermediate body tempering technique, moon treading meteor step. It was equivalent to a jade grade intermediate body tempering technique, lightning battle body. In addition, he had the seal of immortality that could be strengthened as his cultivation increased. Ling Xiao believed that among the yin-yang realm martial artists of the 8 Immortals Mountain, at least in terms of martial arts, he wouldn't fall behind. No, to be exact, he was far ahead. Although the Black Tortoise continent had more high-level martial arts than the White Tiger continent, Ling Xiao knew that there weren't many disciples of the 8 Immortals who truly understood jade-grade intermediate martial arts. Most of them were the elites of their respective mountains. Therefore, his advantage was very obvious. On top of that, he had the advantage of reincarnation, the advantage brought by his tyrannical martial soul, and the advantage of his profound inner force. It would be easier for him to challenge those of a higher level. Master, you really have the lightning battle body, right? Shen Dian saw Ling Xiao stand up. Although Ling Xiao had regained his original form, he didn't change much. Therefore, she was a little confused. Of course, I succeeded. I just hid the aura of the lightning battle body. Such a fun thing, of course, I'll use it in a life and death battle. When that time comes, I guarantee that they will be shocked. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I just want to eat now. Oh right, I didn't miss the ghost prison trial, right? No, I only spent 3 days. There are still 2 days before the ghost prison trial. But master, during this time, several people came to find you. Shen Dian said. Who were they? Your senior sister Feng, and Ju Tong, and the Scarlet Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord Kai Lian and Kai Yang and our Mountain Lord, Lin Ruoxian, Mo Feiyu, Shohai. Shen Dian replied. So many people. Ling Xiao thought that he was just an ordinary disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Why would so many people care about him? Feng Yu must have come to find him because she cared about him. Ju Tong must have come to find him to monitor him. Mountain Lord Kai Lian and Kai Yang must have come to find him because of the theft of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. But that had nothing to do with him. He was sure that his theft this time was absolutely ingenious. Chapter 2230. Ling Xiao thought that Lin Ruoxian was looking for him for some reason, while Mo Feiyu was probably looking for him to threaten him. It was said that Mo Feiyu's situation had been investigated thoroughly. The Eight Immortals Mountain confirmed that he had nothing to do with the Spectre sect, but they still planned to let him cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. It was almost like a house arrest. This gave Ling Xiao more time to catch up with this guy's cultivation. That idiot Shuo Hai might have come looking for him to fight in the arena of life and death. As for the Black Immortal Mountain Lord's motive, he was not sure. But now that his cultivation was over, he should go to the Black Immortal Mountain Lord's place to take a look. No matter what, the Mountain Lord had blocked the Scarlet Immortal Mountain Lord, Kai Lian, for him. He had to thank him. Of course, no matter how big the world was, it was not as big as his body. Before he went, he had to have a meal. After eating, his originally thin body instantly recovered to its original state. This scene made the Shundian feel extremely strange and surprised, but Ling Xiao was already used to it. His body seemed to be able to completely digest and absorb everything he ate in the shortest amount of time. Monster. The Shundian could only use this word to describe his strange master. He ate the Thunder Essence Jade like it was a bean, and he could digest and absorb it instantly after eating. What kind of person was this? After eating, Ling Xiao went to see the Black Immortal Mountain Lord. The Mountain Lord did not say much, but gave Ling Xiao some elixirs for cultivation and a piece of Thunder Essence Jade. Ling Xiao, I have high hopes for you. Whether or not the Black Immortal Mountain can be developed and revitalized depends on your shoulders. Although these elixirs and Thunder Essence Jade did not seem to be of much use to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao was very grateful. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord did not speak much, but he was very fair and magnanimous. This made him very respectful. Don't worry, Mountain Lord. Ling Xiao will use his own actions to repay the Black Immortal Mountain for taking me in. A person like him who had offended the Zhu family and the Shen family would not be accepted into the Eight Immortal Mountain except for the Black Immortal Mountain. Therefore, he was actually grateful to the Black Immortal Mountain. After returning to the thatched cottage from the Black Immortal Mountain Lord's place, Ling Xiao adapted to his current lightning combat body and began to devour the lightning elemental jade. There were only 2 days left until the ghost prison trial, and there was nothing else to do. Since he already had the lightning combat body, it would be easier for him to devour the lightning elemental jade. But this time, he did not dare to devour multiple Thunder Essence Jades at once. Instead, he fused them one by one. From returning to the thatched cottage to the day of the ghost prison trial, Ling Xiao had fused with a total of 19 Thunder Elemental Jades. According to the Divine Codex, one had to fuse at least 20 Thunder Elemental Jades to advance from Elementary Thunder Elemental Physique to Intermediate Thunder Elemental Physique. However, Ling Xiao did not dare to do so. This was because when he fused with the 19th Thunder Origin Jade, the lightning power in his body was about to surpass the current Royal Heaven-Earth power. This gave him a very ominous feeling. So, he stopped for the time being. Coincidentally, it was also the day of the ghost prison trial. Although his Elementary Thunder Elemental Physique did not advance to Intermediate Thunder Elemental Physique, it was definitely enough for the current stage. Just based on the strength of his body, he could crush most of the Yin-Yang realm martial artists in the first level of Hell and some of the martial artists in the second level of Hell. This was much stronger than his previous combat strength. When Ling Xiao stopped cultivating, he saw Feng Ayu appear at the door. She was still the gentle and lovely girl, but there was a hint of melancholy on her face. It was obvious that she was worried and worried. Ling Xiao, I heard that Zhu Yun was killed. Did you do it? Feng Ayu asked. How is that possible? I don't know how to clone myself. Ling Xiao smiled. Feng Ayu was too naive, so there were some benefits to keeping some things from her. I believe you, but Scarlet Fairy Mountain seems to have blamed Zhu Yun's death on you. Even when their warehouse was stolen, they still want to settle the score with you for no reason. These people must be sick in the head. How could you steal their things without being noticed? Feng Ayu said angrily, those people from Scarlet Fairy Mountain are too unreasonable. Ling Xiao secretly stuck out his tongue. Although Scarlet Fairy Mountain was angry at him for no reason, This was a blind cat catching a dead mouse. That thing was really done by him. However, he would not admit it. At least, not now. With his current strength, he could not completely protect himself. There were some things that he should hide. Just like the Tyrant Sky Martial spirit. Until now, he had only shown it to a few people, and it was only a part of it. Those people probably would not have thought that the Tyrant Sky Martial spirit was the upgraded version of the Mountain River Martial spirit. Forget about them. Senior sister, you came to find me because of the ghost prison trial, right? Ling Xiao did not want to talk about those trivial matters. He only cared about the ghost prison trial now. Yes, it is indeed because of the ghost prison trial. The disciples who go down 8 Immortal Mountain to participate in the ghost prison trial will gather outside the ghost prison. At that time, the 8 mountain lords and many deacons who go down 8 Immortal Mountain will personally come to the scene. Junior brother, you don't dare to act recklessly. I know you are stubborn and don't want to be taken advantage of, but in that kind of situation, whether it is the deacons or the mountain lords, they can easily take your life. Feng, are you reminded? Don't worry, senior sister. I know. Will you take me there? Ling Xiao asked. He was not a fool. When it was time to be presumptuous, he would naturally be presumptuous. But when it was time to restrain himself, he would definitely not be stupid. No, there is a senior brother from the ghost prison outside to take you and Feng you there. I think the disciples from the other mountains have already gone there. Feng Yu sighed and said, I don't have that qualification. I am just reminding you of some things. Senior sister, you don't have to be so lonely. In fact, although senior sister's aptitude is not absolutely superior, it is still above average. You are more outstanding than Feng Yu and Hu Renfeng. It's just that you don't have enough resources. Last time, senior sister, you gave the elixir to Kai Yanger because of me. This time, don't do that again. I don't have many elixirs. Ling Xiao gave the elixir he snatched from Zhu Yang to Feng Yu and said, Senior sister, you don't have to refuse. I can only rest assured when you are strong. After saying that, he turned and left, not giving Feng Yu a chance to refuse. Looking at Ling Xiao's back, Feng Yu suddenly burst into tears. Junior brother, don't worry. When you come out of the ghost prison, you will definitely see a new me. I won't let you down. At this time, Ling Xiao had already met with Feng Yu. Feng Yu seemed to have fused with 2 pieces of Thunder Yuan Jade. Her body had been tempered and strengthened a lot. She also seemed to have obtained a little power of thunder and lightning. But compared with the real thunder and lightning battle body, it was too far away. Thunder and lightning battle body, that is, the internal force produced by the body can be accompanied by the thunder and lightning attribute. Even every cell contains thunder and lightning. Chapter 2231. Of course, Feng Yu didn't know that Ling Xiao had condensed the lightning battle body. Brat, don't think that you can ride on my head just because you defeated me last time. Now that I've fused with 2 pieces of lightning origin jade, I've already fused with the lightning origin jade. Now that I've fused 2 lightning battle bodies, you only got 1. My lightning power is much stronger than yours. Idiot. Ling Xiao was too lazy to argue with this guy. This guy didn't do anything unforgivable to him, so he was too lazy to kill him. Last time, he only taught him a lesson. He hoped that this idiot wouldn't be stupid. If he really pissed him off, he wouldn't be merciful anymore. Stop right there. Who are you calling an idiot? Feng Yu was angry. He looked at Ling Xiao as if he wanted to eat him up. There was a faint electric light flashing on his body. Although the electric light was insignificant, it was enough to decide the outcome of a fight between ordinary warriors. What? You really want to be beaten? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He had seen idiots before, but he had never seen such an idiot. Deliberately looking for a beating? Not to mention that he had already condensed the elementary lightning battle body and was only 1 step away from the intermediate lightning battle body. Even if he didn't have the lightning battle body, he could easily defeat this idiot with his current cultivation and the power of the Sun God Beast Soul. He wasn't a reincarnation realm warrior, but an ordinary yin-yang realm first-level hell. What was there to be proud of? I think you're the one looking for a beating. Feng Yu suddenly jumped up and attacked Ling Xiao in the same way as before. But this time, the attack contained a little bit of lightning power. Coupled with the fact that his body had been tempered by the lightning battle body, it had become much stronger. So Feng Yu was very confident. But in the next moment, his confidence was completely destroyed. Ling Xiao didn't make any attack at all. Well, if a slap could be counted as an attack, then there was. When Feng Yu was less than a meter away from Ling Xiao suddenly slapped out, and Feng Yu was embedded into the mountain rocks. At that moment, Feng Yu felt as if something was broken. That was his confidence. His confidence had been completely destroyed by this slap, leaving nothing behind. Hehe, I heard that the mountain chieftain gave you 5 pieces of thunder elemental jade, right? Senior brother Feng and Ju Tong had obtained thunder yuan jades before. This time, each of them only got 2 pieces. As for you, you get 5, while senior sister Feng and I get 1 each. Since you've wasted 2 pieces, you should have 3 left. Give them all to me. Ling Xiao pulled Feng Yu out from the mountain rock, and while patting Feng Yu's face, he said sinisterly. Although Ling Xiao already has 61 pieces of thunder yuan jades, but this thing is really precious, and in order to cover up the fact that he stole the thunder yuan jades from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, he must snatch these 3 pieces of thunder yuan jades from Feng Yu. This explanation is much better than stealing from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain's warehouse. What's more, Feng Yu probably won't be able to survive in the ghost prison trial this time. This guy was probably still thinking of using the desert sea to get his revenge. Ling Xiao doesn't kill him now, but in the ghost prison, he still has to kill him. Who would blame a dead person for being robbed of thunder yuan jades? Here, you can have them all. Feng Yu didn't know Ling Xiao's ruthlessness. So he didn't dare to resist in front of Ling Xiao. All 3 pieces of thunder yuan jades were given to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took the thunder yuan jades and threw them into his storage ring with a smile. This way, he will have more. In the future, he won't have to worry about the lack of materials to upgrade his thunder battle body. Let's go, senior brother Feng Yu, you're the captain of the Black Immortal Mountain this time. Ling Xiao smiled mockingly and put Feng Yu on the ground. Brat, just you wait. Although I'm no match for you, Lord Sanxi will definitely take your life. When that time comes, you'll have to pay back everything you've taken from me. No, you'll have to pay back double. Feng Yu thought indignantly, then lifted her foot and walked forward. He didn't walk far before he saw a senior brother from the ghost prison waiting there, looking very impatient. You 2 rookies actually made me wait for so long. Don't you know what kind of trash the Black Immortal Mountain is in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain? 2 wastes. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to go forward and say hello. Who knew that before he could open his mouth, the other party would say such a sentence, directly shattering his respect. It can be seen that the Black Immortal Mountain is really looked down on. Feng Yu didn't say anything, as if tacitly admitting that the Black Immortal Mountain is the worst in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. He didn't even refute. Ling Xiao thought for a while and also didn't refute. Refuting with words is the most boring. If you want to refute, you have to use actions to tell these guys that the Black Immortal Mountain is not weak. Even if the Black Immortal Mountain only has him, Ling Xiao, he can still stand in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Seeing that the 2 of them didn't say anything, the senior brother from the ghost prison also felt that he was asking for a snub. He didn't say anything and brought Ling Xiao and Feng Yu to the ghost prison. At this time, outside the ghost prison, there is a boiling cauldron of voices. This is a huge square. On the square, the disciples from the other 7 mountains of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain have already arrived. Moreover, they have occupied almost all the space. Only the Black Immortal Mountain has no one. It is said that the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master was sent to perform a mission the day before the ghost prison trial. Today, the one representing the Black Immortal Mountain is the eldest disciple, Hai Renfeng. But Hai Renfeng is a cultivation maniac. He completely forgot about this matter and is still in seclusion. The second disciple Ju Tong has arrived, but he is chatting enthusiastically with the people from the other mountains, as if he doesn't care that the Black Immortal Mountain's territory has been occupied. Feng Yu and Ling Xiao are the last to arrive. Because Ling Xiao was busy cultivating, He was a bit late. Anyway, he didn't exceed the stipulated time and didn't violate the rules. He doesn't feel that there is a problem. But in the eyes of others, there is a big problem. The 7 mountain masters of the lower 8 immortal mountain, plus the outer hall master Lin Haoyu. These are all important people. Not counting the 7 attendants of the lower 8 immortal mountain, they are all disciples of the upper 8 immortals. The black immortal mountain doesn't have attendants. Because there are too few disciples, there is no need for them. So many important people are waiting for them here. This makes many people very angry. But they didn't think that even if these 2 people came, the time isn't up. They still have to wait. They only think that the Black Immortal Mountain is easy to bully. That's why they can't stand the Black Immortal Mountain disciples. Poor students will always be looked at differently. No matter how good your performance is, others will always think that you are cheating. This is the same logic. They look down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao can't be bothered with them. He just bowed to the outer hall master Lin Haoyu. Disciple Ling Xiao, a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain participating in the trial, greets the outer hall master. Very good. Go and wait first. There is still some time before the ghost prison trial begins. Adjust your mentality. Once you step into the ghost prison, you will face a life and death battle. It is definitely not a game. Chapter 2232. Lin Haoyu treated Ling Xiao very well. This was probably because of Lin Yang and Lin Ruoxian's relationship. Of course, it was also because Ling Xiao had repaired the mixed Yuan Vaja array in the outer hall. This made Lin Haoyu feel that Ling Xiao was a talent. Just as he was about to go back and sit down, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent. He turned his head and saw a woman in red. Needless to say, this should be the mountain master of Scarlet Fairy Mountain, Kai Lian. He beat up her daughter, Kai Yang so she must hold a grudge against him. However, he had already taken the Thunder Yuan Jade and those pills, but she was still unwilling to give up. This old witch really wanted to kill him. He stared at Kai Lian without showing any weakness. Although his cultivation was not as good as her, he was not afraid of these people in terms of killing intent and aura. Kai Lian was also slightly surprised. She did not expect Ling Xiao to dare to look at her. Chimph, interesting. No wonder you dare to bully my daughter. It turns out that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. You're only at the early stage of the first level of hell of the yin-yang realm. I guess your martial soul is not very good and you don't have any noble bloodline. How dare you be so arrogant? Well, this time in the ghost prison, my precious daughter will let you know what fear is. She had to admit that her daughter Kai Yang-er's aptitude was still very terrifying. She had actually integrated a total of 5 Thunder Yuan Jades. Now that her strength had increased greatly, she believed that it would not be a problem to deal with Ling Xiao. If not, there was still Shohai. Shohai was simply terrifying. In just a few days, he had integrated 10 Thunder Yuan Jades and condensed the elementary Thunder battle body. She didn't tell anyone about this secret because she wanted to surprise the competitors of the Scarlet Deity Mountain in the ghost prison. Thinking of this, Kai Lian withdrew her gaze. Ling Xiao was too lazy to continue fighting with that old witch. He turned around and wanted to find a place to sit. After all, there were still nearly 2 hours before the ghost prison trial began. He could not keep standing here. A chess piece had been thrown on the ground in the place that originally belonged to Black Fairy Mountain. Then, a few disciples of Purple Fairy Mountain sat on it, chatting and laughing. Feng Yu didn't know where she had slipped away. She probably went to complain to Shohai. Looks like I have no choice but to show off my skills today. I can't be too cowardly. As long as I don't reveal my true strength, it will be fine. As a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain, if he couldn't even take back his own territory, then he would truly feel ashamed. Just like how the flag of the Celestial Empire was trampled underfoot, he would also be angry. In his heart, there was not only the martial Tao, but also the great ambition of unifying the profound world, as well as the persistence in his heart. Team honor might be worthless in the eyes of others, but in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was extremely precious. He walked over, planning to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Therefore, He found the senior brother in charge of arranging the seats in Ghost Prison and explained the situation. Why are you so troublesome? There are only 3 of you in the Black Immortal Mountain, right? You can just find a place to sit down. Why do you have to choose that place? What surprised him was that the senior brother he was looking for was the one who had just brought him here. He still hadn't forgotten how this fellow had mocked and ridiculed the Black Immortal Mountain. Just because there are few people, so you can just give away your territory? Have you ever seen a country with a backbone that would cede its territory to others for no reason? Moreover, even if we don't want the place, we can't just let them sit on our Black Immortal Mountain's flag, right? Ling Xiao suppressed his anger and said, "Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you teach me a lesson? Your Black Immortal Mountain once had a great traitor, Ling Yang. He has long been notorious. It is the benevolence of the sect that he didn't destroy your Black Immortal Mountain. What nonsense are you spouting? If you don't have a place to sit, then scram. Also, your flag is already considered good for sitting. It should be used as toilet paper." This senior brother Ghost Prison suddenly became irritable, as if Ling Xiao had made a big mistake. "Your surname is also Ling. Could it be that you are the descendant of that traitor, Ling Yang? No wonder you want to speak up for the Black Immortal Mountain. So Ling Yang was the former mountain master of the Black Immortal Mountain? Ling Yang went all the way from the mountain master to the sect leader of the 8 Immortal Mountain. That kid is really powerful. Forget it, you are my brother. I absolutely believe in your character. Before you come back, I will guard the Black Immortal Mountain well for you. No one can insult it. What's your name?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. "What's my name? Why are you asking me my name? Do you want to complain? Fine, go ahead. My name is Zhong Cheng, the disciple of the 8 Immortals in charge of the Ghost Prison trial. I was originally from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain." Zhong Cheng roared like a madman. "Scarlet Immortal Mountain? That explains it." Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Scarlet Immortal Mountain is a bunch of trash, scum." "What did you say?" Zhong Cheng became even angrier. No one had ever dared to say that. Since the establishment of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, it had been the strongest in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Who dared to say that they were trash? At that moment, Zhong Cheng was furious to the extreme. He completely forgot his identity. Suddenly, he circulated his origin energy and charged towards Ling Xiao. Of course, this had something to do with Ling Xiao. Not only did Ling Xiao use words to provoke him, but he also used the 3-leaf demonic eyes, causing Zhong Cheng's emotions to reach the extreme. That was why the current scene happened. Seeing Zhong Cheng pouncing over, Ling Xiao smiled faintly and dodged swiftly. Zhong Cheng did not have time to dodge at all. He directly rushed over and knocked the few disciples of the Purple Immortal Mountain sitting on the Black Immortal Mountain flag unconscious. Ling Xiao hurriedly picked up the flag and said to Zhong Cheng with a smile, "Thank you for your help, senior brother. You have taken back our Black Immortal Mountain's territory. Thank you very much." Zhong Cheng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, at this moment, he was already restrained by 2 disciples from the Ghost Prison. It was impossible for him to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shrugged at Zhong Cheng. Then, he casually raised the Black Immortal Mountain flag again. He sat there alone and casually threw out a formation refining stone, enveloping this huge space. Even if there was only one person left in a country, this territory could not be casually given away. If it belonged to the Black Immortal Mountain, it belonged to the Black Immortal Mountain. Whoever had the ability to snatch it would die if they could not. That person is Ling Xiao, who did not attend the appointment to participate in the Sand Sea Life and Death Arena, right? How can he still have the face to come out? If it were me, I would have committed suicide out of shame long ago. In the crowd, there were clearly people who recognized Ling Xiao and could not help but chatter. "Hey, that's right. He has the guts to accept the challenge but doesn't have the guts to go. What a disgrace to the Black Immortal Mountain." Hearing such words, Ling Xiao's face gradually darkened. Although he did not care about these barks being said that he did not dare to accept the challenge for no reason, he was very unhappy. This was because he had not agreed to the Sand Sea Life and Death Arena from the beginning to the end. Chapter 2233. F***CK, whether it's Shohai or Kai Yang just you wait. I'm being scolded because of you bastards. Don't be alone in the ghost prison. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Zhong Cheng's incident was just a small disturbance. What the 7 mountain lords and Lin Haoyu were discussing was the big matter of the ghost prison trial. Everyone, which mountain do you think will come out on top in this time's ghost prison trial? Lin Haoyu asked with a smile. Is there a need to ask? Of course, it's still Scarlet Deity Mountain. Scarlet Deity Mountain not only has Kai Yang this year, but also a peerless genius like Shohai. They'll definitely come out on top in the ghost prison trial. Although Yuan Neng is strong, his treasures will definitely fall into Shohai's hands. The one who spoke was the Mountain Lord of Purple Deity Mountain. This guy seemed to be flirting with Kai Lian. No one knew if he had something going on with Kai Lian. However, as the Mountain Lord of Purple Deity Mountain, he actually thought highly of Scarlet Deity Mountain's disciple. This was a bit of an exaggeration. However, the other Mountain Lords didn't seem to have any intention of refuting. Because it was obvious that Shohai was strong, this was a fact that no one could deny. After a while, Lin Haoyu smiled and said, "Don't forget about Orange Deity Mountain. Orange Deity Mountain's genius disciple, Cheng Feiying, isn't any weaker than Shohai. She's also a rebirth realm martial artist. Even Shohai doesn't have absolute confidence in defeating Cheng Feiying. Mountain Lord of Orange Deity Mountain, aren't you being too modest?" "Not at all. Hall Master Lin is too kind. That girl of mine isn't good enough." The Mountain Lord of Orange Deity Mountain was a man of few words. He seemed to be a person who stood aloof from worldly affairs. However, this didn't stop him from having an outstanding granddaughter, Cheng Feiying. Although he was very modest, after Lin Haoyu's reminder, the others also came to their senses. That's right. I'm afraid the final winner of the ghost prison trial will be between Cheng Feiying and Shohai. Most of the others are going to accompany the Crown Prince in his studies. Yes, Cheng Feiying isn't bad compared to Shohai. The competition between the two of them will definitely be very intense. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Crimson Viper sneered inwardly. What Cheng Feiying? She probably doesn't know that Shohai has already condensed the lightning battle body. What belongs to our Crimson Immortal Mountain will still belong to us. We've been in first place for so long. The strength of the Desert Sea is stronger than the previous disciples. We can't lose this victory. Thinking up to this point, Kai Lian couldn't help but sneer. He didn't want to hear anyone compare Cheng Feiying to Shohai, so he casually asked, "What do you all think of that Ling Xiao? I heard that he killed Shen Chong when he was at the half-step yin-yang realm. Could this kid be one of the strong competitors?" Impossible. Rumors are just rumors. No matter how strong that kid is, he has just reached the yin-yang realm. He probably used some scheme to kill Shen Chong. As soon as Kai Lian said this, someone objected. When she heard this, she was naturally very happy. She brought up Ling Xiao's name because she wanted the people around her to criticize and mock Ling Xiao and vent her anger for her daughter. Mountain Lord Crimson Immortal, I think highly of that Ling Xiao. You have to be careful and don't let your daughter participate in the ghost prison trial. Your daughter has caused trouble for Ling Xiao several times. With that kid's ruthlessness, your daughter Kai Yang will be in trouble. Lin Haoyu said with a smile. "H. Hall Master Lin thinks too highly of that kid. If he really dares to harm my daughter, Shohai will make him suffer. At that time, he will be a corpse. Besides, my daughter Kai Yang has just integrated 5 pieces of Thunder Jade and her strength has greatly increased. Do you still think that Ling Xiao can deal with Kai Yang? Kai Lian snorted disdainfully. Kai Yang is indeed a genius to have integrated 5 pieces of Thunder Jade. It is said that Ling Xiao only has 1 piece of Thunder Jade. It seems that he is no match for Kai Yang. That's right. There was still a little hope, but now, that little hope is completely gone. Besides, Shohai is also here. It will be good if Ling Xiao can come out alive. Everyone was discussing and did not think highly of Ling Xiao. At this time, even Lin Haoyu began to worry about Ling Xiao. Mountain Lord Crimson Immortal was disdainful of Ling Xiao. Below, a group of Crimson Immortal Mountain disciples led by Kai Yang walked to the front of Black Immortal Mountain's territory. There were nearly 100 people in this group. Among them, there were 20 warriors who were at the peak of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. There were also 4 who were at the late stage of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. Of course, Shohai was stronger than them. Shohai had already reached the peak of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. He had also condensed the lightning battle body. There was also a rumor that Shohai could have broken through to the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, in order to participate in the Ghost Prison trial and fight for the Origin Energy Treasure, he did not break through. In other words, if this rumor was true, Shohai might break through in the Ghost Prison trial. At that time, Ling Xiao would be in trouble. Ju Tong and Feng Yu were mixed in with this group of people. These 2 guys followed the Crimson Immortal Mountain disciples like 2 dogs. They were all sizing up Ling Xiao as if they were admiring a monkey in the hands of a street monkey show. Miss Yang this is the Ling Xiao you were talking about. He looks like a coward. He agreed to the life and death arena but did not dare to show up. He is not a man at all. A Crimson Immortal Mountain disciple raised his voice and said, "That's right. A little warrior from a small town probably thinks about how to survive all day. He doesn't know what it means to be responsible. Speaking of which, he is not bad. He can even reach the Yin-Yang realm. He has made the Black Immortal Mountain proud. Shameless. I think he's going to embarrass the Black Immortal Mountain in this Ghost Prison trial. Ha 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 ha, that's right. He might die as soon as he enters. Our Miss Yang will not spare him. Not only Miss Yang I heard that this guy even provoked his senior brother. He is really not cute. A guy who only knows how to hurt people behind their backs and play tricks should be punished by everyone." The Crimson Immortal Mountain disciples said one after another. It was obvious that they were talking to Kai Yang. Their bootlicking skills were not bad, but it was a pity that it was a little too disgusting. Kai Yang stood there in a good mood. The words of the people around her were like knives, stabbing at Ling Xiao one by one. She felt very happy. When she thought of how Ling Xiao dared to hurt her, she felt uncomfortable all over. Chapter 2234. Kai Yang hoped to see Ling Xiao commit suicide out of grief and guilt. After all, this kind of thing had happened before. In the past, there was a disciple who, because of his poor psychological quality, felt hopeless after being scolded by others and finally committed suicide. However, when she turned her head to look at Ling Xiao, what she saw was a smiling Ling Xiao who was reading an old book that she had no idea where he had gotten it from. This guy must be doing it on purpose. Kai Yang gnashed her teeth in anger. Oh, why are there so many dogs barking today? Ling Xiao happened to raise his head at this time, with a very disgusted look on his face. He even picked his ear with the little finger of his right hand. Does the 8 Immortals Mountain have so many dogs? Bastard, who are you calling a dog? Ling Xiao's words were like poking a hornet's nest. The disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain who came with Kai Yang were all furious. Don't apologize if you have guts. I'll kill you. You're finished. In the ghost prison, I'll break your dog mouth. If it weren't for the sect's rules, I would have killed you. Among all of them, Kai Yang was the angriest. Last time, she was beaten by Ling Xiao. This time, she was called a dog in front of so many people. She couldn't wait to skin Ling Xiao and pull out his tendons. TSK, 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 these dogs are barking louder. Is no one taking them back? Ling Xiao laughed. Ling Xiao, you've gone too far. Feng Yu stood up at this time and said, how can you insult your fellow disciples like this? Although he was still very afraid of Ling Xiao, standing in this group of people at this time, he felt as if he had a backer. He even dared to criticize Ling Xiao. Some people don't want to be human, but want to be with a group of dogs. Oh, that's right. If you don't want to be a dog, no one will give you dog food. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Yu contemptuously. To be honest, he could understand why the disciples of the Scarlet Deity Mountain scolded him. After all, they were competitors and enemies. However, Feng Yu was a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain. Instead of helping him defend the glory of the Black Immortal Mountain, he actually helped others. This person had degenerated into someone else's lackey. Enough. After Feng Yu spoke, Zhu Tong also spoke. He thought that he was Ling Xiao's senior brother, and that he was stronger than Ling Xiao. Therefore, he stood out and pointed at Ling Xiao, saying, "Why aren't you apologizing to your fellow disciples? As a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain, you have really embarrassed our Black Immortal Mountain. How disgusting. Ha ha, ha 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 ha." Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. In front of everyone, he pointed at Zhu Tong's dog face and scolded, "Look at what kind of face you have now. How dare you talk about the glory of the Black Immortal Mountain? What were you doing when the battle flag of the Black Immortal Mountain was being used by someone else? You're talking and laughing with your dog's owner. When the territory of the Black Immortal Mountain was occupied by others, what were you doing? You're flattering and bootlicking. If you want to talk about losing face, it's not me, Ling Xiao, but you, Zhu Tong. Why don't you join the Scarlet Immortal Mountain? It's really wronging you to stay in the Black Immortal Mountain, you lackey of the Desert Sea. You. What did you say?" Zhu Tong stood there, feeling uneasy all over. Because at this moment, many people were looking at him. He had to admit that Ling Xiao's every word was right. When Ling Xiao was fighting for the glory of the Black Immortal Mountain, he was mixing with the people of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Perhaps some people could criticize Ling Xiao, but he, Zhu Tong, was really not worthy. "I said that you are not worthy of being a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain. If I were the Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master, I would kick away trash like you," Ling Xiao said loudly. "Well said, ha 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 ha." Cheers could be heard from the crowd. Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was Lin Yang. Lin Yang felt that as Ling Xiao's follower, if he couldn't support Ling Xiao at this time, then he wasn't a man. So he stood out. "Lin Yang, you bastard." Zhu Tong looked at Lin Yang, gnashing his teeth in hatred, but he didn't dare to make a move here. After all, Lin Yang was a member of the Lin family. With Lin Ruoxian and Lin Haoyu around, at least in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, there weren't many who dared to touch Lin Yang. "Don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for humiliating yourself. You did something disgusting, so don't blame someone who did the right thing. I really feel ashamed for the Zhu family. How could there be a disciple like you?" Lin Yang sneered and said. "Good, very good. Lin Yang, just you wait." Zhu Tong's eyes flashed with a ruthless killing intent. It seemed that he was ready to deal with Lin Yang. Just like the last time when he dealt with Chen He, no one knew that he deliberately cooperated with the Desert Sea. It was a pity that he couldn't kill Chen He on the spot and let him jump off the cliff. But since Chen He didn't come back after so long, he was probably dead. As long as he killed Lin Yang outside, no one would know and no one could blame him. "And you, Ling Xiao. You insulted senior brother. You will definitely suffer retribution. Don't die in the ghost prison trial." Zhu Tong turned back to look at Ling Xiao and snorted. "Brother Zhu, little sister Yang why bother with that madman? He's only doing this because he wants to get everyone's attention. His background is inferior to ours, his bloodline is inferior to ours, and his cultivation is inferior to ours. That's all he can do. I gave him a chance to enter the ring of life and death, but he didn't dare to take it. In the end, he's just a coward who doesn't dare to do anything." At this time, Desert Sea also walked over and looked at Ling Xiao with contempt. Now that he had condensed the lightning battle body, he despised Ling Xiao even more. Previously, he had believed that he could crush Ling Xiao to death with just one hand. Now, he believed it even more. Brother Desert Sea is so handsome. Kai Yang looked at Desert Sea's expert aura and her eyes almost popped out. Looking at Ling Xiao, she couldn't help but wonder why she bothered with a piece of trash like Ling Xiao. She had already gotten such an outstanding man like Desert Sea. She would definitely marry him in the future. She was now the object of everyone's envy, including that Ling Xiao. That guy was actually quite pitiful. Compared to an outstanding warrior like Brother Desert Sea, he was worthless. Another pitiful creature targeted by the sea of sand. In the crowd, a 15-year-old girl looked at Ling Xiao, shook her head gently, and sighed. This girl was Cheng Feiying of Orange Immortal Mountain. She was known as a warrior second only to Desert Sea. And she was a girl. She was also a reincarnation realm warrior and one of the two most promising geniuses in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Junior sister, Desert Sea seems to have a good relationship with Kai Yang. You are engaged to him. How can he do this? Beside Cheng Feiying, a girl said indignantly. Haha, that's just my grandfather's drunken words. Although Desert Sea is outstanding, the person I like is in the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, not him. It's good that he likes Kai Yang. Chapter 2235. Cheng Feiying's ambition was really high. She looked down on everyone from the lower 8 immortals. Her eyes were always on the top. She already had someone she liked. Junior sister's mentality is really different from others. But junior sister, I heard that Ling Xiao even dared to provoke Mo Feiyu from the 8 Immortals Mountain. How is this kid? Cheng Feiying looked at Ling Xiao again and shook her head. His spirit is very strong. But before he reincarnated, he probably wasn't that good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reincarnated to a place like Yuhua Town. He's a character, but he won't live for long. This ghost prison trial will be his end. I think so too. From the looks of it, even the onlookers thought that Ling Xiao was really too weak, not even worth mentioning. After offending Shuohai and so many people, this ghost prison trial was basically Ling Xiao's hell. Under Shuohai's lead, the Scarlet Immortal Mountain disciples returned to the Scarlet Immortal Mountain's territory. Cheng Feiying also retracted her gaze. She said coldly, this ghost prison trial will last for a total of 10 days. Within these 10 days, what we need to do is find Yuan Neng and kill him. Then we can get the Nether Spirit Artifact series hidden in his storage ring. There are a total of 18 Nether Spirit Artifacts. Each of them contains a mid-jade grade martial technique. Of course, this is the most important reward. If we can't get them in 10 days, the ghost prison trial will also end. Depending on the prey we kill, we can get the corresponding contribution points. The person in first place will still get the special reward from the sect. And if we can kill Yuan Neng in advance, the trial will also end. This time, the first place will be me. And that Shuohai is my only opponent. You guys just help me hold back the others. Understood, junior sister. The Orange Immortal Mountain disciples participating in the ghost prison trial nodded. On Ling Xiao's side, Lin Yang was also explaining the rules of the ghost prison trial to him. 10 days, huh? It's actually so long. Looks like this ghost prison isn't simple. That Yuan Neng might be even more powerful than we thought. Ling Xiao analyzed, Yuan Neng is a genius martial artist and a samsara martial artist. Even if he was caught by the 8 Immortals Mountain, it's impossible for his cultivation not to improve during this period. Be careful when you meet him. In addition, Lin Yang, you should return to the Purple Immortal Mountain first, in case some people target you. Okay, got it. Lin Yang nodded, then got up and left. To Ling Xiao, 10 days in the ghost prison trial was too long. It seemed that he had to think of a way to deal with Yuan energy first. However, he still had to observe the situation first. Inside the ghost prison, there might be an opportunity for him to condense the intermediate lightning combat body. Of course, the plan could not keep up with the changes. After entering the ghost prison, it was hard to say what would happen in the future. The moment he entered, he might be besieged by the group of people in the desert. Those people couldn't wait to skin him alive. He looked up. Apart from the Black Immortal Mountain, the martial artists from the other 7 mountains were not weak. The Scarlet Immortal Mountain had the most people, with more than 100. As for the other 6 mountains, there were dozens of people on each of them. These people were all at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. There were actually close to 20 reincarnation realm martial artists who could pose a threat to Ling Xiao. The 8 Immortals Mountain was indeed the 8 Immortals Mountain. They were really strong. These people definitely wouldn't be willing to serve as foils to the desert or Cheng Feiying. Some of them wanted to make a name for themselves. Not only did they have such thoughts, but they also had such strength. Is that Cheng Feiying? She looks good, and her strength is not bad. Moreover, she's a samsara martial artist. There's no way she's inexperienced. I have to be careful of this woman. Ling Xiao sat there, carefully observing the potential opponents he might have. Is that person called Luo Yunsheng? According to Lin Yang, this guy has been very low-key in the Purple Immortal Mountain, but his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Even Lin Ruoxian praised him before. He'll probably become a dark horse. Ling Xiao looked at Luo Yunsheng and released his Tai Kai eye. Sure enough, this guy's strength was not inferior to Cheng Feiying and Shuo Hai. It seemed that he was indeed a ruthless character. Moreover, although the Tai Kai eye was powerful, it could only see cultivation. Ling Xiao still didn't know the other party's hidden strength. If Luo Yunsheng, Cheng Feiying, and Shuo Hai really wanted to compete, then it would depend on their performance. Time's up. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Ling Xiao's analysis. On the high platform, the outer hall master Lin Haoyu announced the start of the ghost prison trial. At that moment, everyone suddenly became nervous. Open the gate to the first level of the ghost prison. Enter in order. At Lin Haoyu's command, the ghost prison's deacons were naturally responsible for leading everyone to the gate to the first level. This gate was obviously not an ordinary gate. Ling Xiao could sense that there was a layer of strange energy in the center of the gate. This energy should be able to throw people into a different space. In other words, the ghost prison should be an independent space that was different from the outside world. The ghost prison is a magic treasure left behind by a powerhouse in the past. A small world has naturally formed inside. We use it to imprison prisoners and ferocious demon beasts. You people can enter and participate in the ghost prison trial. It is an honor for you. It shows that your aptitude has been recognized by the sect. Lin Haoyu's voice still rang in everyone's ears. Although he was getting farther and farther away from everyone, his voice never left. When he heard this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be moved. A magic treasure of a powerhouse. This reminded him of the pagoda in the Yuhua school. There was also a small world inside, and there were secrets that the Yuhua school hadn't discovered yet. Perhaps this time, he would be able to get lucky again. People always had dreams. Without dreams, what was the difference between them and a salted fish? Although the ghost prison had been in the hands of the Eight Immortal Mountain for a long time, in Ling Xiao's opinion, the Eight Immortal Mountain wasn't considered a high-level sect. Since that was the case, it was very likely that there were secrets in the ghost prison that they hadn't discovered yet. Regardless of whether there were secrets or not, Ling Xiao planned to look for them. Sharpening a knife won't delay the work of cutting firewood. He believed that a good opportunity was more important than more than 10 years of bitter cultivation. Wasn't he able to have the ability he had today because of the many opportunities he had encountered? If he had only hidden in the sect to cultivate, he wouldn't have been able to encounter these opportunities. Therefore, people still had to have a habit of dreaming. They couldn't be too realistic and too rational. What if his dream came true? The Thunder Jade, the Beast God Inheritance, the Seal of Eternal Life, these were all opportunities. If Ling Xiao didn't seize them, it would be impossible for his dream to come true. Ling Xiao was a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain, so he and Feng Yu stood at the back. The first to enter the ghost prison were naturally the people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. After them were the people from the Orange Immortal Mountain. Chapter 2236. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. After all, the sect had given him 10 days. Yuanneng wouldn't be defeated so easily. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing to be late. At this moment, Lin Ruoxian came to his side. Ling Xiao, you saved my cousin, Lin Yang. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go looking for Yuanneng alone. That guy's strength is beyond your imagination. I've fought with him before. Of course, that was a long time ago. I was still a disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain. That guy is really scary. Regardless of whether Lin Ruoxian's advice was useful or not, Ling Xiao was still quite happy with her kind intentions. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Deacon Ruoxian. I understand. That's good. Safety is the most important thing. Even if you can't kill any of the prisoners or get a single contribution point, don't go head-to-head with Shuo Hai. I'm afraid that Shuo Hai has already condensed the Thunder Battle Body. This was only Lin Ruoxian's speculation, but she felt that it was necessary to remind Ling Xiao. Her words did surprise Ling Xiao. It seemed that he had underestimated Shuohai. Deacon Lin, there are some things that you shouldn't say casually. You're a member of the Shuo family. Suddenly, a handsome man with the demeanor of a noble young master walked over. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, then looked at Lin Ruoxian and said. The way he looked at Ling Xiao was simply like he was looking at a bedbug. Desert Cloud. When did I, Lin Ruoxian, become a member of the Shuo family? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Ruoxian frowned and said coldly. Desert Cloud sneered and said, your opinion is meaningless. The Lin family doesn't dare to disobey the Shuo family. You, Lin Ruoxian, will be a member of the Shuo family sooner or later. Same goes for Cheng Feiying. All of you have to marry Shuohai. Damn, that guy Shuohai was really the darling of the Shuo family. He actually had Kai Yang Cheng Feiying, and even Lin Ruoxian. Upon hearing the Desert Cloud's words, Ling Xiao was extremely displeased. Although he didn't have any feelings for Cheng Feiying or Lin Ruoxian. However, Lin Ruoxian had helped him before. She could be considered his benefactor. How could he allow his benefactor to become Shuohai's wife? That bastard Shuohai was a real scum. As for Cheng Feiying, he didn't give it much thought. After all, he didn't know her. She could marry whoever she wanted. After saying that, Desert Cloud looked at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, if it weren't for Master Desert Cloud's insistence on taking care of you personally, I would have squashed you like a bug right now. Then, he laughed and left. Ling Xiao stared at his back. After a long time, he snorted and said, Deacon Ruoxian, with your strength, he shouldn't be a match for you. This Desert Cloud should be at the peak of the third layer of hell. Although he's the strongest among the disciples of the lower 8 immortals. However, you're a disciple of the upper 8 immortals. I'm very surprised that you can see his cultivation. However, Ling Xiao, some things aren't as simple as you think. Lin Ruoxian sighed and said, behind Desert Cloud is the terrifying Shuo family. Our Lin family can't afford to offend them. I can't kill as I wish like you. Deacon Ruoxian, do you wish for him to die? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Of course. Lin Ruoxian endured the humiliation and didn't want to make a move. It was only for the sake of the Lin family. However, she really wanted to kill Desert Cloud. Hee. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. The Shuo family was first Desert Sea, and then Desert Cloud. Both of them had threatened him and wanted to kill him. Ling Xiao wasn't the type to sit and wait for death. At times like this, he preferred to strike first. Desert Sea was doomed this time. Next would be Desert Cloud. Looking at that arrogant face, he was very unhappy. Boss, I'm going in first. Lin Yang's voice rang out. He was informing Ling Xiao that it was time to chat. Ling Xiao replied, then smiled at Lin Ruoxian. He turned and stepped into the pitch-black ghost prison. He's not going to live. Just as Ling Xiao left, Desert Cloud mysteriously appeared beside Lin Ruoxian again, as if to provoke him. With Desert Sea. Lin Ruoxian said with disdain, Desert Sea may be stronger than him, but it won't be easy to kill him. Ha ha ha, looks like you really don't know anything. Desert Cloud actually laughed out loud, then suddenly lowered his voice and said, how could we let young Master Desert Sea take the risk? Mo Feiyu has already bribed some people to attack Ling Xiao. Of course, that's nothing. That kid might be able to escape. But what if Yuanneng is targeting him too? Yuanneng? How is that possible? Why would Yuanneng target him? Lin Ruoxian's expression finally changed. Because the last time our young master entered the first floor of the ghost prison, he told Yuanneng that if he could kill Ling Xiao, then he would be able to be saved. With our Shuo family's ability, it's very easy to get rid of a foreigner's crime. What do you think he'll do? Desert Cloud laughed sarcastically. Why? Why would he do that? Is it worth it? Lin Ruoxian could not understand. In order to kill Ling Xiao, they had bribed Yuanneng. That was crazy. Of course it's worth it, because our Shuo family's dignity is not to be challenged. Ling Xiao is just a warning to others. Lin Ruoxian, oh Lin Ruoxian, don't think too highly of yourself. It's your fortune to be married to Master Desert Sea. Desert Cloud laughed and turned to leave again. He seemed to have achieved his goal and was very excited. Lin Ruoxian clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely angry. But she knew that she had to stay calm. She found the outer clan master, Lin Haoyu, who was also her uncle. She explained the matter to him, hoping that he could stop the ghost prison trial. However, Lin Haoyu shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Although I'm the outer clan master, my position is only equivalent to the lower 8 Immortal Mountains master. At most, it's slightly higher. The ghost prison trial was decided by the sect. It's impossible for you to stop it without any evidence. Even if there's evidence, do you think the sect will offend the Shaw family for Ling Xiao? Does Ling Xiao deserve to die?" Lin Ruoxian shouted. "Ruoxian, calm down first. I know that you think highly of that kid, but this time, he's really at the end. We can help if he offends Kai Lian, but if he offends the Shaw family, he has no choice." Lin Haoyu sighed. He didn't want Ling Xiao to die either because he had high hopes for this kid. But so what? The reality was that he had no choice but to lower his head. Lin Ruoxian was stunned. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that Lin Haoyu was right. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know this at this moment. Chapter 2237. If he couldn't kill Yuan Neng, he wouldn't be able to leave the first floor of the ghost prison in less than 10 days. At this moment, he was standing on a piece of charred land. Everything here seemed to be filled with a gloomy feeling, as if it had lost its life. It was weak. The black vegetation wriggled in the shadows, making people feel strange and terrified. There was no sky, and everyone could only see a grey haze above their heads. This damned place was really not a place for people to stay. Thus, when Ling Xiao stepped onto the ground, he could hear many sighs and cries of sorrow. This place was still considered safe because it was the safe zone of the entrance, only about 10 meters long. Within this distance, he wouldn't be attacked by the prisoners and monsters inside, but if he stepped out of this range, it would be hard to say. Many warriors who came to the ghost prison for the first time were trembling in fear, a little at a loss. But everyone else had a leader there to comfort them. Ling Xiao was a rookie, but no one cared about him. Of course, he didn't need anyone to care about him. He was a person who had seen the world, and he had come into contact with such a scene before. He was even almost directly dragged into the devil world by the Night Devil King. In comparison, what was the gloomy atmosphere of the ghost prison? Feng Yu, that guy, had long disappeared. Most likely, he had sneaked into the Scarlet Immortal Mountains team. That guy offended Ling Xiao outside. He was probably worried that Ling Xiao would find him to settle the score. What a coward. Look at that guy, he's really pitiful, he doesn't even have a companion. That's right, he'll probably be killed as soon as he leaves this place. Ha ha ha, that's true, who asked him to offend Lord Sandsi? If he didn't offend Lord Sandsi, maybe he could be Lord Sandsi's lackey. That's right, a bad life is better than a good death, why compete with yourself? Many cold and mocking gazes looked at Ling Xiao, and there were even mocking words that stabbed at Ling Xiao like knives. But Ling Xiao was still calm and collected, only observing the surrounding situation. Even if he wanted to deal with these reckless things, he had to leave this 10-meter-long safe zone. It was too eye-catching to make a move here. Soon, batch after batch of cultivators left the safe zone under the leadership of their leaders. However, even though the people from Scarlet Immortal Mountain were the first to enter, they still refused to leave. Shohai even walked over and said to Ling Xiao with a smile, "Ling Xiao, follow us. We can let you leave this place alive." His expression was as if he was talking to a pitiful stray dog. He was looking down on Ling Xiao out of jealousy. It seemed that not only did Shohai want Ling Xiao dead, but he also wanted to humiliate Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao lose face in front of everyone. "I'm sorry, I'm not used to being someone's lackey. Oh, by the way, when you guys go in later, it's best if you don't meet me. I'm a very vengeful person. Revenge for the smallest grievance. Whoever provokes me, I won't let them off easily." Ling Xiao looked at the sea of sand and said coldly. Naturally, he would not act with Shohai. Even if he wanted to kill Shohai, he would have to do it secretly. Otherwise, it would not be good if someone saw it. Killing Shohai was a big deal. Once the evidence was conclusive, he would not be able to escape the fate of being punished. And he did not want to leave 8 Immortal Mountain for the time being. Therefore, he could not let others have evidence. Shohai's expression suddenly became gloomy and cold. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You really don't know what's good for you. Originally, I wanted to give you a hand and let you rely on our Sho family. But now, it seems that you don't want to live anymore, do you? Brother Shohai, what's there to say to that trash? Let's go, lest this guy drag us down in the process of dealing with the elemental energy." Kai Yanga did not have the same vicious thoughts as Shohai. She simply hated and disliked Ling Xiao, so she definitely did not want Ling Xiao to act with them. This girl is right. If I follow you, I'm afraid I'll only drag you down. I'm not interested in killing the elemental energy. I just want to stay in this safe zone until 10 days later. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, "Do you think that no one can deal with you if you stay in the safe zone?" Shohai sneered and said, "The safe zone is only for prisoners and monsters. If I want to kill you, you still have to die." As he spoke, his cold killing intent had been exposed. "Feng Yu, if I kill Ling Xiao, what will you say?" Shohai suddenly turned to look at Feng Yu and asked. "Ling Xiao tried to kill me, but it was Lord Shohai who saved me." Feng Yu said loudly. "Everyone heard it, right?" Shohai asked loudly. "Everyone heard it." The people who stayed were all martial artists and henchmen of Scarlet Immortal Mountain. They naturally followed Shohai's lead. They would listen to whatever Shohai said. "You heard it, right? Ling Xiao, you tried to kill your senior brother. By the way, everyone outside saw it. You are extremely dissatisfied with your senior brother Feng Yu. I, Shohai, don't want to kill you. I just want to get rid of evil for the sect. If I kill you, not only will I not be held accountable, but I will also be rewarded. Don't you think such an ending is very interesting?" As Sansi spoke, he laughed. He laughed very happily, as if he was proud of his perfect plan. Although Ling Xiao was just a thorn in his flesh, a thorn in his side, and could not hurt his life. However, if this thorn was stuck in the flesh for a long time, it would also fester and fester. Therefore, he definitely had to kill Ling Xiao. Hehe, what a high-sounding reason. I will remember all of you. This time, no one from Scarlet Immortal Mountain can leave alive. Ling Xiao's smile gradually became cold. He just wanted to get rid of Shohai and teach Feng Yu and Kai Yanga a lesson. But now it seemed that these people from Scarlet Immortal Mountain deserved to die. When they saw that he was about to be killed by Shohai, not only did they not have the slightest sympathy, but they also became accomplices. Moreover, they looked at him with ridicule and disdain. It was as if his life was not worth mentioning. In that case, he, an insignificant ant, would go against the heavens and let these disciples of Scarlet Immortal Mountain sleep here forever. There was no shortage of trash in this world. It did not matter how much trash died. Ha ha ha, he said that he would kill everyone in Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Is this kid's brain short-circuited? I think so. He is hopeless. Everyone, I suddenly thought of an interesting proposal. Shohai suddenly said. What's the proposal, brother Shohai? Kai Yanga asked excitedly. Since everyone thinks that Ling Xiao is hopeless, why don't we just stab him with a knife to relieve the hatred in our hearts? Especially you, Feng Yu, you have been beaten by Ling Xiao twice. You should be very unhappy. Today, I will make the decision for you. Let's cut Ling Xiao into pieces together. Shohai's eyes flashed with a touch of madness. Chapter 2238. This suggestion is good, but this kid is not easy to deal with. I hope that Lord Sansi can subdue him. Others might not understand Ling Xiao's strength, but Feng Yu was very clear about it. He did not dare to get close to Ling Xiao, who was completely unharmed. What a waste. Forget it, I'll help you. Sansi looked at Feng Yu coldly. Although he disdained this waste, who asked this waste to be his lackey? Some things, he still had to help. He walked towards Ling Xiao. A terrifying and powerful murderous aura directly wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. Before this guy entered the world of reincarnation, he was probably an executioner who killed without batting an eye. Otherwise, this murderous aura would not be so strong. Ling Xiao was not afraid. However, the people standing beside Sho Hai all had pale faces. It was as though they were being tortured. This was just the murderous aura released by Sand Sea. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not expect that today. He finally met his opponent. Sand Sea was indeed stronger than he imagined. He was surprised by this. But this kind of surprise made him very surprised. If Sand Sea was a person who could be killed so easily, then this game would be too boring. He slowly stood up and looked at Sand Sea indifferently. The blood-red murderous aura was also released and then pounced towards Sand Sea. Perhaps his current cultivation was not as good as Sand Sea. But in terms of combat power, in terms of murderous aura, he was stronger than Sand Sea. At that moment, Sand Sea's face changed greatly. The few martial artists behind Sand Sea, because they could not bear the pressure of this murderous aura, directly fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth. Sand Sea, you're really strong. So strong that it makes me very excited. But don't worry, now is not the time for us to fight. Soon, we will meet again. Ling Xiao knew that with Sand Sea here, he could not kill all these people in front of him at once. If he couldn't kill them all, there would be evidence left. This was very troublesome. So here, he could not fight with Sand Sea. He had to wait until Sand Sea was alone. Or his strength could become stronger and ensure that he could kill all the disciples of Scarlet Immortal Mountain. He had decided to leave. Of course, before leaving, he still had to collect some taxes. Feng Yu must die. After killing Feng Yu and injuring a few more people, he would leave in a carefree manner and let Sho Hai suffer a little. Next, he would torture this grandson. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao smiled. You still want to escape? Sho Hai clearly saw through Ling Xiao's thoughts and said coldly, that's right. Your killing intent is truly terrifying. Even I am a little surprised. However, killing intent is not combat power. You are still no match for me. Escape. If I want to leave, none of you can stop me. Ling Xiao said in disdain, you are only at the first revolution of the yin-yang realm, the peak of hell. You are not much stronger than me. Do you really think you can keep me here? You'll know once you try. Sho Hai naturally did not care about what Ling Xiao said. With a clang, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. I heard that you also know how to use a sword. Today, I'll let you die under this sword. It's a good way to die. Don't worry, I won't use martial skills because you don't deserve it. After saying this, a terrifying aura of death seeped out of Sho Hai's sword. Small grains of sand swirled around the sword. He indeed did not use martial skills. Because even without martial skills, this sword was already very terrifying. The moment it pierced out, the surrounding water vapor seemed to be instantly sucked dry. The few people standing beside him all fled into the distance, as if they were afraid of being implicated. Not using martial skills to deal with me? You think too highly of yourself. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Without even drawing his sword, he directly punched at Sho Hai's sword. He actually wanted to use his hand to collide with the sword. And he did not use any martial skills. This scene, in the eyes of others, was simply courting death. Bang! Boom! With one collision, there were two explosions. The sword in Sho Hai's hand actually shattered. Ling Xiao took a step back, while Sho Hai took 2 steps back. Such powerful strength. Sho Hai was incomparably shocked. Although he did not use all of his strength in this sword, Ling Xiao actually destroyed his sword and repelled him. This was really too unexpected. The most surprised one was of course Feng Yu. Because the moment Ling Xiao repelled Sho Hai, he used Moonlight Meteor Step to appear in front of him. You just said that I wanted to kill you, so Sho Hai stood up for you, right? Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish. This time, Ling Xiao did not hold back. A terrifying fist directly blasted towards Feng Yu's head. Stop! Sho Hai's voice sounded. Ling Xiao just smiled contemptuously. Asking him to stop. Does this Sho Hai really think that everyone in the world is his family's lackey? Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. They could not believe that what happened was real. They did not even make any reaction. Because they did not expect that Ling Xiao not only repelled Shuohai, but also took advantage of Shuohai's inattention to appear in front of Feng Yu. He wants to kill Feng Yu. Boom. This fist landed solidly on Feng Yu's head. At that moment, Feng Yu's head was blown into pieces. Ling Xiao's figure flashed again, rushing out of the safe zone before Shuohai attacked him from behind. Bye-bye, arrogant idiots. Killing Feng Yu is just the beginning. I might as well tell you now, from this moment on, even if I don't want a single contribution point, I will make you all die in this ghost prison one by one. Ling Xiao stood not far away. A dense killing intent burst out, causing those prisoners who were rushing towards him to instantly stop. Those people could feel that Ling Xiao's terrifying killing intent was stronger than theirs. Although they did not understand why this young man would have such a terrifying killing intent, they absolutely did not dare to try. Because the result of trying might be death. They all fled in other directions, looking for a new target. For these prisoners, killing the disciples who entered the ghost prison could also earn them Omni points. When they reached a certain number, they could earn Omni points. Ling Xiao, you dare to kill in front of me. You dare to threaten me. Shuohai's face seemed to be filled with blood, becoming incomparably ferocious and terrifying. So what if I threaten you? You bunch of dogs, since you want to cut me into pieces, then wait for me to kill you one by one. Right, didn't you say that I will only secretly hurt people? I will show you what I am going to do next, so you better open your eyes wide and be careful. Don't rest, don't sleep, otherwise, you might die in your sleep. How could Ling Xiao be afraid of these people? It's just that killing them one by one is the most effortless and safest way. Goodbye, I hope you won't be afraid. With that, he turned and disappeared into the dark distance. Chapter 2239. Shuohai looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said loudly, "Don't worry about the elemental energy for the time being. From now on, find Ling Xiao with all your strength. Don't attack when you see him. Contact the others immediately. Ling Xiao is best at his body movement. As long as we surround him, he won't be able to escape." We were too careless this time. Everyone thought so. Because in fact, after Shuohai attacked, they didn't think of attacking or taking any precautions. Because they all thought that Shuohai could easily kill Ling Xiao. But who would have thought that Ling Xiao would escape and even kill Feng Yu? You have to look at the owner before beating a dog. Feng Yu is my dog. I, Shuohai, will never let this guy go. At this time, Shuohai was really angry. Losing face in front of his woman was the most unacceptable thing for a man. Brother Shuohai, did I see it wrong? That Ling Xiao actually forced you to retreat? Kai Yang who reacted after a long time, suddenly asked. Yang you saw it wrong. I just underestimated Ling Xiao's strength, so I only used 10% of my strength. Shuohai explained. But Kai Yang used to have incomparable trust and admiration for Shuohai. She thought that as long as she became Shuohai's woman, no one would bully her again. But today, she had doubts. Was her choice really right? Was Shuohai really as perfect as she thought? Boom. Suddenly, Shuohai's body emitted terrifying lightning. His original skin turned purple-blue, like the color of lightning. See, Yang this is my true strength. In order to let his woman regain confidence in him, Shuohai exposed his thunder battle body. In the distance, Ling Xiao, who was not too far away, saw this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Ruoxian's speculation is right. Shuohai is really a genius. He has condensed the thunder battle body. But it seems that his limit is 10 thunder jade. He still can't compare with me. With a smile, he finally turned around and left. It was true that he wanted to kill the disciples of the Scarlet Deity Mountain, but that was not important. The most important thing was to increase his own strength. When he was outside, he was worried that if he succeeded in cultivating the intermediate lightning battle body, it would cause a lot of strange phenomena and attract the attention of the sect. However, it was different in here. He could feel that there was still a chance for him to continue fusing with the Thunder Yuan Jade. As long as he could forge the intermediate lightning battle body, his defensive and offensive capabilities would be greatly enhanced. Increasing his strength was the most urgent matter. However, he had to find a suitable place to cultivate first. At the same time, Kai Yang-er's original suspicions disappeared. Seeing Sho Hai's terrifying thunder battle physique, she understood everything. His worries were unnecessary. That Ling Xiao was just faster than the others, but he was able to take advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him. That was why he could take the opportunity to kill Feng Yu. When Ling Xiao started to pay attention to everyone, Ling Xiao's unintentional nature would no longer exist. Her big brother Sand Si would definitely be able to kill that guy. Definitely. Spread out and look for Ling Xiao. Remember, you have to be in a group of at least 10 people. There should be at least one warrior at the peak of the first layer of hell or the first layer of hell leading the group. Don't worry about the assessment. Sho Hai, will definitely make up for your losses. Right now, Sho Hai only wanted to kill Ling Xiao wholeheartedly. As for Yuan Neng, he did not care about it. Because he knew that Yuan Neng had already accepted his brother's suggestion. As long as his people found Ling Xiao, then he would inform Yuan Neng. Then, there would be no possibility of Ling Xiao being alive. Of course, Yuan Neng would definitely die in the end. How could the Sho family save such a guy? Killing him after using him was the style of the Sho family. Yes. The disciples of the Scarlet Deity Mountain left in groups of 10 and began to look for Ling Xiao. They swore that they would find and kill Ling Xiao no matter what. This was not only because of Sho Hai's reward. It was also because they had already angered Ling Xiao. Now, they were in a situation where it was either you die or I live. If they did not kill Ling Xiao would kill them. Who is it? While Sho Hai and the others were looking for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao had encountered an unprecedented crisis. A guy who was nearly 2 meters tall with muscles all over his body and dozens of terrifying wounds that were so deep that his bones could be seen appeared in front of him. This guy's eyes flickered with a terrifying red light. He was like a ferocious beast in the night, and Ling Xiao was his prey. Yuan Neng. The other party's voice was hoarse and cold, filled with terrifying killing intent. If it were anyone else who heard this name, they would probably be scared out of their wits. They would have panicked and would not know what to do. However, Ling Xiao calmed down in an instant. Yuan Neng did not directly attack him. This meant that there was still room for negotiation. Little guy, you don't seem to be afraid of me at all. Yuan Neng looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said. There were actually 18 arms behind him, each holding a weapon. It looked very strange. Ling Xiao believed that it should be his martial soul. However, Ling Xiao had never seen such a strange martial soul. It was too strange. What's the use of being afraid? Anyway, I'll die if I'm afraid, and I'll die if I'm not afraid. Maybe I can pretend that I'm not afraid. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Neng and knew that he was definitely no match for this guy. This guy was too strong. Even if all the disciples of 8 Immortal Mountain joined forces this time, they would not be able to kill Yuan Neng. The mission this time had really gone awry. Perhaps Yuan Neng had been waiting for this day all along. The people of the Sho family said that if I kill you, they will give me freedom. Yuan Neng continued. You don't believe it, do you? Ling Xiao did not think that Yuan Neng was that stupid. Of course I don't believe it. That's why I didn't kill you. I know very well that the people that the Sho family wants to kill must be good. So I hope that you can do me a favor. After you do it, I will give you the nether weapon and pretend to be dead. In this way, you can complete the mission and I can leave. There seemed to be no expression on Yuan Neng's face. At least, Ling Xiao could not see it. It was as if this guy was an expressionless person. Therefore, it was difficult to guess what he was thinking. That's a good suggestion. Of course, I agree. But are we going to talk here? Aren't you afraid that others will see? Of course, Ling Xiao did not believe that a vicious prisoner would talk about cooperation with him. It was nothing more than a trick of getting rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness. He reckoned that if he helped this guy, he would still be killed. Chapter 2240. It doesn't matter if someone sees you. Just kill him. Yuan Neng sneered and released a flying dagger from one of his arms. In the void, it actually turned into a skull, killing the cultivator who was hiding in the dark on the spot. He was not only killing the warrior, but also warning Ling Xiao not to play any tricks. Otherwise, he would end up like that man. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Well, tell me, what do you want me to do for you? You're smart. Follow me." Yuan Neng smiled. That smile was really scary, like the smile of a devil, which made people shudder. Ling Xiao didn't want to fight back now because he knew that Yuan Neng was much stronger than he thought. This guy was definitely not someone he could fight back now, even if he released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. He was definitely not a match for this guy. This guy hid his strength too well. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Yuan Neng brought Ling Xiao to the depths of the first floor of the ghost prison. Ling Xiao was surprised to find that there was an active volcano here. The magma inside was black and was filled with a lot of rare herbs. It was like a huge alchemy furnace. How can there be such a place? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. I discovered this 10 years ago, and then I've been keeping this a secret for as long as I could. I don't know what the ghost prison was used for in the past, but it's probably a place where the strong warriors used to temper their bodies. There are a lot of herbs in it that you don't even dare to think about. Yuan Neng snorted. "You're not going to let me jump down to test it for you, are you?" Ling Xiao suddenly shivered and asked. "Yes, that's right. You'll die anyway if you don't go down. Maybe you can try your luck if you go down. In the magma, you can condense a powerful magma combat body. It's more powerful than the fiery combat body. It condenses the energy of the earth and fire elements. Once you succeed, you'll have a middle-level combat body. It's much better than using the fire and earth elemental jades." Yuan Neng grinned and said. His expression made it clear that he was treating Ling Xiao as a test subject. At that moment, Ling Xiao thought of Yuan Neng's inner thoughts. This fella was probably thinking that if he died, he would be able to complete the mission given by the Shaw family. If he hadn't died and had really cultivated the lava battle body, he would have killed Ling Xiao and jumped into the lava himself. He was really cunning. "Are you doing it or not?" Yuan Neng looked at Ling Xiao and said, "If you don't want to do it, I can ask someone else to do it. It doesn't have to be you." Ling Xiao looked at the boiling magma below and considered this matter in his heart. The lava combat constitution was indeed terrifying. Together with the thunder combat constitution, it was as if he had two combat constitutions. In the future, their advantage would be even greater. But would he be able to withstand the terrifying heat of the lava? "Jump!" Yuan Venerate suddenly transmitted his voice. "What?" Ling Xiao was stunned. "I want you to jump and quickly eat the 30th piece of Thunder Origin Jade. Use the power of thunder to resist the power of the lava and you will be able to benefit from it," Yuan Neng explained. "Trust me, I won't let you die. Your mystic world body was originally formed by the condensation of the earth element, so it is most suitable for cultivating the lava battle body. Furthermore, you have a few types of divine flames in your body. After combining them, the lava battle body you condense will be dozens of times stronger than the average person's lava battle body." "All right." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Actually, he had considered this as well. However, people would always hesitate when faced with possible danger. However, Yuan Neng had given him a final resolution. He turned to Yuan Neng and said, "I hope you don't go back on your word." After saying that, he jumped into the boiling magma. The moment he jumped, Ling Xiao ate the 30th piece of Thunder Origin Jade. The moment he fell into the magma, he activated the Scarlet Sun feathered robe. This way, he could avoid the danger of being burned to death instantly. But even so, the instant he entered the lava, he felt as though his skin was instantly scorched. A terrible pain shot straight to his brain and he actually fainted right away. This pain was simply worse than any other time he had experienced it before. The moment he fainted, the thunder energy in his body blocked the heat of the magma from continuing to destroy his body. The two types of energy formed a strange hard shell on the surface of Ling Xiao's body. Within the hard shell, there were not only burning flames and surging lava, but also flickering thunder and lightning. Ling Xiao's body started to temper rapidly without him realizing it. Yuan Venerate played a crucial role in this tempering process. He replaced Ling Xiao to control this body and guide the fusion of the two types of energy. For Ling Xiao, this was a deep sleep. A complete deep sleep. This was also within Yuan Venerate's expectations. This magma wasn't ordinary magma. Ling Xiao's skin and muscles were almost completely destroyed. However, at that moment, the life martial soul in Ling Xiao's body started to take effect. This life martial soul had been obtained by Ling Xiao after he had killed the enemy in Yuhua town. Although it wasn't of much use in battle, it was very important for the recovery of the body. Ling Xiao fell into a deep sleep amidst this destruction and rebirth. He woke up and fell into a deep sleep again. This torture was simply too painful for him. However, Ling Xiao was ecstatic. Every time he woke up, he would discover some changes in his body. In addition to the power of the royal Heaven-Earth Empress and the flickering thunder and lightning, there was also boiling magma in the cells of his body. This was the first step to success. If he didn't die, this meant that there was a high chance of success. A day passed and Ling Xiao fell into a deep sleep once again. 2 days passed and Ling Xiao woke up for a while. He discovered that the pain didn't seem so intense anymore. This was because brand new skin and muscles had completely formed on the surface of his body. This was a brand new existence formed by thunder, earth, fire, and life energy. However, after his skin and muscles were completely transformed, an even more frightening pain came from his bones. He fainted once again. 3 days passed and he woke up again. By this time, his bones had been completely transformed. However, the transformation of his internal organs had just begun. The pain caused him to fall into a deep sleep once again. On the 4th day, he woke up again and the transformation of his internal organs was finally complete. This time, he didn't fall into a deep sleep. He had already adapted to this kind of pain that was worse than death. He believed that he could bear it. Yuan Venerate fell into a deep sleep. Only 1 or 2 of the spirit gems he had obtained previously were left. In this process, the consumption of energy was truly incomparably huge. It seemed like he would have to think of a way to obtain more spirit gems after leaving the ghost prison. Chapter 2241. His skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs were all successfully transformed. On the 4th day, the cells in Ling Xiao's body had already achieved some sort of harmony. Lightning and lava were enveloped by the power of the heavenly earth. Intermediate lightning battle constitution successfully condense. Intermediate lava battle constitution successfully condense. However, this battle constitution was not stable enough. Ling Xiao did not plan to leave just like that. His body had adapted to the terrifying lava, so he began to absorb the energy of the herbs in the lava to speed up the reconstruction and recovery of his body. During the recovery and consolidation process, Ling Xiao looked up at the lava. Yuanneng was pacing around impatiently. It had been 4 days, and Ling Xiao did not seem to be coming out alive. How could Yuanneng not be anxious? Didn't that kid say that his body is strong? Why is he so useless? Let's wait for 1 more day. If he still doesn't come out, I'll find someone else to try. Yuanneng looked down at the lava coldly. His expression was very unpleasant. However, Ling Xiao felt very happy when he saw Yuanneng's irritable look. Originally, he was worried about how to successfully condense his intermediate lightning battle constitution. He did not expect that he would be forced by Yuanneng to jump into the lava and succeed just like that. He closed his eyes and focused on recovering and consolidating. Although his cultivation did not break through, the strength of his body had long surpassed his cultivation. If he encountered Shohai now, he was sure that he could completely crush him. As for dealing with Yuanneng, he was not very confident, but there was a glimmer of hope. Ling Xiao believed that he would not be killed by Yuanneng. If he fully released his martial soul, there was even a possibility that he could hurt Yuanneng. Of course, he would only be hurt. He would hold on for 1 more day. If Yuanneng did not leave, he would escape. He did not want to fight Yuanneng one-on-one. It was too dangerous. Just like that, it was the 5th day. Ling Xiao could feel that not only was there terrifying lightning energy circulating in his cells, but there was also an even more powerful lava energy. This lava energy was created by the power of the heavenly earth, the true samadhi fire, the dark flame of death, and the ancient hellfire. It was more powerful than any lava energy. Yuan Neng is gone. It's time for me to leave too. While Yuan Neng went out to catch others to test, Ling Xiao dashed out of the lava, changed into a new set of clothes, and fled into the distance. In the past few days, for the sake of cultivating, he had really torn quite a lot of his clothes. However, it didn't matter if his clothes were torn. The most important thing was that his strength had increased, so he was in a good mood. Master, you've really scared me. You actually managed to gain benefits from such adversity. I thought we were dead for sure this time. After 4 days of deep sleep, the divine grimoire finally woke up. She had no choice but to sleep. The heat in the lava was too terrifying. If she didn't sleep, she would probably be burned alive. She was really too shocked. What kind of existence was her master, Ling Xiao? Even if it was thought to be a dead end, it would still turn out to be a good thing in the end. In the past, she might have thought of leaving Ling Xiao and finding a bigger and more reliable backer. But now, she didn't have that thought at all. Ling Xiao was her biggest backer. If anyone wanted to chase her away, she wouldn't be happy. It's been so long. I don't know how the ghost prison trial is going, but I don't think Yuan Neng is dead. Yuan Neng is really much stronger than I thought. If they really fought Yuan Neng to the death, the only unlucky ones would be the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao smiled. He couldn't be bothered to care about other people's affairs. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he planned to kill some prisoners and monsters to earn some contribution points. There were soul gems and many medicinal herbs in the Hall of Good Reward and Evil that could be exchanged with contribution points. It would be a waste not to earn contribution points. Of course, if he met the disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, he didn't mind letting them taste the pain of destruction. He couldn't wait to use the new strength that he had just obtained. This is really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it without any effort. Ling Xiao suddenly saw a few disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain fighting with a few prisoners in front of him. He used the Tai Chi eye and carefully checked. There was no one else around to ambush him, which meant that this was not a trap. This group of bastards wanted to kill him before. Now, he would take the lives of this group of bastards first. Complete beast transformation. Ling Xiao instantly transformed into the 3rd form of the Sun God. His body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of Sun God's armor. He was still in the standing human battle form, but he had sharp scales and a terrifying snake tail. And sharp claws. The 10 disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain came here to look for Ling Xiao and sensed some of Ling Xiao's aura. However, he was unexpectedly besieged by dozens of demonic beasts. Up until now, although they had not died and had killed many demonic beasts, as time passed, they were all getting tired. The number of monsters and prisoners didn't decrease. Those monsters seemed to be controlled by the prisoners and were really fearless of death. What should we do, senior brother? Should we send a signal for help to Lord Sandsea? The 10 of them surrounded the city with their backs facing each other. They were already surrounded by terrifying monsters and prisoners, and their lives were in imminent danger. What are you still asking for? Hurry up, if you die, everything will be gone. Someone roared. Unfortunately, when they took out the signal flare and were about to send a signal, the monsters seemed to have guessed their intentions and suddenly rushed forward like a swarm of bees, extinguishing all the signal flare. The 10 of them were in despair. If not for the fact that they were looking for Ling Xiao, if not for the fact that they were worried about being assassinated by Ling Xiao, they wouldn't be so tired. They could have rested while completing the trial. But it was useless to regret now. They could only fight. However, the dawn of hope suddenly bloomed at this moment. All of a sudden, the demon beasts and prisoners surrounding them began to wail miserably. One by one, corpses were thrown into the sky and then fell to the ground. Someone saw a guy who didn't look like a human fighting crazily over there. Is that helping us? Someone asked hesitantly. It should be. Don't forget that the power of the Shaw family can reach the sky. We followed Lord Sandsea. How could they let us die like this? Great, long live Lord Sandsea, long live the Shaw family. The 10 warriors of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain were excited, and their exhausted bodies seemed to have regained their strength. They believed that as long as they held on for a while, they would be rescued. 10 minutes later, the surroundings were covered with the corpses of monsters and prisoners. There were dozens of corpses. And that strange warrior stood there, looking at the people of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain indifferently.